Good to see you all. Welcome to Soul Fiction. Today's story is going to be epic. What if Harry Potter was adopted by Odin and raised in Asgard with Thor? Your support means everything. Like, subscribe, and let's jump into this adventure. Chapter 1, The Boy Between Worlds. Heimdall saw everything. That was his burden, his gift, his curse, his purpose, carved into the very marrow of his existence by forces older than starlight. He stood at the edge of the Bifrost, that shimmering rainbow bridge stretching into the void like a highway between dreams, and he watched. He watched the 9 realms spin in their eternal dance around the branches of Yggdrasil. He watched civilizations rise on Alfheim and crumble on Svartalfheim. He watched lovers meet and soldiers die and children take their first stumbling steps across 1,000 different worlds. He saw it all. Every heartbeat. Every whispered prayer. Every lie told in the dark. So when the magical shockwave ripped through the tiny village of Godric's Hollow on Midgard, a place so small most Asgardians wouldn't have been able to find it on a map, Heimdall didn't just see it. He felt it. It hit him like a fist to the chest, which was saying something because Heimdall had taken actual fists to the chest from frost giants and barely flinched. This was different. This was a pulse of magic so raw, so primal, that it made the Bifrost hum beneath his feet. The Rainbow Bridge, a construct of pure cosmic energy forged by the greatest minds Asgard had ever produced, actually vibrated in response to whatever had just happened on that insignificant little planet in the middle of the cosmic nowhere. Heimdall's golden eyes narrowed. He focused. Zeroed in. Peeled back the layers of reality like pages in a book until he was staring straight down into a ruined cottage where the walls had been blown apart and the roof was half caved in and there was so much dust and debris floating through the air that a mortal's eyes would have been useless. But Heimdall wasn't mortal. He saw the man first. James Potter. Crumpled at the base of the staircase like a puppet with its strings cut, glasses cracked and askew on his face, brown eyes open and staring at nothing. Dead before he'd even finished drawing his wand. Heimdall felt a flicker of something, respect, maybe. The man had thrown himself between the dark figure and the staircase without hesitation. No weapon raised, no spell on his lips. Just his body. Just the desperate, stupid, magnificent courage of a father who knew he was going to die and did it anyway. Then the woman. Lily Potter. Upstairs in what had been a nursery before the walls exploded inward. She was on the floor near the crib, red hair fanned out around her head like a halo of fire, and she was gone too. But the magical residue clinging to her body, Heimdall had to actually blink at it. He'd seen powerful magic before. He lived in a realm powered by it. But this was something else entirely. This woman had done something in her final moments that had rewritten the very fabric of magical law in that room. She'd poured every single atom of her being, her love, her magic, her soul, into a single act of protection so absolute that it had turned a mother's dying wish into an impenetrable shield. And in the crib, screaming his tiny lungs out, was the baby. Lightning bolt scar freshly carved into his forehead, still bleeding, still smoking with the residual dark magic of whatever curse had been deflected back at its caster. The child was alive. Impossibly, ridiculously, miraculously alive. And he was radiating magical energy like a miniature sun, waves of it pulsing outward with every terrified cry, mixing with the remnants of his mother's sacrifice and the shattered fragments of the dark curse until the whole ruined nursery was practically glowing with power. Heimdall had seen a lot of things in his extraordinarily long life. This was new. He turned from the Bifrost and walked, quickly, which was unusual for him because Heimdall did most things at a measured, deliberate pace, toward the golden spires of Asgard proper. The palace gleamed in the eternal twilight, all sharp angles and impossible architecture, towers reaching up toward a sky full of stars that didn't quite behave the way Midgardian stars did. Asgard was beautiful in the way that a perfectly forged blade was beautiful, elegant, purposeful, and capable of taking your breath away right before it took your head. He found the All-Father in the throne room. Odin Borson sat on Hlidskjalf, the great throne from which he could survey all of existence, though in practice he relied on Heimdall for the day-to-day surveillance because even the king of Asgard couldn't keep his one good eye on everything at once. He was in conversation with two of his generals, something about troop movements along the borders of Jotunheim, when Heimdall entered. The generals looked annoyed at the interruption. Odin did not. Odin took one look at Heimdall's face and knew. "Leave us," the All-Father said. The generals hesitated. Odin didn't repeat himself. He never did. The two warriors exchanged a glance, bowed, and retreated through the massive golden doors, which swung shut behind them with a boom that echoed through the cavernous chamber like distant thunder. Silence. Odin regarded Heimdall with his single eye. There was an entire universe of intelligence behind that eye, millennia of warfare, diplomacy, magic, sacrifice, and the kind of hard-won wisdom that came from making terrible choices and living long enough to understand why they'd been necessary. His ravens, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, sat on the back of the throne, watching with their small dark eyes. Gungnir, the eternal spear, rested across the All-Father's lap. "Speak," Odin said. "Something has happened on Midgard," Heimdall replied. "In the settlement the mortals call Godric's Hollow." "Midgard," Odin repeated, and there was something in his voice, not quite surprise, not quite resignation. Something heavier. "The mortals are always having things happen to them, Heimdall. They are a restless people. Not like this." Heimdall paused, choosing his words carefully, because the All-Father valued precision above all things. "A mortal sorcerer, one of the most powerful their realm has produced in centuries, attempted to murder an infant. A child barely a year old. The child's mother sacrificed herself to protect him, and the magic of that sacrifice, it didn't just save the boy. It reflected the killing curse back at its caster. The sorcerer has been destroyed, or something close to it. His body is gone, but his essence lingers. He is not truly dead." Odin's eye narrowed. "A mortal magic that conquers death itself? That is, ambitious, even by their standards. There is more, my king. The child survived, but he carries a mark now. A scar that pulses with dark magic, a fragment of the sorcerer's soul, embedded in the boy's flesh during the failed curse. And the child's own magical signature." Heimdall trailed off, which was alarming because Heimdall never trailed off. He was precise. He was certain. Trailing off was not in his repertoire. "My king, I have seen powerful mortals. I have watched their mages and their sorcerers for millennia. This child's power is unlike anything I have observed. The combination of the mother's protective magic, the dark curse's residual energy, and the boy's own innate abilities has created something unprecedented." "Unprecedented," Odin echoed softly. The shockwave disturbed the Bifrost. That got a reaction. Subtle, a slight straightening of the spine, a minute tightening of the fingers around Gungnir's shaft, but for Odin, that was practically a full-body startle. "The Bifrost has not been disturbed by mortal magic since the age of the Sorcerer Supreme," Odin said slowly. "And even then, it was merely a tremor. This was more than a tremor." Another long silence. The ravens shifted on their perch. Hugin tilted its head one way. Munin tilted its head the other. "If you didn't know better, you'd think they were just birds. You'd be wrong." "Show me," Odin said. He rose from the throne, Gungnir in hand, and descended the steps to stand before Heimdall. The All-Father placed his hand on the Watcher's shoulder, and Heimdall channeled his sight through the contact, projecting what he'd seen directly into Odin's mind. The ruined cottage. The dead father at the base of the stairs. The mother with her halo of red hair. And the baby in the crib, wailing and bleeding and burning with so much raw magical potential that he was practically a beacon visible across the dimensional planes. Odin released Heimdall's shoulder and stood very still for a long time. "The child has no one," Heimdall added. "Both parents are dead. The mortal authorities of their magical world will place him with his mother's non-magical relatives. A family called the Desleys. And these Dursleys? What manner of people are they? Heimdall's expression, which was usually about as readable as a stone wall, flickered with something that looked an awful lot like disgust. They are small people, my king. Not in stature. In spirit. They despise magic. They fear what they do not understand, and they respond to that fear with cruelty. The boy would be treated as a burden at best. At worst. He let the implication hang. Odin's jaw tightened. He turned away from Heimdall and walked to the massive window that overlooked the city of Asgard, all those golden towers and gleaming bridges and the eternal waterfall pouring over the edge of the world into the starlit void. He stood there for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, Gungnir planted beside him, his silhouette framed against the cosmic backdrop like a figure carved from the fabric of the universe itself. A child marked by death, Odin murmured, yet saved by love. A soul fractured and bound to a dark sorcerer who clings to life through forbidden magic. An infant whose power shook the Bifrost itself. He paused. I have seen this before. Heimdall waited. Not exactly this, Odin corrected himself. But the pattern. The echo. A child of extraordinary power, born into tragedy, carrying darkness within them that could either consume them or be conquered. The Allfather's hand tightened on Gungnir. I will not leave this boy to be raised by mortals who would crush the light out of him before he's old enough to understand what he carries. My king. Odin turned. And there it was, that look. The look that Heimdall had seen before the great battles, before the impossible decisions, before every moment in Asgard's history where Odin Borson had reached out and grabbed the threads of fate with both hands and pulled. Prepare the Bifrost, Odin said. I am going to Midgard. The ride down the Bifrost was never boring, but Odin barely noticed it this time. His mind was elsewhere, running through calculations, weighing consequences, examining the decision from every possible angle the way a master jeweler examines a diamond for flaws. He knew what his advisors would say. He knew what the court would whisper. Bringing a mortal child to Asgard? A Midgardian? It was unprecedented. It was, some would argue, foolish. Mortals were fragile things, brilliant and brave and capable of remarkable moments of transcendence, yes, but ultimately limited. Their bodies broke. Their lives flickered and went out like candle flames in a cosmic wind. Raising one among the Aesir would be like raising a sparrow among eagles. But Odin had not survived 5,000 years of kingship by thinking small. He'd seen what happened to children with extraordinary gifts who were raised in environments of cruelty and neglect. He'd seen it on every realm. That kind of upbringing didn't just damage the child, it weaponized them. It took their power and twisted it, turned light into shadow, hope into rage. The dark sorcerer who'd attacked this infant, Voldemort, the mortals called him, was almost certainly a product of exactly that kind of poisoned childhood. Abandon this boy to the same fate, and in 20 years, Midgard might face something even worse than the monster it had barely just survived. And there was something else. Something Odin hadn't mentioned to Heimdall because some knowledge was too dangerous to share. The scar. The fragment of dark soul embedded in the child's forehead wasn't just a wound. It was a tether. A connection between the boy and the dark sorcerer that transcended death itself. As long as that fragment existed, Voldemort could never truly die. He would cling to the shadows, feed on the connection, and eventually find a way to return. Unless someone intervened. Odin knew things about the soul that mortal wizards had barely begun to understand. He'd studied under the ancient masters of Vanaheim. He'd bartered with cosmic entities for knowledge that would make a mortal mind shatter like glass. He knew, with the bone-deep certainty of someone who'd sacrificed his own eye for wisdom, that this child's soul was a battleground. The mother's protection and the dark fragment were locked in a war inside that tiny body, and the outcome of that war would determine the fate of Midgard for generations to come. He couldn't destroy the fragment. Not yet. The magic was too deeply embedded, too entangled with the boy's own life force. Remove it now and you'd kill the child. But he could contain it. Asgardian magic, the deep, old magic that flowed through the realm like blood through veins, could suppress the dark fragment. Keep it dormant. Starve it while the boy grew strong enough to eventually purge it himself. It would take years. It would take patience. And it would require raising the child in an environment saturated with Asgardian magical energy. It would require raising the child in Asgard. Some would call it compassion. Others would call it strategy. Odin knew the truth was somewhere in between, and he'd long since made peace with the fact that the right thing to do and the tactically advantageous thing to do were sometimes the same thing, and feeling guilty about that overlap was a luxury he couldn't afford. The Bifrost deposited him in the ruins of Godric's Hollow at approximately Greenwich Mean Time. The mortal world smelled wrong. That was always Odin's first impression of Midgard, the smell. Too much iron in the air, too much exhaust, too many competing scents of industry and nature battling for dominance. Asgard smelled like ozone and starlight and the faint, ever-present sweetness of the golden apples in Idun's orchard. Midgard smelled like a planet trying very hard to choke itself to death. But tonight, underneath all of that, there was something else. Magic. Not the clean, structured magic of Asgard, but something wilder and more chaotic, the untamed magical energy of a world where sorcery existed alongside ignorance, where power hid in the shadows and operated through wooden sticks and muttered Latin phrases. Mortal magic. Fascinating, in its way. Like watching someone build a cathedral out of toothpicks and sheer determination. Odin wrapped himself in a concealment charm, not invisibility, exactly, but a subtle redirection of attention that made mortal eyes slide over him without registering his presence, and made his way to the ruined cottage. It was a quaint little house, or had been before the front wall exploded outward. English countryside. Hedgerow out front, garden gate hanging by one hinge, a child's toy broomstick abandoned on the lawn. He stepped through the shattered doorway. James Potter's body was exactly where Heimdall had shown it. Odin paused, looking down at the dead man, and something passed across the Allfather's ancient face. Not pity, Odin didn't do pity, but recognition. Respect. This man had faced a sorcerer powerful enough to make an entire nation tremble, armed with nothing but his own body and the desperate hope that his sacrifice might buy his wife and son a few more seconds. He hadn't even drawn his wand. He'd just stood there. Placed himself between darkness and his family and refused to move. Odin had known warriors who'd faced worse odds with better weapons and still fled. You died well, mortal, Odin said quietly, and it was perhaps the highest compliment the king of Asgard could offer. If Valhalla accepted Midgardians, you would feast in its halls. He climbed the stairs. The nursery was worse. Lily Potter lay on the floor, her body still warm. Odin could feel the fading heat of life through his magical senses, and the protective enchantment she'd created with her death hung in the air like golden mist, slowly dissipating but still potent enough to make Odin's skin tingle as he passed through it. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. This woman, this mortal witch with her limited understanding of the deeper magical laws, had accidentally, or perhaps instinctively, performed a feat of sacrificial magic that most Asgardian sorcerers couldn't replicate with a century of preparation. She'd done it on pure love. No ritual. No incantation. Just the raw, unstoppable force of a mother's love channeled through the bridge between life and death at the exact moment of her passing. If Odin had harbored any doubts about whether this child was worth saving, they evaporated in the golden mist of Lily Potter's final gift. He approached the crib. The baby had stopped crying, which was somehow worse. He lay in a nest of blankets, his tiny face scrunched up and tear-streaked, one small fist pressed against his mouth, enormous green eyes staring up at nothing. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead was an angry red line, still oozing slightly, and Odin could see, with the sight that had cost him his eye, the dark fragment buried beneath it. A sliver of corrupted soul, black and oily and writhing, pressed against the blazing golden barrier of the mother's protection. Two forces. Light and dark. Love and hate. locked in eternal combat inside the body of a child who weighed less than a sack of flour. Odin reached into the crib. The moment his fingers touched the child, two things happened simultaneously. First, the baby's eyes, those stunning green eyes, Lily's eyes, focused on Odin's face with an intensity that no child that age should have been capable of. Second, a pulse of magic surged through the contact point, racing up Odin's arm and hitting him square in the chest with enough force to make the All-Father actually take a step back. He stared at the infant. The infant stared back. And then, impossibly, the baby smiled. Not a gas smile. Not a random muscle twitch. An actual, genuine, fully intentional smile directed at the ancient god standing over his crib. As if this tiny, battered, orphan child had looked into the face of one of the most powerful beings in the universe and thought, "Oh. Hello. I like you." Odin, who had not been emotionally ambushed in approximately 800 years, felt something crack in his chest. He picked the child up. Carefully, he was out of practice with babies. Thor was over 1,000 years old, and Odin hadn't held an infant since, well, since Thor. The boy was warm and impossibly light and smelled like milk and smoke and magic, and he made a small, contented sound and pressed his face against the fur collar of Odin's armor, and that was it. That was the moment. Not the strategic calculation. Not the prophecy. Not the Bifrost-shaking magical signature or the fragment of dark soul or the tactical advantages of raising a weapon against a future threat. All of that had brought Odin here, yes. But what made him stay, what made him cradle this mortal child against his armored chest and carry him out of the ruins and back toward the Bifrost, was a baby's smile and the warm weight of trust in his arms. Odin would never admit this to anyone. Ever. He would cite strategy and prophecy and the greater good until the end of time. But Heimdall, watching from the Bifrost with his all-seeing eyes, knew the truth. The All-Father had come to Midgard for a weapon. He was leaving with a son. Frigga was waiting for them. Of course she was. Frigga always knew. That was her particular brand of power, not the brute force of Odin's authority or the cosmic scope of Heimdall's sight, but something subtler and, in many ways, more formidable. Frigga felt the currents of fate the way a sailor felt the wind. She couldn't always see what was coming, but she could sense its approach, its weight, its emotional temperature. And tonight, standing in the private chambers of the royal family with her golden hair unbound and her nightclothes hastily covered by a silk robe, she had felt her husband leave for Midgard and she had known, that he would return with something that would change their family forever. She just hadn't expected it to be so small. Odin, she breathed, crossing the chamber in 3 quick strides. Is that, his name is Harry, Odin said. Harry Potter. His parents were murdered tonight by a dark sorcerer. He has no one. Frigga looked at the child in her husband's arms. The baby had fallen asleep during the Bifrost transit. The Rainbow Bridge's energy had a soothing effect on most beings, and infants were particularly susceptible, and was now nestled against Odin's chest plate with his thumb in his mouth and his dark hair sticking up in 17 different directions. The scar was visible. Even in sleep, even with the golden glow of the mother's protection damping it down, the lightning bolt was a vivid red slash across the child's forehead. Frigga's eyes, blue-gray, deep as fjords, wise beyond even Asgardian measure, locked onto it and narrowed. There is darkness in him, she said. Not a question. A fragment. Contained, for now, by his mother's sacrifice. With Asgard's ambient magic, I believe it can be suppressed indefinitely while the boy grows strong enough to eventually overcome it. And you intend to raise him here? I intend for us to raise him here. Frigga was quiet for a long moment. She studied her husband's face. The careful blankness that she'd learned, over thousands of years of marriage, was Odin's way of masking powerful emotion, and then she looked at the baby again. She reached out and brushed her fingers lightly across the child's forehead, avoiding the scar, tracing the curve of his brow. The baby stirred. Those green eyes fluttered open, hazy with sleep, and found Frigga's face. Another smile. Smaller this time, drowsy and sweet, but there. Directed at her. "Oh," Frigga said softly. "Just that. Just oh." But the way she said it, the way her voice caught and her hand trembled and her eyes went liquid with something fierce and tender, told Odin everything he needed to know. She reached out and took the child from his arms with the practiced ease of a woman who had raised 2 sons and never once fumbled a baby in her life. Harry settled against her chest immediately, one tiny hand gripping the silk of her robe, and made a sound that was half sigh, half coo. "He's so light," Frigga murmured. "Mortals are so fragile when they're young. He will not always be young." "No." She looked up at Odin. "He'll need protection. Not just from the darkness inside him, from the court. From those who will see a mortal child in the house of Odin as an insult, a liability, a weakness to be exploited. I am aware. And Thor. He is only a boy himself, in Asgardian terms. How do we explain a brother who ages differently, who will never match his strength, who, Thor will love him," Odin said with absolute certainty. "Thor loves everything loudly and completely. It is his greatest strength and his most dangerous vulnerability." He paused. "And Loki?" They looked at each other. Loki was a different matter entirely. Their younger son, adopted, though he didn't know it, found as an infant in the ruins of Jotunheim after the Great War, was brilliant, sensitive, sharp-edged, and perpetually aware that he didn't quite fit. He was magical where Thor was physical. He was cunning where Thor was direct. He was shadows where Thor was sunlight. How would Loki react to another adopted sibling? Another outsider brought into the family? "Loki will be complicated," Frigga acknowledged. "But he always is. I will handle Loki." Odin nodded. He trusted Frigga with their children in a way he trusted no one else with anything. "The boy has magic," he added. "Not just the residual energy from the curse and the protection. His own magic. Heimdall says it shook the Bifrost." Frigga's eyebrows rose. That was significant, and they both knew it. What kind of magic? Mortal sorcery. The wand-based tradition of Midgard's hidden magical community. But raw and unformed. He's too young to have manifested consciously. It's all instinct and emotion. "Then I will teach him," Frigga said, and there was a quiet finality to the statement that brooked no argument. "I will teach him as I teach Loki, through the ways of Seir. His mortal magic and our Seir share common roots, even if the mortals have forgotten it. I can bridge them." "You're certain?" Frigga looked down at the sleeping child in her arms. Harry had shifted, pressing closer, and his small fingers were now tangled in a strand of her golden hair. "I'm certain," she said. And that was that. 10 years later. The training yard of Asgard's royal palace was basically a colosseum if a colosseum had been designed by someone with unlimited resources and a flair for the dramatic. Tiered stone seating rose on all sides, carved with runes that kept the weather pleasant regardless of what the sky was doing. The floor was packed earth mixed with Asgardian sand, a material that absorbed impact, reformed after damage, and occasionally sparkled in the light because everything in Asgard sparkled at least a little bit. Weapons racks lined the walls, holding everything from practice swords to full-weight battle hammers to exotic polearms that looked like they'd been designed by someone having a really creative nightmare. At the center of this arena, 2 young figures were trying very hard to beat each other senseless. Thor Odinson, 1200 years old, give or take, which in Asgardian adolescent terms put him somewhere around 16 or 17 in human maturity, was a force of nature even at this age. He was already taller than most adult humans, broad-shouldered and golden-haired, with arms that looked like they'd been borrowed from someone twice his age. He fought the way he did everything else, with overwhelming enthusiasm, maximum volume, and a cheerful disregard for anything resembling subtlety. His practice sword, a blunted Asgardian steel blade that still weighed more than most Midgardian battle weapons, cut through the air in wide, powerful arcs that would have caved in a lesser opponent's ribcage. His opponent was lesser by every measurable standard. Smaller, lighter, weaker, mortal. He should have been paced by now. He was not paced. Harry Odinson, formerly Harry Potter, though he wouldn't learn that name for another few hours yet, ducked under Thor's latest swing with the kind of liquid, boneless agility that made the watching trainers mutter to each other in grudging admiration. He was 11 years old, small for his age even by Midgardian standards, with a mop of black hair that defied every grooming attempt Frigga had ever made and green eyes that seemed to glow when his blood was up. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead, which most Asgardians assumed was a childhood injury or a particularly badass birthmark, peeked out from under his messy fringe. He was fast. That was the first thing anyone noticed about Harry in a fight. Not strong, he'd never be strong by Asgardian standards, and everyone knew it, including Harry, but fast. Fast in a way that wasn't quite natural even for a well-trained mortal. Years of growing up in Asgard's magic-saturated environment had done something to him, enhanced him in subtle ways that were difficult to quantify. His reflexes were sharper than any humans had a right to be. His endurance was remarkable. And there was something else, a sixth sense, an instinct for danger, a way of knowing where the next attack was coming from before it arrived, that his trainers had given up trying to explain. "Stand still, brother!" Thor bellowed, grinning like a maniac as he swung again. "How am I supposed to hit you if you insist on moving?" "That's kind of the point, Thor." Harry called back, sidestepping a downward chop that buried the practice sword 3 inches into the packed earth. "The whole idea is that you don't hit me. Where is the fun in that? Where's the fun in getting my spine rearranged?" Thor laughed, a big, booming sound that echoed off the arena walls, and charged. This was his signature move at this age, the bull rush. Lower the shoulder, pump those tree trunk legs, and barrel forward with enough momentum to flatten a bilgesnipe. It was effective against pretty much everyone he tried it on. Harry didn't try to block it. He didn't try to dodge left or right. Instead, he did something that made the watching trainers sit up straight. He dropped flat on his back, hitting the ground and sliding under Thor's charge on the packed earth like a runner stealing home plate. Thor's momentum carried him forward, off balance, and Harry was already rolling to his feet behind his brother, practice sword sweeping low in a vicious arc aimed at the back of Thor's knees. Crack! Thor's legs buckled. Not enough to bring him down, the kid was built like a fortress, but enough to make him stumble, and in that stumble Harry was already moving, already flowing into the next attack, his blade whipping up toward Thor's exposed side. Thor spun. Impossibly fast for someone his size, he pivoted on one foot and caught Harry's blade on his own. The impact sent a shockwave through Harry's arms. Fighting Thor was like fighting a mountain that had opinions, but Harry held his grip, teeth gritted, arms shaking. For one frozen moment, they locked eyes. Green and blue. The mortal and the god. Thor was grinning. Harry was grinning too. "Good," Thor said. "That was very good." Then he flicked his wrist and sent Harry tumbling across the arena floor. Harry rolled 3 times, hit the weapon rack with a clang that knocked 4 practice swords off their pegs, and lay on his back staring at the sky, breathing hard. "But not good enough," Thor added cheerfully, walking over and extending a hand. Harry grabbed it and let himself be hauled to his feet. "One day," he said, brushing Asgardian sand off his training leathers. "One day I'm going to beat you, and you're going to be so confused. I welcome that day, brother. Truly. But I suspect I will be waiting a very long time. Keep talking. I'll just add it to my motivation pile." They walked to the edge of the arena together, grabbing water skins from a rack and drinking deeply. Harry's muscles ached in that good way, the satisfying burn of a body pushed to its limits. He'd been training with Thor since he was 6 years old. The Asgardian warriors had been skeptical at first, worried about the fragile mortal child, but Odin had insisted and Odin's insistence tended to end conversations quickly. Harry had been thrown, battered, bruised, knocked out twice, and broken his arm once. He'd loved every second of it. Well. He hadn't loved the broken arm. That had sucked. But the healing stones had fixed it in an hour, and he'd been back in the arena the next day, because Harry had discovered very early in life that the thing he hated more than pain was being told he couldn't do something. "You're getting faster," Thor observed, settling onto a stone bench and stretching his legs. "That slide, I did not see that coming. Learned it from watching Loki." Thor's expression did a complicated thing. It always did when Loki was mentioned. Loki's techniques are effective? I was going to say, sneaky. Yeah, well, sneaky is kind of my only option when my opponent can bench press a mountain. Thor laughed again. He was always laughing. Everything in Thor's world was either hilarious, glorious, or worthy of punching, and often all three at once. "You underestimate yourself, Harry. You always do. And you overestimate everyone. You told Fandral he was adequate with a blade last week and the guy nearly started crying with joy. Was I wrong? He's the best swordsman in his age group." "Exactly. Adequate." Harry threw his water skin at Thor's head. Thor caught it without looking, of course he did, and tossed it back with a grin. This was life in Asgard. This was Harry's life. Training and laughing and bickering with his brother under a sky that never quite went dark, in a realm where magic flowed through the stones and the air and the water like a second atmosphere. He'd known nothing else. Asgard was home. The golden towers, the rainbow bridge, the feast halls where warriors told stories that lasted literally for days, the gardens where Frigga grew plants that sang when the light hit them right, this was his world. His only world, as far as he knew. He didn't know about Godric's Hollow. He didn't know about the Dursleys. He didn't know about a scar that was more than a scar, or a dark lord who was more than dead, or a prophecy that had been spoken in a musty pub before he was born. He didn't know any of it. Not yet. Again. "Mother, I've been at this for 3 hours. And you'll be at it for 3 more if you keep letting your concentration slip." Again. Harry sighed, dramatically, with his whole body, the way only an 11-year-old who felt deeply persecuted by the universe could sigh, and closed his eyes. Frigga's private study was nothing like the rest of the palace. Where Asgard's public spaces were all gold and grandeur and "look how impressive we are," this room was quiet. Shelves lined every wall, stuffed with books and scrolls and crystal spheres that contained preserved magical memories. Herbs hung drying from the ceiling. A fire crackled in a hearth that was definitely bigger on the inside than the outside, and the whole room smelled like lavender and old parchment and the faint, electric tang of active magic. This was where Harry learned Seir. Or tried to, anyway. "I want you to find the thread," Frigga said. She was standing across the room, hands clasped in front of her, looking every inch the queen she was, regal, composed, patient in a way that was somehow more intimidating than impatience. "Not grab it. Not pull it. Just, find it. Feel where it is." Harry breathed. In through the nose, out through the mouth, the way she taught him. He reached out with his senses, not his physical senses, but the other ones, the ones that lived somewhere behind his eyes and below his ribs, the ones that could feel magic the way skin could feel temperature. The room was alive with it. Magic in Asgard was everywhere, ambient and constant, like background radiation. Most Asgardians interacted with it unconsciously, it was why they were stronger, faster, longer-lived than mortals. But Seir practitioners like Frigga, and Loki, and now Harry, could interact with it deliberately. Could reach into the magical field, find the individual threads of energy that made up the greater tapestry, and manipulate them. Harry found a thread. Thin, golden, humming with a frequency he could feel in his molars. He focused on it. "Good," Frigga said. "Now, hold it. Gently. Like a spider holding a strand of its web." Harry held it. The thread pulsed under his mental grip, warm and alive. He could feel the energy flowing through it, flowing from somewhere deep in the bedrock of Asgard up through the floor and the walls and into the ambient air. Now, Frigga said, shape it. This was the hard part. Seir wasn't like the magic Harry's body sometimes did on its own, the wild, uncontrolled bursts that happened when his emotions got the better of him. Those were instinctive, explosive, and completely unpredictable. Last month, he'd gotten so frustrated during a history lesson that every book on the shelf had flown off and started rearranging themselves alphabetically by author. 2 weeks before that, he'd been laughing so hard at one of Loki's impressions of Tyr that the furniture in the dining hall had started floating. Seir was different. Seir was controlled. Precise. Elegant. You took the raw energy, held it with your will, and shaped it with your intention, and if you did it right, the results were indistinguishable from the natural order of things. Frigga could weave illusions so real they cast shadows. Loki could create duplicates of himself that could hold conversations. The masters of Vanaheim could reshape matter at the molecular level. Harry was trying to light a candle. He focused. Pushed his will into the thread. Imagined heat, flame, the chemical reaction of combustion translated into magical intent. The candle on the desk across the room exploded. Not lit. Exploded. The wax vaporized, the wick disintegrated, and a fountain of golden sparks shot up and hit the ceiling, leaving a scorch mark on a beam that already had about 15 previous scorch marks from previous sessions. Harry opened his eyes. Sorry. Frigga looked at the smoking remains of the candle. Then at the ceiling. Then at Harry. Your power, she said slowly, is not the problem. No kidding. Your control is the problem. You have more raw magical energy than any student I have ever taught, and I have taught many, over a very long time. But you use it like Thor uses a sword. All force, no finesse. I'm trying, I know you're trying, darling. And you're improving. But there's something. She paused, studying him with those deep blue-gray eyes that always made Harry feel like she was looking through him instead of at him. Your magic doesn't want to be shaped. It wants to be released. It fights the Seir framework like water fighting a pipe that's too narrow. It wants to flow freely. So what do I do? Frigga was quiet for a moment. Something passed across her face, a flicker of an emotion Harry couldn't quite read. Decision, maybe. Like she was choosing whether or not to say something important. We'll try a different approach tomorrow, she said finally, and her voice had that careful, measured quality it got when she was being diplomatic about something. For now, I think you've done enough candle murder for one day. Harry grinned. Can I go? Sif said she'd be at the Northern Training Grounds this afternoon. Of course. But Harry, he was already halfway to the door. Harry. He stopped. Turned. Frigga crossed the room and cupped his face in her hands. She did this sometimes, just held him and looked at him, and it always made him feel simultaneously loved and slightly unsettled, like she was searching for something she hoped not to find. You know that your father and I love you, she said. Don't you? Regardless of anything. Regardless of whatever may come. You know that. Of course I know that, Mother. Are you okay? She smiled. It was warm, but there was something behind it. Something heavy. I'm fine, darling. Go. Sif doesn't like to be kept waiting. Harry kissed her cheek, flashed a grin, and was out the door. Frigga stood alone in her study, surrounded by scorched ceiling beams and the vaporized remains of a candle, and pressed her hand over her heart. Soon, she thought. He needs to know soon. The Northern Training Grounds were technically off-limits to anyone under 500 years old, which meant that Harry, Sif, and their assorted friends had been sneaking in since they were the Asgardian equivalent of 8-year-olds. Sif was already there when Harry arrived, which was always the case because Sif was pathologically early to everything. She was going through sword forms, the advanced ones, the ones that the trainers wouldn't teach them for another century, with the kind of fluid precision that made Harry simultaneously impressed and slightly irritated, because he practiced just as hard as she did and his form still looked like a particularly aggressive sneeze compared to hers. She was the same age as Harry in relative terms, though in actual years she was somewhere around 1100, which was a thing Harry had long since stopped trying to wrap his head around. Time worked differently here. Asgardians aged at a glacial pace, and thanks to whatever Asgard's ambient magic had done to Harry's physiology, he was aging at roughly the same rate, or at least, no one had noticed a difference yet. He looked 11. He felt 11. He was 11. Time was weird. He tried not to think about it. "You're late," Sif said without turning around. "I was blowing up candles." She paused mid-form and looked over her shoulder. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical braid, and her brown eyes were sharp with amusement. "How many this time?" "Just one. But it was spectacular." "So the Seir lessons are going well, then?" "Define, well." She sheathed her sword and turned to face him fully, arms crossed, one eyebrow raised in that way she had that conveyed approximately 47 different flavors of skepticism in a single facial movement. Sif had been his friend, his best friend, if he was being honest, though he'd never actually said that out loud because there was something uncomfortably vulnerable about admitting that your best friend was someone you also occasionally had trouble making eye contact with, since the day they'd met at their first group training session, 6 years ago. The trainers had paired them up for a sparring exercise. Harry had been the smallest kid in the group by a significant margin, the mortal runt in a class full of young gods, and the other children had treated him with a mixture of curiosity and condescension. Poor little Midgardian prince. So fragile. So weak. Best go easy on him. Sif had not gone easy on him. She'd put him on his back in 4 seconds flat, knocked the practice sword out of his hand, and stood over him with her blade at his throat and absolutely zero sympathy in her eyes. "Get up," she'd said. "You just put me down. And now I'm telling you to get up. Are you going to lie there and feel sorry for yourself, or are you going to try again?" He'd tried again. She'd put him down again. He'd gotten up again. She'd put him down again. This went on for 20 minutes. By the end of it, Harry was bleeding from a split lip and a cut above his eye, and he'd managed to land exactly one hit on Sif, a glancing blow to her shoulder that she'd barely noticed. But he was still standing. Still getting up. And Sif was looking at him with something that wasn't sympathy and wasn't contempt but was something else entirely. Respect, maybe. They'd been inseparable ever since. "I brought practice staffs," Sif said, nodding toward a pair of wooden bow staffs leaning against the arena wall. "I thought we could work on your close-quarters technique." "You mean you thought you could beat me up for an hour and call it training?" "Those things are not mutually exclusive." Harry laughed, really laughed, the kind of full-body laugh that he only did around people he was completely comfortable with, and grabbed a staff. "All right, Lady Sif. Let's dance." They squared off. And then they fought. Not the careful, structured sparring of the official training sessions. This was their version, faster, wilder, more creative. They'd developed their own rhythm over years of practice, a give and take that flowed like conversation. Sif pressed forward with her superior strength and technique, Harry retreated, deflected, used angles and footwork to stay out of the power zone. She'd swing wide, he'd duck inside. He'd overextend, she'd punish it. Back and forth, strike and counter, the clack-clack-clack of wooden staffs echoing across the empty training ground. "Your left side is still open," Sif said, tapping his ribs with a quick strike that Harry failed to block. "My left side has always been open. At this point, it's basically a feature, not a bug. It's a feature that's going to get you killed." "Noted. I'll add it to the list." Harry spun away from her next attack and countered with a sweeping low strike. Right after, tendency to explode candles and inability to take anything seriously. You take plenty of things seriously. You just don't like people knowing it. That landed harder than the staff blow had. Harry blinked at her, a momentary lapse in concentration that Sif immediately exploited, hooking his ankle with her staff and dumping him flat on his back. She stood over him. Staff pointed at his chest. Not even breathing hard, the absolute menace. "How do you do that?" Harry asked from the ground. "Beat you?" "Practice." "No. The thing where you say something that sounds casual but is actually, like, a surgical strike to my emotional core." Sif's lips twitched. Not quite a smile. Sif didn't smile easily, you had to earn her smiles the way you earned everything else from her, but close. "Also practice." She offered her hand. He took it. She pulled him up, and for a moment they were standing very close together, his hand still in hers, and Harry became suddenly and inconveniently aware of the fact that Sif smelled like steel and sweat and something floral that he couldn't identify, and that her eyes weren't just brown but had little gold flecks in them that caught the light in a way that, again. Sif asked, releasing his hand and stepping back. "Yeah," Harry said, and if his voice came out slightly weird, neither of them acknowledged it. Again. The feast hall of Asgard was the kind of place that made even seasoned interdimensional travelers stop in the doorway and say wow. It was massive, a vaulted chamber large enough to comfortably seat 1,000 warriors, with a ceiling so high that clouds sometimes formed near the top. Enormous stone pillars carved with scenes from Asgard's military history marched down both sides, and between them, long wooden tables groaned under the weight of enough food to feed a small army, which was convenient because a small army was typically who showed up for dinner. Harry arrived late, as usual, still slightly sweaty from his session with Sif and with a bruise forming on his left side because, as she had correctly noted, his guard on that side was terrible. He slid into his customary seat at the royal family's table, between Thor and Loki, because that was the only configuration that didn't result in one of the two brothers trying to start a fight before the first course arrived. "Brother!" Thor boomed, clapping Harry on the shoulder with enough force to rattle his teeth. "You smell of combat. Were you training with Lady Sif again?" "No, I was rolling around in the dirt by myself for fun." "Ha! I would not put it past you. You wound me." Loki, seated on Harry's other side, didn't look up from the book he was reading at the dinner table, a habit that drove Odin absolutely insane, which was, Harry suspected, approximately 90% of the reason Loki did it. "How many candles today?" Loki asked, turning a page. "1. It was more of a detonation than a lighting, though. Progress. Last week, you set the curtains on fire. Those curtains had it coming." Loki's mouth curved into a smirk. Of the two brothers, Loki was the one Harry understood best, and the one he found most difficult to predict. They shared something, a bond that went deeper than shared meals and childhood memories. They were both outsiders in a world of golden gods. Harry because of his mortal blood, Loki because of, well, something. Harry had never been able to put his finger on exactly what made Loki different, but it was there. A coolness beneath the surface. A current of something that ran counter to the bright, loud, confident energy that defined everyone else in Asgard. Loki felt it too, Harry knew. It was why Loki had been the one to teach Harry the slide maneuver that had almost worked on Thor that morning. It was why Loki spent hours helping Harry with his Seir studies, approaching the subject from angles that Frigga's more structured teaching missed. It was why, on the rare nights when Harry couldn't sleep, when strange dreams plagued him, dreams of green light and screaming and a cold, high laugh that made his scar burn, it was Loki's door he knocked on, and Loki who sat with him in the dark and told him stories until the fear passed. They were brothers in a way that transcended blood. Harry didn't know how right he was about that. And how complicated the truth would eventually make things. "Father seems troubled tonight," Loki observed, still not looking up from his book. Harry glanced toward the head of the table, where Odin sat with Frigga. The All-Father was present but clearly distracted, his single eye had that distant, unfocused quality it got when he was seeing something that wasn't in the room. Frigga sat beside him, her hand on his arm, and she was leaning in to speak quietly into his ear. Her expression was the one Harry had seen earlier that day in the study. Serious. Waited. He's been like that all week, Harry said. Longer, Loki corrected. 3 weeks, at least. Something is happening. Something they're not telling us. They never tell us anything. Father doesn't tell us anything. Mother tells us everything, eventually. The question is whether eventually arrives before or after the crisis. You think it's a crisis? Loki turned a page. When is it not? Thor, who had been enthusiastically dismantling a roasted leg of something that might have been a boar or might have been a small horse, tuned back into the conversation. If there is a crisis, we will face it together. As a family. With strength and honor. And subtlety. Loki suggested. If necessary. It's always necessary, Thor. It's rarely necessary. Most problems can be solved by hitting them hard enough. The fact that you genuinely believe that is why I worry about the future of this realm. Harry snorted into his drink, earning a betrayed look from Thor and a satisfied one from Loki. This was their dynamic, had been for as long as Harry could remember. Thor and Loki circling each other like binary stars, one bright and one dark, and Harry in the middle, pulled by both gravities, belonging to both orbits. He loved them both fiercely. Differently, but fiercely. He didn't know that everything was about to change. The summons came that night. Harry was in his chambers, a sprawling suite of rooms that would have constituted a luxury apartment in most Midgardian cities, sitting on his bed and trying to read a treatise on advanced energy manipulation that Frigga had assigned him. The words kept swimming. He was tired from the day's training, his mind was wandering, and the bruise on his side throbbed every time he shifted position. 3 sharp knocks on his door. Enter, Harry called, assuming it was a servant or Thor coming to rehash their morning sparring session for the 4th time. It was neither. It was Einherjar, 2 of them, the elite palace guards, standing at rigid attention in their gleaming armor. Prince Harry, the lead guard said. The All-Father requests your presence in the throne room. Immediately. Harry's stomach did something complicated. The throne room? At this hour? Odin didn't summon people to the throne room for casual conversations. The throne room was for matters of state, for judgments, for pronouncements. It was where Odin wore his role-like armor and spoke with the voice of a king. Did he say why? Harry asked, already swinging his legs off the bed. No, Your Highness. Only that it was urgent. Harry pulled on a tunic, green, because Frigga said it brought out his eyes and Harry had given up resisting his mother's fashion opinions approximately 4 years ago, and followed the guards through the palace corridors. The halls of Asgard at night were hauntingly beautiful, all moonlight and shadow, the runes carved into the walls glowing faintly with ambient magic. Harry had walked these halls 1,000 times, knew every turn and shortcut, but tonight they felt different. Longer. Charged. The throne room doors were already open. A warm light spilled out into the corridor, not the harsh brightness of full illumination, but the softer glow of selective lighting, as if only part of the room was in use. Harry stepped inside. The vast chamber was empty except for 4 figures. Odin, on the throne, Gungnir across his knees. Frigga, standing at the base of the stairs, her face carefully composed. And at the edges of the room, barely visible in the shadows, 2 more figures, Thor and Loki, standing apart from each other, watching. Everyone was here. Everyone important, anyway. This was a family meeting dressed up as a royal audience. Harry, Odin said. His voice echoed in the empty room. Come forward. Harry walked to the center of the chamber and stopped. His heart was hammering, not with fear, exactly, but with the premonition of something large. Something irreversible. The air itself felt heavy with it. You've been growing well, Odin began, and the fact that he started with something that sounded like small talk was, paradoxically, terrifying. Odin never made small talk. Your training progresses. Your magical studies, while explosive, show remarkable potential. You have become a son any father would be proud of. Thank you, father. But I'm guessing you didn't drag me out of bed at midnight to give me a performance review. A ghost of a smile crossed Odin's face. You have your mother's directness. Something about the way he said that, your mother's, sent a chill down Harry's spine. Because Odin wasn't looking at Frigga when he said it. He was looking at Harry's scar. There are things, Odin said slowly, each word placed with the care of a man arranging stones in a dry stack wall, that your mother and I have kept from you. Not out of cruelty. Not out of distrust. But because you were young, and the truth is, heavy. And there are some burdens a child should not carry before they are ready. The room was so quiet Harry could hear the distant roar of the cosmic waterfall at the edge of the realm. You are not Asgardian, Harry. The words hung in the air. Harry heard them. Processed them. And then his brain, with the stubborn resistance of someone who has been told something their subconscious has always known but their conscious mind has been carefully ignoring, rejected them. What? You were born on Midgard, Odin continued. Birth. 11 years ago, in a place called Godric's Hollow. Your birth parents were James and Lily Potter. They were mortals, but not ordinary mortals. They were sorcerers. Wizards, in the language of their kind. Harry's legs felt wrong. Disconnected. Like they belonged to someone else. On the night of your birth, no. Not your birth. You were 15 months old. Odin's grip on Gungnir tightened. A dark sorcerer came to your home. A creature calling himself Voldemort, a wizard so consumed by his pursuit of power and immortality that he had torn his own soul apart and scattered the pieces across your world. He came because of a prophecy. A prophecy that named you as the one with the power to destroy him. Harry was shaking his head. Not deliberately, his body was doing it without permission. He killed your father first. James Potter died defending the staircase. Then your mother. Lily Potter died protecting your crib. But her death was not ordinary. In her final moment, she performed an act of sacrificial magic so powerful that it transcended the natural laws of your world. She gave her life willingly, her love condensing into a shield so absolute that when Voldemort turned his killing curse on you. Odin's voice dropped. It rebounded. The curse struck him instead. And you survived. The scar, Harry whispered. His hand was on his forehead. He hadn't put it there consciously. The scar is a wound from the dark curse, Odin confirmed. And it is more than a wound. When Voldemort's curse rebounded, a fragment of his soul, broken loose by the violence of the act, embedded itself in you. You carry a piece of his darkness, Harry. You have carried it since you were 15 months old. The room tilted. Or maybe Harry tilted. He wasn't sure. Everything felt very far away and very close at the same time, like the world had suddenly developed contradictory distances. I brought you to Asgard because the ambient magic of this realm could contain the dark fragment. Suppress it. Keep it dormant while you grew strong enough to one day overcome it. And because, for the first time, Odin hesitated. The All-Father, who never hesitated, who planned every word with the precision of a military campaign, faltered. Because when I found you in the ruins of your home, you were alone. Your parents were dead. The mortal authorities would have placed you with your mother's sister's family. People who would have made you small, Harry. Who would have taught you to be ashamed of what you are. He looked at Frigga. She was crying. Silently, with the composure of a queen, but tears traced silver lines down her cheeks. I could not allow that, Odin said quietly. The strategic value of bringing you here was clear. The prophecy, the dark fragment, the potential threat to all realms if Voldemort returns and you are unprepared. All of these were factors in my decision. I will not pretend otherwise. His voice softened, genuinely softened, which was such a rare event that Harry almost missed it. But they were not the only factors. And they were not the most important one. What was? Harry's voice cracked on the second word. You smiled at me, Odin said. In the ruins of your home, surrounded by death, with dark magic festering in your blood, you looked up at me and you smiled. And I thought, this child deserves more than what fate has handed him. This child deserves a home. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. He stood in the center of the throne room of Asgard, 11 years old, and felt the foundations of his identity shift beneath his feet like tectonic plates. Everything he'd known, everything he'd been, was suddenly in question. Prince of Asgard? No. Asgardian? No. Son of Odin? Not by blood. Son of Thor? Not even the same species. Who am I? The question hit him like one of Thor's punches, right in the center of the chest. Who am I? He looked at Frigga. His mother. Except she wasn't his mother. Except she'd raised him, taught him, held him when he was sick, sung him to sleep, dried his tears, been the warm center of his world for as long as he could remember. If that didn't make her his mother, then the word didn't mean anything. She was watching him with those deep eyes, tears still falling, and in them, Harry saw terror. Not of him. For him. She was terrified of this moment, had been terrified of it for 11 years. Terrified that the truth would break something between them. That the boy she'd loved as her own would look at her and see a stranger. Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Why now? He asked. Why are you telling me this now? Odin exchanged a glance with Frigga. Some complex, wordless communication passed between them, the kind of thing that couples who'd been together for millennia could do. Because something is stirring on Midgard, Odin said. The dark sorcerer Voldemort was not fully destroyed that night. I told you, he had fractured his soul, hidden the pieces. As long as those fragments exist, he can return. And now. Heimdall has detected movement. Disturbances in the magical currents of your birth world. Something is awakening. Something is searching. Searching for what? For you, Harry. The prophecy still binds you. You are the one with the power to end him, or the one he must destroy to secure his immortality. He will come for you eventually. Whether you are on Midgard or Asgard, he will find a way. And when he does, I need to be ready. You need to be more than ready. You need to understand both sides of what you are. Asgardian training and mortal magic. Seir and the wizarding arts. You need to know your heritage, Harry. All of it. From the shadows at the edge of the room, Thor's voice rang out. Then I will go with him. He stepped forward, all golden confidence, jaw set. If my brother must face this threat, he will not face it alone. You will stay in Asgard, Odin said sharply. Father, this is not a request, Thor. Thor's face contorted. The first crack in his golden boy armor that Harry had ever seen, a flash of raw frustration that bordered on fury. You would send him to face a dark sorcerer alone. He is my brother. And he is my son. By choice, if not by blood. I do not make this decision lightly. Then unmake it. Thor. Odin's voice carried the weight of command. Not anger, something colder. Authority. The voice of a king who was not asking. Thor's fists clenched. His jaw worked. For a terrible, breathless moment, Harry thought his brother was going to do something reckless, challenge the All-Father, refuse to submit, burn the whole conversation down with the sheer force of his conviction. Then Frigga stepped forward and placed her hand on Thor's arm. One touch. That was all it took. Thor looked at her, and whatever he saw in her face, some promise, some reassurance, some mother's magic that had nothing to do with Seir, deflated the rebellion in his chest. I will wait, Thor said through clenched teeth. But not forever. And not patiently. Odin nodded. He knew his eldest son well enough to know that was the best deal he was going to get. Harry looked at Loki. His other brother hadn't moved from the shadows. Hadn't spoken. He stood perfectly still, arms folded, face unreadable. But his eyes, those sharp green eyes that were almost, disconcertingly, the same shade as Harry's, were burning with something Harry couldn't identify. Not anger. Not sadness. Understanding. Deep, painful, bone-level understanding. Loki knew what it felt like to stand in a room and have your identity rewritten. He didn't know that he knew, his own truth was still buried, but somewhere in the deepest, most intuitive part of him, he recognized what Harry was going through. He said nothing. But he held Harry's gaze across the throne room, and in that look was a message clearer than words: you are not alone in this. Whatever else changes, that doesn't. Harry turned back to Odin. When do I leave? He asked. And his voice was steady. He didn't sleep that night. Obviously. He went back to his chambers, closed the door, sat on the edge of his bed, and stared at the wall for approximately 45 minutes. Then he got up, walked to his desk, sat down, and stared at a different wall for another 30 minutes. Then he went to the window, opened it, and stared at the stars. The stars of Asgard weren't like Midgardian stars. They were closer, brighter, more vivid, smeared across the sky in great swirling bands of color that shifted slowly, like an ocean made of light. Harry had looked at these stars every night of his life. They were his stars. His sky. His home. Except it wasn't. Not originally. Originally, his sky had been a dull English overcast, his stars hidden behind clouds and light pollution, his home a village he'd never seen in a world he didn't know. James and Lily Potter. His parents. His real parents. His birth parents. His first parents. He didn't know what to call them. Every label felt wrong, either too much or not enough. They were strangers who had died for him. The most important people in his life, and he hadn't known they existed until an hour ago. He tried to imagine them. Couldn't. They were abstractions, a brave man at the bottom of a staircase, a woman with red hair who turned her death into a shield. Heroes. Ghosts. Parents he'd never have. A knock at his door. Soft, deliberate. Harry didn't need to ask who it was. Come in, Loki. The door opened and Loki slipped through with that boneless grace that made him seem like he was perpetually flowing rather than walking. He was still in his evening clothes, dark green and black, because Loki had an aesthetic and he was committed to it, and his face was still carefully neutral. He didn't say anything. He crossed the room, pulled a chair up next to the window where Harry was sitting, and sat down. Silence. The stars shifted. Somewhere far below the palace, the cosmic waterfall roared its eternal roar. I don't know who I am, Harry said eventually. You're Harry. Harry who, though? Harry Potter. Harry Odinson. Harry the mortal kid who's been pretending to be a god for 11 years. You've never pretended to be a god. You've pretended to be adequate, which is far more convincing and significantly more amusing. Harry almost laughed. Almost. I'm not Asgardian, Loki. No. I've never been Asgardian. Technically, no. Everyone I've ever known, everyone I've ever trained with, eaten with, grown up with, they're all actual gods, and I'm just a human kid from some village in England. Yes. Harry waited for the comfort. The reassurance. The "but you're still one of us" speech. Loki didn't give it. Loki never gave the expected response. That was why Harry trusted him. Does it change anything? Loki asked instead. What? Knowing the truth. Does it change anything that matters? Are you less skilled with a blade than you were this morning? Is your magic less potent? Do Thor and Mother and I mean less to you now than we did before Father opened his mouth? Of course not. Then perhaps you're asking the wrong question. The question isn't, who am I? You know who you are. You're the same person you were 6 hours ago, stubborn, reckless, annoyingly talented, and addicted to nearly losing fights. The corner of Loki's mouth twitched. The real question is, what are you going to do now that you know where you came from? Harry stared at him. Then he leaned back in his chair and let out a long, slow breath. I'm going to go to Midgard, he said. I'm going to learn about my parents and their world. I'm going to figure out what this prophecy means. And if this Voldemort comes back, when he comes back, I'm going to make him wish he'd stayed dead. Loki studied his brother's face. The green eyes. The scar. The jaw set with a determination that Loki had seen before, not in Harry, but in Odin. The Allfather's adopted son had picked up the Allfather's stubbornness, and Loki wasn't sure if that was nature, nurture, or cosmic irony. Then you'll need every advantage you can get, Loki said. Which is why, starting tomorrow, I'm going to teach you things that Mother is too principled to teach you and Father is too proud to acknowledge exist. Like what? Like how to win fights that aren't fair. How to use illusions in combat. How to manipulate perception, misdirect attention, exploit expectations. Loki's eyes glinted. You're going to a world that doesn't know you, Harry. They'll underestimate you because of your size, your age, your mortal blood. Let them. Make it their mistake. Harry looked at his brother, this complicated, brilliant, shadow-wrapped brother who understood him in ways that Thor, for all his love, never quite could. Thank you, Loki. Don't thank me. Just don't die. I've grown accustomed to having someone intelligent to talk to at dinner. What about Thor? I said intelligent. This time, Harry actually did laugh. The next 2 days were a blur. Frigga sat Harry down and told him everything she knew about Midgardian magical society. The statute of secrecy that kept the magical world hidden from ordinary mortals. The Ministry of Magic that governed Wizarding Britain. The school, Hogwarts, where young witches and wizards learned to control their abilities. She told him about wands and broomsticks and magical creatures and 1,000 other things that sounded frankly absurd to someone raised in a realm where magic was as natural as breathing. They use sticks. Harry said incredulously. They channel their magic through sticks. Wands, Frigga corrected gently. And don't be dismissive. The wand tradition evolved separately from Seir, but it's remarkably sophisticated in its own way. The wand acts as a focusing tool, it takes the raw magical energy of the caster and channels it through specific movements and incantations to produce precise effects. But I've been doing magic without a wand my whole life. You've been doing Seir without a wand. And you've been doing accidental mortal magic without a wand. But the structured spellwork of the wizarding tradition requires a focus point, at least initially. You'll need a wand, Harry. This is going to be like learning to write with my non-dominant hand, isn't it? Frigga's expression suggested that it was going to be significantly worse than that. Loki, true to his word, pulled Harry aside for intensive lessons in what he called practical deception. This turned out to involve a crash course in illusion magic, misdirection techniques, and a frankly alarming number of ways to cheat in a fight without anyone noticing. The first rule of combat against an unknown opponent, Loki said, conjuring a duplicate of himself with a casual wave of his hand, is to never let them see what you can actually do. Hold back. Always hold back. Let them think they know your limits, and then exceed them at the moment of maximum disadvantage for your enemy. That's kind of manipulative. Manipulation is just strategy with better marketing. That's definitely something a villain would say. No, that's something a survivor would say. Villains monologue about their plans. Survivors keep their mouths shut and win. Thor's contribution was less strategic and more emotional. He ambushed Harry in the training arena on the second morning, armed with 2 practice swords and an expression of barely contained intensity. Spar with me, Thor said. Thor, I know you're leaving. I know Father won't let me come. So spar with me now, while I can still watch your back, and let me remind you what an Odinson fight's like." They sparred for 3 hours. It was the best session they'd ever had, not because Harry won, he never did, but because Thor fought differently. Not harder, but more purposefully. Every exchange was a lesson. Every opening Thor left was deliberate. Every counter he demonstrated was followed by a pause just long enough for Harry to memorize the technique. Thor was teaching him. Not with words, words had never been Thor's strongest tool, but with his body, his blade, his warrior's instinct honed over 12 centuries of combat. He was pouring everything he knew into Harry through the language they shared most fluently, the clash of steel and the rhythm of battle. At the end, both brothers stood in the center of the arena, breathing hard, covered in sweat and sand, and Thor gripped Harry's shoulder with a hand like a bear trap. "You will face enemies on Midgard," Thor said. "Enemies who will try to make you feel small. Weak. Less than what you are." His blue eyes burned. "Remember this. Remember standing here. Remember that you trained with gods and earned your place among them. You are Harry Odinson, and no one on that tiny planet has any idea what's coming for them." Harry's throat was tight. He didn't trust himself to speak. So he just nodded, once, and gripped Thor's forearm in the warrior's clasp that they'd shared since Harry was barely tall enough to reach. Thor pulled him into a hug that nearly cracked his ribs. The morning of departure arrived the way momentous mornings always do, too fast and too slow at the same time. Harry stood at the foot of the Bifrost, a leather satchel over his shoulder containing a change of clothes, a few personal items, and a small leather-bound journal that Frigga had pressed into his hands at the last moment. The journal, she'd whispered, contained notes, things she'd been compiling for years. Information about Midgardian magic, about Harry's parents, about the world he was going to. She'd been preparing for this day since the moment Odin had placed a baby in her arms. 11 years of preparation, condensed into a book. The whole family was there. Thor, in his full armor because Thor never did anything by half measures, stood with his arms crossed and his jaw set in that way that meant he was actively preventing himself from saying something he'd regret. Loki stood slightly apart, hands in his pockets, expression inscrutable. Frigga stood closest to Harry, her hand on his shoulder, her composure immaculate but her eyes suspiciously bright. And Odin. On the bridge, Gungnir in hand, looking out at the void. "Heimdall will deposit you in London," Odin said without turning. "In the magical district. Diagon Alley. From there, you will make contact with the headmaster of Hogwarts, a wizard named Albus Dumbledore. He has been searching for you since you disappeared from Midgard. He will want answers. Be cautious about what you share." What should I tell him? As much of the truth as is useful. As little of the truth as is safe. So, be Loki. From behind him, Loki's voice, "I've never been so proud." Odin finally turned. His single eye found Harry's face, and something moved in its depths, something vast and old and complicated. "You are my son, Harry. By choice, by bond, by every measure that matters. Blood is a detail. Love is the substance. Remember that when Midgard tries to tell you who you should be." "I will, father." The hug was unexpected. Odin didn't do hugs. Odin did firm handshakes and meaningful nods and, on very rare occasions, a hand on the shoulder that communicated more than most people's wedding vows. But today he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Harry and held him the way he had held a screaming infant in the ruins of Godric's Hollow 11 years ago. Tightly. Like he was afraid to let go. Then it was Frigga's turn, and Frigga's hug lasted longer and was accompanied by whispered words in Harry's ear, "Be brave, be smart, and come home to me," that Harry would hear in his memory every night for the rest of his time on Midgard. Then Thor, whose hug was less a hug and more a structural integrity test. Then Loki, who didn't hug. He extended his hand, and when Harry clasped it, he felt something cold and smooth pressed against his palm. He looked down. A small green crystal, carved with runes. Communication stone, Loki said. Touch it and speak my name. I'll hear you. And if I touch it and speak Sif's name? Loki's smirk was razor sharp. It'll work for her too. You're welcome. Harry's chest ached. He pocketed the stone and turned toward the Bifrost. Heimdall stood at the control point, hands on the great sword that activated the bridge. His golden eyes met Harry's, and something passed between them, a recognition, maybe. Heimdall had been the first to see Harry, 11 years ago. He'd watched the boy grow. He'd seen every training session, every explosion of accidental magic, every moment of joy and frustration and triumph. Are you ready, young prince? Heimdall asked. Harry looked back at his family one last time. Thor, golden, proud, barely holding it together. Loki, dark, sharp, inscrutable. Frigga, warm, wise, radiant with restrained tears. Odin, ancient, powerful, watching with his single eye that saw everything and showed nothing. His family. Not by blood. Not by species. Not by any biological logic in the universe. His family because they had chosen to be. Because a king had picked up a screaming baby and a queen had held him and two princes had claimed him and a realm had shaped him. He turned back to Heimdall. Yeah, Harry said. I'm ready. Heimdall plunged his sword into the mechanism. The Bifrost roared to life, a hurricane of light and sound and cosmic energy, the rainbow bridge blazing with every color that existed and several that didn't, the energy building to a crescendo that shook the very foundations of the observatory. Harry stepped into the light. And the boy between worlds fell toward Midgard like a star. He landed in London on a Tuesday. The Bifrost deposited him in a narrow, grimy alley between what appeared to be a pub and a bookshop, which was considerably less glamorous than his departure point but, Harry reflected, probably by design. Heimdall had aimed for discretion, and a rainbow column of light touching down in the middle of Piccadilly Circus would have been somewhat conspicuous. Harry straightened up, adjusted his satchel, and took his first breath of Midgardian air. It was, a lot. After 11 years in Asgard, where the air tasted like pure magic and the ambient energy hummed in your bones, Earth's atmosphere felt flat. Dense and heavy and strangely devoid of the background magical frequency he'd grown up with. Like going from a symphony to a single note. His skin felt odd, dull, somehow, as if someone had turned down the sensitivity. But underneath the flatness, something else. A current. Faint, chaotic, nothing like Asgard's structured magical field, but there. Magic. Wild, untamed, hidden in the cracks and corners of the mortal world. Harry could feel it the way you could feel a draft under a closed door. This was his birth world. His first world. And it was pulsing with a magic that recognized him. He stepped out of the alley and into the street. London was, overwhelming. That was the kindest word for it. The noise alone would have been enough, cars and voices and construction and music and 1,000 other sounds layered on top of each other in a wall of audio chaos. The smells were worse, exhaust fumes and food and garbage and perfume and rain-soaked concrete. And the people. People everywhere, flowing along the sidewalks in dense rivers, each one locked in their own private bubble of attention, staring at small glowing rectangles in their hands or plugged into devices in their ears. Mortals. His people. His species, technically. They looked so fragile. Harry shook off the thought. It was uncharitable and also slightly hypocritical, given that he was significantly more fragile than anyone in his family, and consulted the instructions Frigga had written in the journal. Diagon Alley was accessed through a pub called the Leaky Cauldron, which was hidden in plain sight on a stretch of Charing Cross Road. Mortals without magic walked right past it without seeing it, their eyes sliding over the entrance the way Asgardians' eyes slid over Odin's concealment charms. Harry found it in 20 minutes. From the outside, the Leaky Cauldron looked like a gap between buildings, a dingy, forgettable storefront that your gaze naturally skipped over. But Harry's eyes didn't skip. He saw the door, the sign, the faint shimmer of the notice-me-not charm that kept the non-magical world from noticing the entrance to a hidden civilization. He pushed the door open and walked in. The interior was dark and smoky and smelled like old beer and wood polish. A handful of patrons sat at scattered tables, hunched over drinks and conversations. A bartender, bald, stooped, missing most of his teeth, stood behind the bar polishing glasses with a rag that looked like it needed its own bath. Everyone looked up when Harry entered. Not because they recognized him. They couldn't, he'd been gone for 11 years, and the last photo of Harry Potter in wizarding circulation was of a 1-year-old baby. They looked up because Harry walked in like a soldier entering enemy territory, back straight, eyes scanning, posture balanced, weight distributed for rapid movement in any direction. The leather training gear he wore was subtly wrong for Earth, too well made, too oddly cut, with faint runic stitching along the seams that caught the light if you looked at it right. He looked like trouble, basically. Well-dressed, extremely confident trouble that was about 11 years old and had the build of someone who spent every morning getting hit with swords. "Afternoon," the bartender said cautiously. "What can I get you, young man?" "I'm looking for Diagon Alley," Harry said. "Through the back. You'll need a wand to open the, I'll manage." Harry walked through the pub, feeling every eye on him, and pushed through the back door into a small courtyard containing nothing but a brick wall and a trash can. Frigga's journal said to tap specific bricks in a specific pattern. Normally, you'd use a wand. Harry didn't have a wand. He placed his palm flat against the wall and pushed. Not physically. Magically. He reached into the thin, wild magical current that threaded through this place, grabbed a handful of it, and shoved it into the bricks with a pulse of focused intent. The wall shuddered. Then it split apart, bricks folding over themselves, rearranging, opening like a stone flower, and Diagon Alley stretched out before him. Color. Sound. Life. Witches and wizards in robes of every hue flowed along a cobblestone street lined with the most absurd, wonderful, impossible shops Harry had ever seen. A shop selling cauldrons in 19 different sizes. An apothecary with jars of ingredients in the window that made Harry's stomach turn. A broomstick store with the latest racing model displayed on velvet. An owl emporium. A joke shop. A bookstore. An ice cream parlor. Magic, everywhere. Not the structured, ambient field of Asgard, but a chaotic, joyful, human magic, messy and creative and bursting with personality. Signs animated themselves. Products demonstrated themselves in shop windows. A stack of books chased a small boy down the street while his mother shouted apologies. Harry stood in the entrance to Diagon Alley, a boy from another world wearing clothes from another realm with a scar from a curse that had killed his parents and a heart full of emotions he couldn't name, and he thought, this is where I came from. This is who I was supposed to be. This is, excuse me, young man. A voice from behind him. Harry turned. An old man stood in the courtyard entrance. Very old. Tall, thin, with a silver beard so long it was tucked into his belt and half-moon spectacles perched on a long, crooked nose. He wore robes of deep purple, embroidered with silver stars that appeared to be slowly rotating, and his eyes, blue, piercing, alive with a sharp intelligence that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Odin, were fixed on Harry's forehead. On the scar. "My name," the old man said, and his voice was steady but something trembled beneath it, "is Albus Dumbledore. And unless I am very much mistaken, which I confess happens more rarely than I would like, you are Harry Potter." The old man's eyes were bright. Not just with intelligence, with something that looked an awful lot like the first flicker of tears in a very, very long time. "I have been looking for you," Dumbledore said, "for 11 years. Harry met those piercing blue eyes. Green and blue. Mortal wizard and ancient sorcerer. The boy who was raised by gods and the man who had spent a decade searching the wrong world. "You found me," Harry said. And smiled. Chapter 2, Blood of Midgard, Heart of Asgard. Chapter 2, Blood of Midgard, Part of Asgard. Dumbledore didn't take him to Hogwarts right away. Which was probably smart, because Harry was standing in the courtyard behind a dingy London pub wearing Asgardian training leathers with runic stitching, radiating enough barely contained magical energy to make every ward within a 3-block radius hum like a tuning fork, and looking at the most famous wizard in Britain with the calm, appraising expression of someone who'd been raised in a court full of gods and had learned to read people the way most kids learn to read books. Dumbledore suggested tea. Harry, who had been raised by Frigga and therefore understood that tea was a universal code for, we need to have a conversation that neither of us is going to enjoy, agreed. They ended up in a private room above the leaky cauldron, a cramped, wood-paneled space with a single window overlooking Charing Cross Road and furniture that looked like it had been having a rough century. Dumbledore ordered tea and biscuits from the bartender, Tom, apparently, who kept shooting furtive, wide-eyed glances at Harry's scar before scurrying away. "He recognizes you," Dumbledore said, settling into a chair that creaked ominously under even his modest weight. "Or rather, he recognizes the scar. The story of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, is rather well known in our world." The boy who lived. Harry turned the phrase over in his mouth like a food he wasn't sure about. Catchy. Bit dramatic. Our world does have a flair for the dramatic. Dumbledore folded his hands on the table and regarded Harry over his half-moon spectacles. The twinkle in his eyes was still there, but underneath it, underneath the genial grandfather act that Harry could see through like glass because he'd grown up watching Odin play the same game, there was a mind working at extraordinary speed. Calculating. Assessing. Filing away every detail of Harry's appearance, his body language, his accent, his poise. Harry knew he was being evaluated. He'd been evaluated by the All-Father of Asgard. Dumbledore was going to have to try harder. "So," Dumbledore said. "Where have you been, Harry?" "Straight to it, then." Harry respected that. He took a sip of tea. It was terrible, watery and oversteeped, a crime against the concept of hot beverages that would have made Frigga weep, and set the cup down. "I was raised by Odin Borson," Harry said. "King of Asgard. Ruler of the 9 realms. He found me in the ruins of my parents' home on the night they died and took me to his realm." Silence. To his CR, Dumbledore didn't choke on his tea. He didn't splutter or gasp or do any of the things that a normal person might have done upon being told that the missing child they'd spent a decade searching for had been raised by a literal Norse god in a literal other dimension. He simply sat very still for a very long moment, those blue eyes boring into Harry's with an intensity that would have been uncomfortable if Harry hadn't spent his entire life being stared at by beings significantly more intimidating than an elderly wizard. "Odin," Dumbledore repeated carefully. "As in, the Odin. The All-Father. You know about Asgard?" "I know that the Norse mythological tradition is based on real beings who visited Earth millennia ago. I know that the 9 realms are connected by a cosmic structure called Yggdrasil. I know that the Asgardians are not gods in the theological sense, but beings of such extraordinary power and longevity that the distinction is largely academic." Dumbledore paused. "I did not know that any of them had taken a personal interest in a wizarding child." "It wasn't personal interest. Not at first." Harry decided to follow Odin's advice, as much truth as was useful, as little as was safe. "The magical shockwave from my mother's sacrifice and Voldemort's rebounded curse was strong enough to disturb the Bifrost, the bridge between realms. Heimdall, Asgard's watchman, detected it and alerted Odin. When Odin investigated and found me, he saw a child with significant magical potential, a piece of dark soul embedded in his scar, and no one fit to raise him. He made a decision." Dumbledore's expression did several things in rapid succession. Harry watched them all, the flicker of surprise at the casual mention of the Horcrux, so Dumbledore hadn't been certain about that, interesting, the flash of something that might have been guilt at, no one fit to raise him, so he'd known about the Dursleys, very interesting, and the settling of features into something careful and neutral that told Harry the old wizard was recalibrating his entire understanding of the situation in real time. "The piece of dark soul," Dumbledore said slowly. "You know about that." I've known for 2 days. Odin told me when he explained where I came from. He says Asgard's ambient magic has been suppressing it, keeping it dormant. Is that consistent with what you know? The question was deliberate. Harry wanted to see how much Dumbledore actually knew versus how much he'd been theorizing. Loki had taught him that, ask questions you already know the answer to, and watch what the other person reveals in their response. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, cleaned them slowly with a corner of his robe, and replaced them. A stalling tactic. I had suspected, he said carefully, that the curse left more than a scar. The nature of Voldemort's magic, his obsession with immortality, his willingness to fracture his own soul, suggested that the violent magical backlash might have transferred something to you. But I had no way to confirm this without examining you, and you were unavailable for examination. For 11 years. For 11 years. Dumbledore met his eyes again. Harry, I must be honest with you. When you disappeared from your aunt and uncle's home, from the Dursleys, where I had placed protective wards, I feared the worst. I spent years searching. Every tracking spell, every divination technique, every resource at my disposal. You had simply vanished. As if you had been removed from the earth entirely. I had been. Literally. Yes. I see that now. The faintest ghost of a wry smile. It did not occur to me to extend my search to other dimensions. An oversight I will endeavor not to repeat. Harry found himself liking this old man, despite his better judgment. There was a warmth to Dumbledore that was hard to fake, a genuine concern underneath the calculation, a real person behind the chess player. He reminded Harry of Odin, if Odin had better social skills and worse fashion sense. But Harry also recognized what Dumbledore was. A leader. A strategist. A man who moved pieces on a board that spanned nations and generations. Odin had warned him, Dumbledore would want to use Harry the way kings used weapons, with care, with purpose, and without asking the weapon's opinion. Harry had no intention of being anyone's weapon. You placed me with the Dursleys, Harry said, and he kept his voice neutral because this was not a conversation he wanted to have with emotion. Deliberately. You knew what they were like. Dumbledore's face tightened. Just slightly, the barest contraction of muscles around the eyes, but Harry caught it. I knew they were not ideal guardians, Dumbledore said quietly. Your mother's sacrifice created a blood protection, an ancient magic that could be maintained as long as you lived with someone who shared Lily's blood. Petunia Dursley was Lily's sister. The protection required, you chose strategic advantage over the well-being of a child. The words landed like a slap. Harry hadn't raised his voice. He hadn't needed to. The statement was delivered with the flat, devastating precision of someone who'd listened to Odin pass judgment for a decade and understood that the most cutting truth was the one spoken calmly. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Yes, he said finally. I did. And I have carried the weight of that decision every day since. The blood wards would have protected you from Voldemort's followers, from direct magical assault, from everything except the people inside the house. Another silence. Longer this time. You have every right to be angry with me, Harry. I'm not angry. And he wasn't, which surprised him. He'd expected rage, the hot, consuming fury that he felt when someone did something unjust. But looking at this old man, sitting in this cramped room above a pub, with guilt written in the lines of his face and regret pooling in those bright blue eyes, Harry couldn't find anger. Only a kind of sad clarity. I'm not angry, he repeated. Because it didn't happen. Odin got there first. I was raised in Asgard, by people who loved me, in a place where I was safe. The Dursleys are a hypothetical nightmare that I was spared. But I want you to understand something, Professor Dumbledore. Harry leaned forward. I am not a chess piece. I am not a weapon. I am not a symbol or a prophecy or a political tool. I am a person. And if we're going to work together, which I think we both know we need to, it will be as equals, or not at all. Dumbledore stared at him. And then, slowly, genuinely, with the kind of smile that transforms an entire face, he smiled. "You are very much your mother's son," Dumbledore said. Lily had the same gift for taking a person's carefully constructed rationalization and dismantling it with a single sentence. His eyes glistened. "She would have been so proud of you, Harry. So very proud." Something cracked in Harry's chest. A small fissure in the wall he'd been building since Odin's revelation. His mother, his birth mother, the woman who died to save him. A stranger who was also the reason he existed. Hearing that she would have been proud of him, from someone who'd actually known her. Harry swallowed hard. Blinked. Looked away. "Tell me about them," he said. "My parents. Please." And Dumbledore did. James Potter had been a troublemaker. Not the mean kind, not a bully, not cruel, though he'd had his moments of arrogance that he'd eventually outgrown. No, James Potter had been the kind of troublemaker who was so genuinely likable, so effortlessly charismatic, so absurdly talented, that authority figures found themselves torn between wanting to throttle him and wanting to laugh. He'd been captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, a sport played on broomsticks, Dumbledore explained, and Harry filed this under things that sound absolutely insane but are apparently normal here, and the ringleader of a group of friends who called themselves the Marauders and spent 7 years at Hogwarts testing the absolute limits of the school's disciplinary system. He sounds like Thor, Harry said, and meant it as one of the highest compliments he could give. Lily Evans, later Lily Potter, had been different. Brilliant in the way that made teachers rethink their lesson plans. Fierce in the way that made bullies reconsider their life choices. Kind in the way that made everyone, even people who disagreed with her, feel seen and valued. She'd been born to non-magical parents, Muggle-born, Dumbledore said, using a term Harry committed to memory, and had entered the wizarding world as an outsider, without connections or inherited status, and had proceeded to outperform, outshine, and outlast pretty much everyone she met through sheer force of talent and determination. "She sounds like Mother," Harry said, and meant Frigga. Dumbledore didn't miss the distinction, but he didn't comment on it either. Smart man. They'd fallen in love at Hogwarts. Not immediately, Lily had, by most accounts, found James somewhere between exasperating and intolerable for the first 5 years of their acquaintance. But James had grown up, shed his arrogance, kept his courage, and somewhere in their 7th year, something clicked. By the time they graduated, they were inseparable. They married young, joined the fight against Voldemort's rising darkness, and had a son. Harry. They went into hiding when a prophecy was revealed, Dumbledore said. His voice had gone careful again. A prophecy that spoke of a child born at the end of July who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Voldemort learned of this prophecy and chose to interpret it as referring to your family. He came for you on October 31st. And a piece of his soul ended up in me. Yes. Although I believe the full extent of Voldemort's soul manipulation goes beyond that single fragment. He created multiple repositories. Objects in which he hid pieces of his soul to anchor himself to life. Horcruxes, they're called. As long as even one exists, he cannot truly die. Harry sat back. His mind was racing, processing, categorizing, building a tactical picture from the pieces Dumbledore was giving him. This was familiar territory. Odin's war councils had taught him to think strategically, to identify objectives and obstacles, to map out the battlefield before committing to action. How many? Harry asked. I believe 7. Including the one in your scar. 7. Harry's stomach turned, but he kept his face neutral. 7 fragments of a monster's soul, scattered across the world, each one an anchor preventing death. It was obscene. The sheer violation of natural law, the arrogance of it, the wrongness, made something deep in Harry's chest recoil. And you've been looking for them? For years. I have identified 2 with reasonable certainty and destroyed 1, a diary that Voldemort kept during his school years, imbued with a portion of his soul. The others remain hidden. Do you know what they are? I have theories. But theories are insufficient when the stakes are this high. Dumbledore studied Harry. This is why your return is so significant, Harry. The prophecy, however one feels about the reliability of prophecy, marks you as the one with the power to defeat Voldemort. And with the fragment of his soul inside you, you have a connection to him that no one else possesses. A connection that could, potentially, be used to locate the remaining Horcruxes. There it was. The chess move. The real reason Dumbledore was so glad to see Harry, not just as a lost child returned, but as a tool in a war that had been stalled for a decade. Harry recognized the play because he'd watched Odin make similar ones 100 times. Use the available resources. Leverage every advantage. Win the war, even if individual pieces suffer. The difference was that Harry had made Odin promise, years ago, in a conversation about military strategy that had turned unexpectedly personal, that Odin would always tell Harry when he was being used. Not because Odin would stop doing it. But because Harry deserved to know. Dumbledore hadn't made that promise. But Harry was going to hold him to the same standard anyway. I'll help you find the Horcruxes, Harry said. And I'll face Voldemort when the time comes. Not because of the prophecy, I don't put much stock in prophecies. My father has seen too many of them manipulated and misinterpreted. He caught himself, then deliberately didn't correct it. Odin was his father. But because innocent people are in danger, and I have the ability to help. That's enough reason. That is more than enough reason, Dumbledore agreed softly. But I need to understand this world first. My magic, the Wizarding Society, all of it. I need to learn what I missed. Which is why I believe you should attend Hogwarts. Harry had been expecting this. Frigga's journal had detailed the school extensively, a castle in the Scottish Highlands, one of the oldest magical institutions in the world, 7 years of comprehensive magical education covering everything from charms and transfiguration to potions and defense against dark magic. I'm 11, Harry said. First year. Typically, yes. Though I suspect your situation is anything but typical. You have no idea. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I suspect I have some idea. After all, I've just learned that a child I spent a decade searching for was being raised in a literal godly realm by the Norse king of mythology. My capacity for surprise has been somewhat recalibrated. Harry almost grinned. Almost. There's a condition, Harry added. Only one. I need to be able to go back to Asgard. Not permanently, I'll commit to Hogwarts, I'll learn what I need to learn. But Asgard is my home. My family is there. I need to maintain contact, and I need the ability to return if they need me. That seems entirely reasonable. And I won't hide what I am. I'm not going to pretend to be a normal wizarding student. I can't even use a wand yet, my magic doesn't work the way yours does. People are going to notice. Dumbledore considered this. The wizarding world has been waiting for Harry Potter for 11 years, he said carefully. They have built you into a legend, the infant who defeated the darkest wizard of the age. When you arrive, you will face expectations that no 11-year-old should have to carry. I've been carrying the expectations of an Asgardian prince since I was 6. I think I can handle some wizard gossip. I don't doubt it. But wizard gossip has a way of becoming wizard politics, and wizard politics has a way of becoming wizard warfare. The Ministry of Magic will want to control you. Certain powerful families will want to recruit you. The press will want to define you. And Voldemort's remaining followers, those who escaped justice after his fall, will want you dead. Sounds like a Tuesday in Asgard, honestly. Dumbledore stared at him for a beat, then let out a genuine laugh, warm, surprised, the kind of laugh that shaved 20 years off his ancient face. You are going to be the most interesting student Hogwarts has seen in a very long time, Harry Potter. Odinson. I beg your pardon. Harry Odinson. That's my name. Potter is my birth name, and I'm not ashamed of it, I'm proud of what my parents did. But I was raised as an Odinson, and that's what I am. Dumbledore processed this with his characteristic calm. Harry Odinson, then. Welcome to the wizarding world. He extended his hand across the table. Harry shook it. And somewhere in the back of his mind, in the place where strategy and instinct overlapped, he thought, this man is going to be useful. And dangerous. And complicated. And probably, eventually, something close to a friend. Just like Odin. The rest of the day was devoted to what Dumbledore cheerfully called acclamation, and what Harry privately called the most overwhelming shopping trip in the history of sentient beings. Diagon Alley was chaos. Wonderful, ridiculous, incomprehensible chaos. Every shop was a new assault on Harry's senses. The apothecary smelled like a combination of a chemistry lab and a swamp, and the proprietor, a hunched, enthusiastic woman with flyaway hair and perpetually stained fingers, spent 20 minutes explaining the properties of powdered unicorn horn with the passionate intensity of someone discussing the meaning of life. The cauldron shop was staffed by a man who treated the question, which cauldron should a first year buy, with the gravity of a defense counsel discussing wartime strategy. Flourish and Blots, the bookshop, was a labyrinth of towering shelves where books occasionally migrated to different sections on their own, and one entire corner was roped off because the Monster Book of Monsters display had turned violent again. Harry absorbed it all with the wide-eyed intensity of a soldier mapping unfamiliar terrain, which was essentially what he was doing. Every observation was filed away. Every interaction was data. He noted the way the shopkeepers talked, the specific jargon, the social cues, the subtle class dynamics that revealed themselves in the difference between how they treated well-dressed customers versus shabby ones. He noted the architecture, old, layered, built over centuries with the kind of organic messiness that came from a community that added rooms and floors the way normal people added furniture. He noted the magic, everywhere, casual, integrated into daily life in a way that was so different from Asgard's structured, deliberate approach that it made his head spin. In Asgard, magic was a tool. Precise, controlled, wielded with intention. Here, magic was an atmosphere. It was in the walls and the cobblestones and the air itself. It was leaking out of shop windows and seeping through floorboards and trailing behind people like invisible cloaks. The wizarding world didn't use magic, it lived in it. Breathed it. The distinction was so fundamental that Harry felt like he was learning a new language just by walking down the street. Dumbledore walked beside him, pointed out landmarks, introduced him to shopkeepers, and generally acted as a combination tour guide and bodyguard. Nobody recognized Harry, the scar was hidden under his fringe, and Dumbledore had suggested a subtle glamour charm that blurred Harry's features just enough to prevent identification. "We'll reveal your presence on our terms," Dumbledore had said, and Harry had agreed because he understood the tactical value of controlling information flow. The wand shop was last. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and smelled like wood shavings and something electrical. The shop front was unremarkable, a single wand on a faded purple cushion in the window, the paint peeling, the signs so old the letters were barely legible. But the moment Harry stepped through the door, he felt it. Magic. Dense, layered, old. Not the ambient background magic of Diagon Alley, something concentrated. Something intentional. The air inside Ollivander's was thick with it, pressing against Harry's senses like a physical weight. Thousands of wands, each one a unique magical artifact, each one radiating its own distinct signature, all of them combining into a harmonic hum that Harry could feel in his teeth. "Ah," said a voice from the shadows. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you." An old man emerged from between the shelves. Thin, silver-haired, with wide pale eyes that had a slightly unsettling quality, as if they were looking at something behind the surface of the world. Ollivander. The wand maker. He looked at Harry. Not at the scar, at Harry. At the whole of him. And his expression was, fascinated. The way a scientist might look at a specimen that defied classification. Harry Potter, Ollivander said softly. It seems only yesterday your mother and father were in here, buying their first wands. Lily Potter, Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Excellent for charms work. James Potter, Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A powerful wand for transfiguration. His pale eyes drifted to Harry's forehead. And the wand that gave you that scar, you, 13½ inches. I sold that wand. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one. Odinson, Harry corrected. Harry Odinson. Ollivander's eyebrows rose slightly, but he didn't question it. Instead, he produced a tape measure from his pocket that began measuring Harry of its own accord, the distance between his shoulder and his fingertips, the circumference of his wrist, the width of his palm. Which is your wand arm? I don't have a wand arm. I've never used a wand. The tape measure paused mid-measurement. Ollivander stared. Never. I was raised, abroad. My magical education has been in a different tradition. Ollivander's eyes went, if possible, even wider. How extraordinary. How perfectly extraordinary. Well then, let's see what finds you. What followed was one of the most bizarre experiences of Harry's life, which was saying something because his life included regular dinners with Norse gods and a childhood spent dodging his brother's lightning bolts. Ollivander pulled boxes from the shelves, dozens of them, then hundreds, and presented wands to Harry with the ceremony and precision of a sommelier selecting wine. Each time, Harry took the wand, held it, and nothing happened. Or rather, the wrong things happened. The first wand shot sparks that set fire to a stack of boxes. The second produced a sound like a cat being stepped on. The third turned Ollivander's measuring tape into a snake, which Harry had to catch before it escaped under the shelves. Tricky customer, Ollivander muttered, but he didn't look discouraged. He looked delighted. Very tricky indeed. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Odinson, and your magical signature is unlike anything I've encountered. There's a resonance to it that's layered. As if your magic exists on multiple frequencies simultaneously. That's probably the Seir, Harry said. Seir. Ollivander's pale eyes lit up with a scholarly hunger that reminded Harry powerfully of Frigga. Norse magical tradition. Oh, my. Oh, my. That explains the harmonic dissonance. Your core magic is Midgardian, wizarding, but it's been shaped by exposure to a completely different magical framework. You've been casting Seir with a wizard's soul. No wonder the wands are confused. He disappeared into the back of the shop. Harry heard crashes, muttering, and at one point what sounded like a brief argument with a piece of furniture. When Ollivander emerged, he was carrying a single box, and his hands were trembling. Not with weakness. With excitement. I wonder, he said, almost to himself, I wonder. He opened the box and placed the wand on the counter. It was beautiful. Not in the ornate, decorative way of some of the wands Harry had tried, this beauty was simpler, more fundamental. The wood was dark, almost black, with a grain that seemed to shift and flow like water in moonlight. It was 11 inches long, perfectly balanced, slightly flexible. And it was warm. Harry could feel the heat of it from 6 inches away, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Holly, Ollivander whispered. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. Harry reached for the wand. The moment his fingers closed around it, the world changed. Not dramatically, no explosions, no fireworks, no dramatic light shows. Just a shift. A settling. Like a key sliding into a lock, or a missing puzzle piece clicking into place. The wand's magic reached out to Harry's magic and they recognized each other, two halves of something that had been waiting to be whole. Warmth flooded up his arm, through his chest, into the scar on his forehead where it met the dark fragment and, for the first time in Harry's memory, the fragment flinched. The scar tingled. Not painfully. More like a muscle relaxing after years of tension. Harry raised the wand. A stream of green and gold sparks erupted from the tip, not the wild, uncontrolled bursts of the previous attempts, but a controlled, elegant cascade of light that spiraled through the dusty air of the shop like living fireworks. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. "Yes, yes, very good. Very good. But I must tell you, Mr. Odinson, it is curious. Very curious." "What's curious?" "The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. And that feather is in the wand that gave you your scar." The shop went very quiet. "Brother wands," Ollivander said. "Twins. Connected by the same magical source. The wand that chose you is the brother of Voldemort's wand." His pale eyes met Harry's. "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Odinson. After all, he who must not be named did great things." "Terrible, yes. But great." Harry looked at the wand in his hand. His wand. Twin to the weapon that had murdered his parents. "I'm not interested in great things," Harry said. "I'm interested in right things." Ollivander smiled. It was a thin smile, enigmatic, but there was warmth in it. "That, young man, is perhaps the greatest thing of all." That night, alone in the room above the leaky cauldron that Dumbledore had arranged for him, Harry sat on the bed with his new wand in one hand and Loki's communication stone in the other. He touched the stone. "Loki." A pause. Then a shimmer of green light, and Loki's voice, clear despite the dimensional distance, "Brother. You're still alive. I'm mildly impressed. Your faith in me is overwhelming. How is Midgard?" "Loud. Dirty. Confusing. The food is questionable and everyone stares at my scar like it's a museum exhibit." Harry paused. "I love it." A surprised silence from the other end. Then, "Truly. It's alive, Loki. In a way that Asgard isn't. Asgard is beautiful and perfect and eternal, and that's incredible, but it's also kind of static. This place changes every 5 minutes. Everything is messy and chaotic and imperfect, and the people are mortal and fragile and they know they're going to die and they just keep going anyway. It's terrifying and amazing and I can see why Father was fascinated by it. You sound like Thor giving a speech about the virtues of battle. Except with more adjectives and less flexing." Harry laughed. God, he missed Loki already. 2 days apart and there was a Loki-shaped hole in his daily life that no amount of magical shopping could fill. "I met Dumbledore," Harry said. "The wizard who runs the school." "And? What's your assessment?" "Always the strategist. Smart. Genuinely smart, not just well-read. He's been searching for me for 11 years, and when I told him where I'd been, he processed it in about 3 seconds and moved on to strategic implications. He's also carrying guilt like it's a second skeleton. I think he knows he failed me before Father got there, and it's eating him. Guilt can be useful. Guilty people are motivated. You sound like Father. That's the kindest thing you've ever said to me." It really wasn't. Another pause. Then Loki's voice shifted, dropped the wit, the arch delivery, the shield of cleverness that he wore like armor. "Are you all right, Harry? Honestly." Harry looked at the wand in his hand. At the room around him, shabby, small, smelling of old wood and spilled beer. A world away from his chambers in Asgard. "I don't know," he admitted. "I feel like I'm standing in 2 places at once. Like there's an Asgardian version of me and a Midgardian version of me, and they're both real, and they don't quite fit together yet. Give it time. You've had 2 days to process a revelation that reshapes your entire identity. That's not enough time to process a change of breakfast cereal, let alone a change of species." "I didn't change species. You know what I mean." "Yeah." Harry closed his eyes. "Yeah, I do. Harry. The two versions of you. The Asgardian and the Midgardian. Loki's voice was careful now, precise, choosing words with the same deliberation that Odin used but somehow making it feel less like a pronouncement and more like a gift. They don't need to fit together. They don't need to merge. You're not a puzzle with a missing piece, you're a person with a larger picture than you previously understood. Both versions are you. You don't have to choose. Harry's throat tightened. How do you know that? Because I don't fit either, brother. I never have. And I've spent a very long time trying to squeeze myself into a shape that Asgard would accept, and it's never worked, and the day I realized that the problem wasn't my shape but Asgard's expectations was the day I started to feel something approaching peace. A pause. Or at least a slightly more comfortable form of chaos. Harry smiled. Small, genuine, the kind of smile that happened when something true resonated in a place deeper than words could reach. Thank you, Loki. Don't mention it. Literally. If Thor finds out I said something emotionally supportive, he'll try to hug me, and I refuse to be subjected to that. Your secret is safe. Good. Now go to sleep. You have a school to terrorize tomorrow. The stone's light faded. Harry set it on the bedside table and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Two versions of himself. The prince and the orphan. The warrior and the student. The son of Odin and the son of James and Lily Potter. Both real. Both him. He didn't have to choose. He fell asleep holding his wand, and for the first time in days, his dreams were quiet. Hogwarts was a castle. Not a metaphorical castle. Not a large building with castle-like features. An actual, literal, full-sized medieval castle complete with towers and turrets and battlements and a lake with a giant squid and a forest full of creatures that would eat you if you looked at them wrong. It sat on a cliff above the Scottish Highlands like it had grown there, organic and massive and radiating magic with such intensity that Harry could feel it from the train. The train. The Hogwarts Express. A scarlet steam locomotive that departed from platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, accessed by running full speed at a brick wall, which Harry had done with the calm confidence of someone who traveled via Rainbow Bridge and found brick walls relatively tame, and wound through the English and Scottish countryside for hours before arriving at Hogsmeade Village. Harry had a compartment to himself for the first 2 hours. He'd boarded early, stashed his trunk, and settled by the window to watch the countryside scroll past. England was green. Aggressively, almost belligerently green, in a way that was completely different from Asgard's eternal golden glow. Rain streaked the windows and clouds hung low over the hills, and everything was wet and alive and growing with the desperate urgency of a world that knew it only had limited sunshine to work with. It was beautiful. Not Asgard beautiful, not the impossible, sculptured perfection of a realm built by gods. This was a Messier beauty. An earned beauty. The beauty of a world that had to fight for every green leaf and sunny afternoon. Harry was starting to understand why Odin found Midgard so compelling. The compartment door slid open in the 3rd hour. Mind if I sit here? Everywhere else is full. A boy. Harry's age, 11, red-haired, freckled, with a smudge of dirt on his nose and an expression that combined nervousness with determined friendliness. He was carrying a battered trunk, a caged rat that looked like it was having an existential crisis, and a sandwich wrapped in wax paper. Go ahead, Harry said. The boy hauled his trunk in, shoved it under the seat with the ease of someone used to wrestling unwieldy objects, and dropped into the opposite seat with a relieved sigh. Ron Weasley, he said, extending a hand. Harry Odinson. They shook. Ron's grip was firm and slightly sticky, which Harry attributed to the sandwich. First year? Ron asked. Yeah. You? Yeah. My whole family's gone to Hogwarts. I've got 5 older brothers, Bill and Charlie have already graduated, Percy's a prefect, and Fred and George are 3rd years. They're twins. Complete menaces. Mum says they're going to be the death of her, but she's been saying that since they were 4, so I think she's made peace with it. Harry liked this kid immediately. There was something uncomplicated about Ron, a straightforwardness that reminded Harry of Thor without the godlike overconfidence. Ron was nervous and trying not to show it, which was endearing. Ron was also clearly from a big family, which meant he knew how to share space and how to read people, and those were skills Harry valued. "So, Odinson," Ron said, tearing his sandwich in half and offering one piece to Harry without being asked, a gesture of casual generosity that told Harry more about Ron's character than 100 words could have. "That's an unusual name. Not a wizarding family I've heard of. It's complicated. I was adopted." Oh. Ron processed this without any visible awkwardness, which Harry appreciated. "Cool. So where did you grow up? You don't sound English." "Well, you sound kind of English, but there's something else in there. Abroad. Way abroad. Mysterious. I like it." Ron grinned. "I grew up in Devon. We've got a house called the Burrow. It's basically held together by magic and stubbornness. 7 kids'll do that to a house." 7. Yeah. I'm the youngest boy. Ginny's the youngest overall, she starts next year. Being the youngest brother in a family of wizards is... Ron searched for the right word. Motivating. Or intimidating. Both. Mostly both. Ron took a bite of sandwich. I mean, Bill was head boy. Charlie was Quidditch captain. Percy's probably going to be minister for magic. And Fred and George are, like, comedic geniuses who can do magic that 6th years can't pull off. So, you know. No pressure. Harry heard the joke. He also heard what was underneath it, the quiet, carefully managed anxiety of someone who'd spent his whole life being compared to people who'd gotten there first. Someone who loved his family fiercely but also lived in their shadow and wasn't sure if he'd ever step out of it. He knew that feeling. He knew it intimately. I have 2 older brothers, Harry said. One of them is the strongest warrior in our community. Best fighter, most popular, basically everyone's golden boy. The other one is probably the smartest person I've ever met. Cunning, magical, 3 steps ahead of everyone all the time. And you? Harry shrugged. I'm the youngest. The smallest. The one who doesn't quite fit. But I figured out pretty early that fitting in is overrated. It's more interesting to find your own thing. Ron looked at him with an expression of dawning kinship. Not pity. Not sympathy. Recognition. The specific look of one youngest sibling identifying another. I think we're going to get along, Ron said. I think so too. The compartment door opened again. This time it was a girl. Bushy brown hair, slightly oversized front teeth, already wearing her Hogwarts robes even though they were hours from arriving, and an expression of focused determination that reminded Harry of Sif right before she dismantled someone in a sparring match. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No toad here, Ron said. The girl's eyes swept the compartment with the thoroughness of a military inspection, catalogued both boys in approximately 0.3 seconds, and apparently decided they were worth engaging with further. I'm Hermione Granger, she said, stepping into the compartment and sitting down with the decisive energy of someone who had no time for social uncertainty. I'm Muggle-born, first witch in my family. I've read all the textbooks already, plus Hogwarts, a history, rise and fall of the dark arts, great wizarding events of the 20th century, and modern magical history. I know I'm probably overprepared, but I'd rather be overprepared than, she stopped. Her eyes had landed on Harry's forehead. On the scar, partially hidden under his fringe but visible if you were looking. Oh my God, she said. You're Harry Potter. The compartment went very quiet. Ron, who had been mid-chew on his sandwich, froze. His eyes darted to Harry's forehead, widened, darted back to Harry's face. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. You're Harry Potter. Harry felt the weight of the moment settle over him like a cloak. The name. The legend. The boy who lived. 11 years of mythology condensed into 2 words and a scar. He could deny it. He could deflect. He could do what Loki would do, redirect attention, control the narrative, manage their expectations. But that felt wrong. These two, this earnest, slightly disheveled boy and this intense, whip-smart girl, deserved better than manipulation. They'd been genuine with him. He'd be genuine back. Harry Potter is my birth name, he said. I go by Harry Odinson. I was raised in Asgard, a different realm, by the All-Father Odin and his family. I've been there since I was a baby. I only came to the wizarding world a few days ago. Silence. Then Hermione, Asgard. As in Norse mythology Asgard. As in the 9 realms of Yggdrasil. As in, the actual, literal, physically real Asgard. Yes. You were raised by gods. They prefer Asgardians, but yes, basically. Hermione's eyes were the size of dinner plates. Harry could practically see her brain working, processing, categorizing, cross-referencing everything she'd ever read about Norse mythology with the living evidence sitting 3 feet away from her. Ron was simpler about it. That, he said, is the coolest thing anyone has ever said in my presence. And my brother Charlie works with dragons. Harry laughed. Really laughed, the kind of full, unguarded laugh that he usually reserved for Sif and Loki. There was something about these two, their reactions, their energy, that cut through the careful, strategic mindset he'd been maintaining since arriving on Midgard and hit something genuine underneath. How does it work? Hermione was leaning forward, eyes blazing with curiosity. Asgardian magic, Seir, it's fundamentally different from wand-based wizardry, isn't it? The theoretical underpinnings are completely distinct. Seir is based on direct manipulation of ambient magical energy through willpower and intent, while our tradition uses wands as focal instruments to shape magic through specific gestures and incantations. How do you reconcile the two? Can you do both? What happens when, Hermione, Ron said gently. Breathing. It's a thing. Hermione stopped. Flushed slightly. Sorry. I get enthusiastic. Don't apologize, Harry said. And to answer your question, I'm still figuring it out. My Seir works, but wand magic is new to me. I got my wand 2 days ago and I haven't even tried using it properly yet. But you've been doing magic your whole life, Hermione pressed. Wandless magic. At age 11. Do you realize how extraordinary that is? Most adult wizards can't do consistent wandless magic. It's not wandless wizarding magic. It's Seir. Different system. But the core is the same, isn't it? The magical energy comes from the same source, the caster's innate magical ability. The system is just the delivery mechanism. Harry blinked. He'd never thought about it that way. Frigga had taught him Seir as a distinct discipline, and his accidental wizard magic had always been treated as a separate phenomenon. But Hermione was right, at the deepest level, magic was magic. The difference was in how you shaped it, not where it came from. Ha, Harry said. That's, actually really insightful. Hermione beamed. It transformed her entire face, from intense and slightly intimidating to warm and luminous. I like her, Harry told Ron. She's been in our compartment for 3 minutes and she's already teaching you things, Ron observed. That feels about right. Hermione shot Ron a look. Ron grinned at her. Something sparked between them, a friction that was half irritation and half the beginning of something that neither of them would recognize for years. Harry saw it immediately. He'd watched Sif interact with enough people to know what it looked like when 2 personalities that were perfectly designed to drive each other crazy were also perfectly designed for each other. He kept that observation to himself. The sorting. Harry had read about it in Frigga's journal and Hermione had explained it in exhaustive detail during the train ride, but nothing had quite prepared him for the reality of standing in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, surrounded by hundreds of students and dozens of floating candles and a ceiling that had been enchanted to mirror the night sky outside, while a talking hat made of leather sat on a three-legged stool and sang a song about the four houses of Hogwarts. A hat that talked and sang and read your mind and sorted you into a personality-based dormitory system. Harry had grown up in a realm of gods, and this still struck him as objectively bizarre. Professor McGonagall, a tall, stern-faced woman with the bearing of a senior military officer and the energy of someone who had been dealing with children for far too long and had developed an immunity to nonsense, called the first years forward one by one, and each student sat on the stool, had the hat placed on their head, and was sorted into Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically sprinted to the stool. The hat dropped over her bushy hair and was quiet for about 30 seconds before shouting, "Gryffindor." Hermione beamed and ran to the Gryffindor table, where she was greeted with applause. "Odinson, Harry." The hall went quiet. Not because of the name Odinson, nobody recognized that. But McGonagall had added, in a quiet voice that somehow carried to every corner of the room, also known as Harry Potter. The silence was absolute. Then the whispers started. A wave of sound rolling through the hall like wind through wheat. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. He's alive. Where has he been? Look at the scar. He's so small. He doesn't look like a hero. He looks like trouble. Harry walked to the stool. He could feel every eye in the room on him. Hundreds of gazes, carrying curiosity and hope and suspicion and excitement and everything in between. The weight of expectation, bearing down on him like a physical force. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness. The hat dropped over his eyes. And then a voice, small, scratchy, ancient, spoke directly into his mind. "Well, well, well. What have we here?" Harry didn't flinch. He'd had Loki in his head during Seir training sessions. A talking hat was nothing. Harry Potter. Except you don't think of yourself as Harry Potter, do you? Harry Odinson. Prince of Asgard. Oh my. Oh, this is unusual. This is very, very unusual. Just sort me, Harry thought. Patience, young prince. I've been doing this for 1,000 years, and I've never had a student quite like you. Let me savor the novelty. The hat paused, rustling through Harry's thoughts with the careful curiosity of a librarian browsing unfamiliar shelves. Courage, yes, in abundance. You've been fighting warriors 10 times your strength since you were 6 years old. But it's not reckless courage, it's earned. You know what pain feels like, and you choose to face it anyway. Gryffindor would suit you there. But there's more. Intelligence. Not just book learning, strategic intelligence. You've sat in war councils. You've watched a king play diplomacy across 9 realms. You think 3 moves ahead. Ravenclaw would prize that mind. And loyalty, oh, remarkable loyalty. To your family, to your friends, to your identity. Hufflepuff would cherish that steadfast heart. And ambition. Yes, there it is. Not for power, not for its own sake. But the burning, absolute refusal to be underestimated. The determination to prove that a mortal raised among gods can stand as their equal. Slytherin would understand that drive. The hat was quiet for a moment. Then, you're all for, Mr. Odinson. Every house could claim you. So I ask you, where do you want to be? Harry thought about it. Really thought about it. Ravenclaw valued intelligence. But Harry's intelligence was a tool, not a defining trait. Hufflepuff valued loyalty. But Harry's loyalty was selective, not universal. Slytherin valued ambition. But Harry's ambition was a response to limitation, not a core motivation. Gryffindor valued courage. And courage, the decision to stand up and fight even when you're outmatched, even when you're afraid, even when the smart move would be to walk away, that was the closest thing Harry had to a fundamental operating principle. It was what James Potter had done on the stairs. What Lily Potter had done in the nursery. What Thor did every time he picked up a weapon. What Sif did every time she stepped into the arena against someone bigger than her. What Loki did every time he walked into a room that didn't want him and refused to leave. Courage wasn't the absence of fear. It was the decision that something else mattered more. Gryffindor, Harry thought. I was hoping you'd say that, the hat replied. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Not just because Harry Potter was a Gryffindor, though that was part of it, but because the energy in the room had been building since his name was called, and the Sorting Hat's announcement was the release valve. Students were standing, cheering, pounding the table. Fred and George Weasley, Ron's twin brothers, identifiable by their matching red hair and matching expressions of manic glee, were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry took the hat off, set it on the stool, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat down next to Hermione, across from a seat that Ron would occupy 10 minutes later when his own name was called and the hat barely touched his head before shouting Gryffindor. Ron dropped into the seat, grinning, slightly red in the face. Made it. Was there ever any doubt? Harry asked. Loads. I thought the hat might send me to Hufflepuff out of spite. There's nothing wrong with Hufflepuff, Hermione said primly. I know that. I'm just saying, my mum would have sent a howler. Harry looked at them, Ron on his left, Hermione on his right. Two people he'd known for approximately 6 hours. Two people who didn't know what Seir was, had never heard of the Bifrost, couldn't tell Mjolnir from a regular hammer, and would probably be physically endangered by a Tuesday in Asgard. Two people who felt, already, like the beginning of something important. He'd figure it out later. Right now, there was a feast to eat and a castle to explore and a new world to learn, and Harry Odinson, the boy between worlds, was exactly where he needed to be. The first week at Hogwarts was an exercise in simultaneous mastery and incompetence that would have been hilarious if it weren't happening to him. Harry was ahead. And behind. At the same time. In different subjects. It was maddening. Charms, for example. Professor Flitwick, a tiny, excitable man who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk and practically vibrated with enthusiasm at the start of every lesson, began by teaching the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. Swish and flick. The most basic spell in the first-year curriculum. Harry couldn't do it. Not because he lacked the power. His power was, if anything, the problem. When Harry said Wingardium Leviosa and performed the wand movement, he was also, unconsciously, reflexively, channeling Seir through the same action. The two magical systems collided inside the spell like two rivers meeting at a canyon, creating a turbulent vortex of conflicting energies that produced unpredictable results. His feather didn't float. It launched. Straight up, at approximately the speed of an arrow, where it embedded itself in the ceiling and stayed there, quivering, while the rest of the class stared. Extraordinary power, Mr. Odinson, Flitwick squeaked, eyes wide. Absolutely extraordinary. But perhaps a touch less, enthusiasm, next time. Transfiguration was worse. Professor McGonagall, who taught the subject with the no-nonsense efficiency of someone who had been turning matchsticks into needles since before most of her students' grandparents were born, asked the class to transform a matchstick into a needle. A simple exercise in basic transfiguration, understand the properties of both objects, visualize the change, channel magic through the wand to enact it. Harry's matchstick turned into a small, perfectly formed dagger made of Asgardian steel. McGonagall stared at it. Then at Harry. Then back at the dagger. That is not a needle, Mr. Odinson. No, Professor. That appears to be a weapon. It does, Professor. Why does your transfiguration default to weaponry? I've been training with weapons since I was 6, Professor. When you said, long, thin, pointed metal object, my brain went to dagger before it went to needle. McGonagall's lips pressed together so tightly they nearly disappeared. Harry couldn't tell if she was angry or trying very hard not to laugh. 5 points to Gryffindor for power and creativity, she said after a moment. 5 points from Gryffindor for giving me a heart attack. We are even, Mr. Odinson. But other classes, the ones that didn't rely on wand technique, Harry dominated. Defense against the dark arts was a joke, despite the teacher being literally possessed by a dark wizard. Professor Quirrell, a nervous, stuttering man who wore a turban and smelled faintly of garlic, spent the first lesson talking about the theory of defensive magic while Harry sat in the back and tried very, very hard not to look bored. Harry had been studying defensive combat since he was 6 years old. Not defensive magic, defensive combat. The Asgardian approach, where your body was your first weapon and magic was a force multiplier, not a replacement. He knew 47 ways to disarm an opponent. He knew how to fight in close quarters, in open fields, in darkness, in water, against single enemies and groups. He knew how to identify threats, assess tactical situations, and make split-second decisions under pressure. Professor Quirrell was teaching them about the knockback jinx. Harry died a little inside. The exception was potions. Professor Severus Snape taught potions in the dungeons of Hogwarts, in a cold, dark classroom that smelled like chemicals and despair. He was a tall, thin, hook-nosed man with greasy black hair that hung in curtains around his sallow face, and he wore robes so black they seemed to absorb light. He looked like someone had taken the concept of miserable and given it a teaching certificate. Harry had been prepared for Snape. Dumbledore had warned him, obliquely, in the way Dumbledore warned about everything, that the potions professor had a complicated history with Harry's parents. That Snape had been in love with Lily Evans and had hated James Potter, and that seeing their son would likely provoke strong reactions. What Harry hadn't been prepared for was the way Snape looked at him. Not with hatred. Not with contempt. Those came later, layered on top like defense mechanisms. The first look, the one that flashed across Snape's face in the instant he saw Harry for the first time and lasted approximately half a second before being buried under a mask of cold disdain, was something much worse. Pain. Raw, naked, devastating pain. The kind that came from looking at someone who had Lily's eyes and a face that was almost James's, and being reminded of every choice and every loss and every moment of regret that had shaped the last decade of your life. Harry saw it. Harry, who'd been trained by Loki to read people the way scholars read books, caught that half-second of unguarded agony and filed it away in the part of his brain that dealt with complicated people. Then Snape's mask came down, and the rest of the class got the version of him that everyone knew, cold, caustic, and unfair. Ah, yes, Snape said softly, his dark eyes fixed on Harry. Harry Potter. Our new celebrity. Odinson, Harry corrected calmly. Harry Odinson. Something flickered in Snape's eyes. Surprise, maybe. People didn't usually correct him. Tell me, Odinson, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry knew this one. Frigga's journal covered basic potion theory extensively, and Harry had been learning herbal preparations from Asgardian healers since he was 8. The draught of living death, Harry said. A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death. In Asgardian alchemy, a similar compound is made using the sap of the darkwood tree and ground frost metal, but the principle is the same, a combination of soporific and metabolic suppressing agents that induces a death-like stasis. Dead silence. Snape stared at him. The class stared at him. Hermione, who had been about to raise her hand, slowly lowered it. And where, Snape said slowly, would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a calcified mass that acts as a universal antidote to most poisons. The Asgardian equivalent is a starstone, which forms in the digestive tract of bilgesnipes, though I imagine those are harder to source on Midgard. Another beat of silence. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant. Also called aconite. Used in potions related to lycanthropy, among other things. Snape's nostrils flared. He looked like a man who had walked into a room expecting a fight and found his opponent had already won. It seems, he said, each word clipped and precise, that fame is not the only thing you inherited from your mother. The compliment, if it was a compliment, was so deeply buried under layers of hostility and grief that Harry almost missed it. Almost. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said quietly. And he said it the way Frigga had taught him to speak to people who were in pain, gently, without drawing attention to the wound. Something shifted in Snape's face. Not softening, the man was constructed entirely of hard edges and sharp corners, but a microscopic adjustment. The kind of change that most people wouldn't notice but that Harry, product of a court where micro-expressions determined the fates of realms, caught immediately. He loved her, Harry thought. He loved my mother, and losing her broke something in him that never healed. It didn't excuse the cruelty. It didn't justify the way Snape treated other students, the sneering, the favoritism, the casual verbal abuse that made first-years flinch. But it explained it. An explanation, Harry had learned from Odin, was the first step toward leverage. Weeks passed. Harry settled into a rhythm. Mornings, classes. The grind of learning wand-based magic from scratch while simultaneously trying to unlearn the Seir reflexes that kept interfering with his spellwork. It was exactly as frustrating as Frigga had predicted, like trying to write in a new language while your hand kept defaulting to your native alphabet. Progress was slow but real. By the end of the third week, Harry could reliably cast first-year spells without accidentally incorporating Asgardian techniques, though his versions were always more powerful than intended. His Lumos charm didn't produce a gentle light, it produced a blazing white sun that temporarily blinded everyone in a 20-foot radius. Afternoons, free time. Exploring the castle with Ron and Hermione, who had become his constant companions in the way that certain friendships just happen, without discussion, without formal agreement, just a natural gravitational pull between three people who fit together like gears in a machine. Ron brought humor, instinct, and a casual bravery that didn't know how remarkable it was. Hermione brought intellect, preparation, and a moral compass so finely calibrated it could detect ethical ambiguity from 3 classrooms away. Harry brought the perspective of someone who'd been raised by gods and found this whole mortal school thing endlessly fascinating. They balanced each other. Ron kept Harry grounded when his Asgardian conditioning made him too formal. Hermione challenged Harry intellectually in ways that even Loki would have appreciated. And Harry, in turn, gave them something neither had had before, a friend who treated them as equals from the first moment, without judgment, without hierarchy, without the social baggage that the wizarding world heaped on everyone who entered it. Evenings, communication. Every night, before bed, Harry touched the green crystal Loki had given him and reached out across the dimensional void. Most nights, he talked to Loki. Strategy sessions, magical theory discussions, updates on his progress, the occasional venting about Snape's hostility or the frustration of wand work. Loki listened, advised, and snarked in equal measure. Some nights, he talked to Thor. These conversations were shorter and louder and always ended with Thor threatening to come to Midgard and educate anyone who was giving Harry trouble, which Harry appreciated in theory but discouraged in practice because Thor's idea of education typically involved property damage. Once, he talked to Frigga. She cried. He cried. Neither of them acknowledged it afterward. And some nights, the ones that mattered most, though Harry didn't quite understand why yet, he spoke to Sif. "You're doing it wrong." Sif's voice through the communication stone was crisp and clear, as if she were standing next to him instead of an entire realm away. "Doing what wrong?" "Your approach to wand magic. You described it to me last night, you're treating the wand as a limitation. A constraint on your natural abilities. That's why you're struggling. Harry was lying on his bed in the Gryffindor dormitory, curtains drawn around his four-poster for privacy, the green crystal resting on his chest. The other first-year boys, Ron, Neville Longbottom, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, were asleep. The room was dark except for the faint glow of the stone. It is a limitation, Harry argued. My seer doesn't need a focus point. I can manipulate magical energy directly with my will. Adding a wand to the process is like adding a middleman, it slows everything down and introduces error margins. So stop thinking of it as a middleman. Think of it as a weapon. Harry paused. Explain. You've been thinking of the wand as a replacement for your natural abilities. A crutch. Something you have to use instead of your seer. But what if it's not a replacement? What if it's an addition? You don't use a sword instead of your fists, you use a sword in addition to your fists. Each tool extends your capabilities in a different direction. Harry sat up slowly. The crystal pulsed with warm green light. You're saying I should stop trying to do wizard magic or seer and start doing both. At the same time. I'm saying you've been treating them as competing systems when they might be complementary ones. Your seer gives you raw power and direct control. The wand gives you precision and structure. What happens if you channel seer through the wand? That's... Harry trailed off. His brain was racing. That's actually brilliant. I know. How did you figure that out? You don't even know anything about wand magic. I don't need to know about wand magic. I know about you. You've been fighting with two hands your whole life, Harry. You've never had trouble integrating different techniques, your whole combat style is a blend of Asgardian forms that you've adapted to your size and speed. This is the same problem with a different medium. Harry stared at the ceiling of his four-poster bed, and something warm expanded in his chest. Not the warmth of magic or the warmth of fire, but something else entirely. The specific warmth of being truly known by someone. Of having another person understand how your mind worked well enough to see solutions you'd missed. Sif. What? I miss you. The words came out before he could stop them. They hung in the dark air of the dormitory, transmitted across dimensional barriers through a green crystal, and landed in a silence that stretched for 3 heartbeats. I miss you too, Sif said. The training grounds are boring without you. There's no one to beat up who actually makes it interesting. Your praise, as always, is deeply backhanded. Would you prefer sincerity? From you? I'm not sure I'd survive the shock. A pause. Then, softer, come home soon, Harry. I'll try. The crystal's light faded. Harry held it against his chest for a long time before sleep came. The next morning, Harry got to the charms classroom early, sat at his desk, and tried Sif's suggestion. He held his wand. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core. He felt it, the familiar hum of the wand's magic, resonating with his own. Then he reached deeper. Past the wand's magic, into the seer that lived in his bones and his blood and the spaces between his thoughts. He found the 2 streams, wizard magic and seer, and instead of choosing one or the other, he let them merge. It was like mixing colors. Blue and gold swirling together, finding a new hue that was neither and both. The wand hummed. Then it sang. A single, pure note that Harry felt in every cell of his body. He pointed the wand at a quill on his desk. Wingardium Leviosa. The quill rose. Smoothly, precisely, without wobble or excessive force. It hovered at exactly the height Harry intended, stable as a compass needle, rotating gently in the air with a control that felt effortless. Not too much power. Not too little. Not wizard magic fighting seer for dominance. Both systems working together, each one complementing the other, the wand channeling seer-enhanced wizard magic with a precision and potency that was extraordinary, said Professor Flitwick from the doorway. Harry jumped. The quill stayed floating. Absolutely extraordinary. I've never seen a levitation charm cast with such stability and control. What did you do differently? Harry looked at the quill. At his wand. At the tiny professor staring at him with undisguised wonder. I stopped fighting myself, Harry said. And smiled. Halloween. The word didn't mean much to most of the Hogwarts students. It was a holiday, a feast, a night of decorations and candy and ghost stories. But for Harry, October 31st was the anniversary of the night his parents died. The night Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow. The night everything began. He hadn't told Ron or Hermione. He'd been quiet all day, not withdrawn, exactly, but subdued. The usual energy that animated him, the sharp humor, the quick observations, the restless intelligence, was dimmed. Turned inward. He was thinking about James and Lily Potter. He'd learned more about them in the past 2 months. Dumbledore had shared memories, literally, using a device called a pensieve that allowed you to view stored recollections as three-dimensional scenes. Harry had watched his parents dance at their wedding, their faces incandescent with joy. He'd watched James play Quidditch, all daring and swagger and reckless grace. He'd watched Lily brewing potions, her red hair tied back, her green eyes, his eyes, focused with the same intensity Harry felt when he was deep in Seir work. Strangers who were also, somehow, the most familiar people in the world. Because Harry could see himself in them. Not physically, though he had James's face and Lily's eyes, but in the way they moved, the way they thought, the way they loved. James's courage was Thor's courage. Lily's fierce intelligence was Frigga's fierce intelligence. They were echoes of the family Harry already had, or maybe the family Harry already had was an echo of them. Both. Neither. The line between original and echo blurred when you were caught between worlds. He was sitting alone in a window alcove on the 3rd floor, watching the sun set over the Scottish Highlands and feeling approximately 17 emotions simultaneously, when the screaming started. Not metaphorical screaming. Actual, full-throated, terrified screaming, echoing up from the lower floors of the castle. The kind of screaming that meant something had gone very, very wrong. Harry was on his feet before the echoes faded. His wand was in his hand, reflex, pure reflex, the kind that was beaten into you by years of combat training. He was already moving, heading for the stairs, when Dumbledore's voice boomed through the castle, magically amplified, "All students return to your dormitories immediately. There is a troll in the building." A troll. Harry processed this in approximately 1 second. Asgardian memory, trolls in the 9 realms were large, stupid, incredibly strong, and best dealt with through a combination of speed, misdirection, and overwhelming force to the head. Presumably Midgardian trolls were similar. He was halfway to the stairs when a thought stopped him cold. Where's Hermione? She'd been upset earlier. Ron had said something careless in charms, something about her having no friends, which wasn't true but had hit close enough to a nerve that Hermione had fled to the girls' bathroom on the 1st floor and hadn't been seen since. The 1st floor. Where the troll almost certainly was. Harry didn't hesitate. He didn't weigh options, consult strategy, or calculate risk. He just ran. Down 3 flights of stairs, through 2 corridors, past a cluster of panicking Hufflepuffs, around a corner, and there, ahead of him, the 1st floor corridor. He could already smell it. Damp rock and rotting meat and something biological that made his nose want to physically retreat into his face. The bathroom door was off its hinges. Harry skidded to a stop at the threshold and took in the scene in a single, adrenaline-sharpened glance. Mountain troll. 12 feet tall, gray-green skin, a head like a boulder with tiny, stupid eyes, carrying a wooden club the size of a tree trunk. It had already demolished half the bathroom, sinks torn from walls, stall doors smashed flat, water spraying everywhere from broken pipes. And in the corner, pressed against the far wall with her arms over her head and her wand forgotten on the floor, was Hermione. She was screaming. Not the coherent scream of someone calling for help, the primal, involuntary scream of someone who had shut down mentally and was running on pure animal terror. The troll raised its club. Harry moved. Not like a wizard. Not like a student. Like a warrior who'd been raised in the greatest military civilization in the 9 realms, trained by gods, forged in an arena where the consequences of slow reactions were measured in broken bones. He launched himself forward, vaulting over the wreckage of a toilet stall, and hit the troll's arm with a blast of combined seer and wand magic that he didn't even consciously think about, pure reflex, power channeled through intention, his wand stabbing forward as golden-green energy erupted from the tip and struck the troll's wrist with the force of a battering ram. The troll's grip on the club faltered. The swing went wide, the club smashing into the wall instead of Hermione's head, sending a shower of stone and dust across the room. The troll roared, a sound like a foghorn being strangled, and turned toward this new annoyance. It found Harry standing in the center of the destroyed bathroom, wand raised, eyes blazing, scar visible through his wet, displaced hair, and every ounce of his Asgardian training telling him to end this fight now. But he wasn't in Asgard. He wasn't fighting a training dummy or sparring with Sif. He was in a school bathroom facing a creature that could kill him with a single swing, and the only weapon he had was a wooden stick and whatever hybrid magic he could funnel through it. It would have to be enough. The troll charged. Harry dove sideways, rolled under a broken sink, and came up firing. Flipendo, the knockback jinx, amplified with Seir until it wasn't a knockback but a battering ram of concussive force. It hit the troll in the chest and actually staggered it. The creature stumbled back 2 steps, more surprised than hurt, but 2 steps was enough for Harry to get between it and Hermione. Hermione. Move. She didn't move. She was frozen. The troll swung its club in a sweeping horizontal arc. Harry ducked, the club passed over his head close enough to ruffle his hair, and thrust his wand upward. He didn't use a spell. He used Seir. Pure, unfiltered, Asgardian Seir, channeled through a wizarding wand for the first time in what might have been history. The effect was spectacular. A column of golden light erupted from the wand's tip, hit the troll under the chin, and lifted the 12-foot creature off its feet. The troll sailed upward, hit the ceiling with a crunch that rained plaster, and then gravity reasserted itself and the creature came crashing back down, landing flat on its back with a boom that shook the building. It didn't get up. Stunned. Not dead, Harry could see it breathing, the massive chest heaving, but thoroughly, comprehensively, out cold. The bathroom was silent except for the hiss of broken pipes and the drip of water from shattered sinks. Harry lowered his wand. His arm was shaking. His whole body was shaking, the adrenaline crash hitting him like a wall, turning his muscles to jelly and his thoughts to static. He'd just fought a mountain troll. In a bathroom. He was 11. Footsteps behind him. Ron slid into the bathroom, wand drawn, eyes wild. He'd followed Harry, because of course he had, because Ron Weasley might have been the youngest boy in a family of overachievers but he was also someone who ran toward danger when his friends were in it. Bloody hell, Ron breathed, staring at the unconscious troll. Language, Harry managed, and then his knees gave out and he sat down hard on the wet floor. Hermione was crying. Not screaming anymore, the tears were quiet, shocked, the aftermath kind. She was staring at Harry with an expression that he'd seen before, on the faces of people who'd just been pulled out of a fight they were sure they were going to lose. "You saved my life," she whispered. "Don't mention it. Seriously. If my brother finds out I fought a troll without him, he'll never forgive me." A sound from the doorway. Harry looked up to find approximately half the Hogwarts faculty crammed into the corridor, staring into the bathroom with varying degrees of shock. Professor McGonagall was at the front, her face so white it was nearly transparent. Behind her, Snape, his dark eyes scanning the scene with rapid, analytical precision. Behind him, Dumbledore, whose expression was the carefully controlled blankness of a man who was processing multiple simultaneous calculations. And behind Dumbledore, Professor Quirrell, who took one look at the unconscious troll, squeaked, "Oh my," and fainted. McGonagall found her voice first. Would someone like to explain what happened here? Harry was about to answer when Hermione stood up, wiped her eyes, and stepped forward. It was my fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll because I'd read about them and thought I could handle it. I was wrong. Harry and Ron came to save me. A lie. A deliberate, calculated lie told by a girl who valued truth above almost everything, for the specific purpose of protecting the friends who just risked their lives for her. Harry and Ron stared at her. Ron's mouth was actually hanging open. McGonagall looked at Hermione. Then at the troll. Then at the blast marks on the ceiling. Then at Harry, who was sitting in a puddle of toilet water with his wand in his hand and the specific expression of someone who had just channeled Asgardian battle magic through a phoenix feather wand core and was mildly surprised to still have all his fingers. 5 points from Gryffindor, McGonagall said to Hermione. For sheer foolishness. Her gaze moved to Harry and Ron. And 5 points each to Gryffindor. For Mr. Weasley and Mr. Odinson. Not many first-year students could take on a fully grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. Her lips twitched. Just barely. Now get out of my sight. All 3 of you. Before I start asking questions I'm not sure I want answered. They got. That night, after the feast, after the excitement had died down, after Ron had fallen asleep mid-sentence while trying to describe the fight for the 4th time, Harry sat by the fire in the Gryffindor common room and pulled out his communication stone. Loki. Green light. Brother. You sound energized. I fought a troll today. A beat of silence. Then, I'm sorry, you what? Harry told him. All of it, Hermione in the bathroom, the charge, the hybrid magic, the blast that launched a 12-foot creature into the ceiling. Loki listened without interrupting, which meant he was either deeply impressed or deeply concerned. Possibly both. You channeled Seir through the wand, Loki said when Harry finished. Not wizard magic enhanced with Seir, pure Seir, focused through a wizarding focus instrument. Yes. That shouldn't work. It did work. I know. That's what concerns me. A pause. Or excites me. I haven't decided yet. Harry, what you described goes beyond simple hybrid casting. You didn't just merge 2 systems. You used one system's hardware to run another system's software. That implies a compatibility between Asgardian and Midgardian magic at the fundamental level this changes things. This changes everything. I know. Have you told Dumbledore? Not yet. Good. Don't. Not until you understand what you can do. Knowledge of your capabilities is your greatest strategic asset. Don't give it away for free. Loki's voice was sharp. The voice of a prince who understood that power was only power when you controlled who knew about it. Harry heard the wisdom in it, but he also heard the paranoia, and he filed that away too. Loki's instinct to hide, to hoard, to keep the world at arm's length, it was a survival mechanism. An effective one. But Harry didn't want to survive. He wanted to live. I'll be careful, Harry promised. But I won't hide who I am, Loki. That's not who I am. It's not who you are yet, Loki corrected, and his voice was softer now, tinged with something that might have been envy or might have been affection. You're young. You still believe the world rewards honesty. Give it time. You're also young. I'm over 1,000 years old. And yet you still get cranky when you're tired. Good night, Loki. Good night, Harry. The stone dimmed. Harry tucked it into his pocket, stared at the dying fire, and thought about trolls and wands and the place where 2 kinds of magic met inside his chest and became something new. He had a feeling he was going to need it. All of it. And soon. Odinson. Stay after class. Snape's voice, flat as a blade, caught Harry as he was packing his bag after a Thursday potions lesson. The rest of the class filed out with the relieved haste of prisoners being released, shooting Harry sympathetic glances. Being asked to stay after Snape's class was generally considered a precursor to suffering. Harry set his bag down and waited. Snape stood behind his desk, arms crossed, his black robes making him look like a particularly disapproving shadow. He was silent for a long moment, studying Harry with those dark eyes that always seemed to be peeling back layers, looking for something underneath. "The troll," Snape said finally. "What about it?" "The magic you used. I examined the blast patterns on the bathroom ceiling after the incident. The residual magical signature was..." He paused. Chose his words. "Anomalous." Harry kept his face neutral. Inside, alarm bells were ringing. Snape was smart, terrifyingly smart, the kind of intelligence that didn't just see what was there but inferred what wasn't. If he'd analyzed the magical residue from the troll fight, he might have detected the Seir component. "Anomalous how?" Harry asked carefully. "The energy signature was layered. A standard wizarding spell would produce a uniform magical residue. Your spell produced something with a secondary resonance, a harmonic frequency that doesn't exist in any wizarding spellwork I've encountered." Snape's eyes narrowed. "What did you cast?" "A standard knockback jinx," Harry said. "With more power than intended. Don't lie to me, Odinson." The words were sharp but the tone wasn't hostile. It was, intent. Focused. The tone of someone who wanted to understand, not someone who wanted to punish. "I've spent 20 years analyzing dark magical signatures. I know what anomalous residue looks like. What you did in that bathroom wasn't a knockback jinx with extra power. It was something fundamentally different. Something I've never seen." Harry weighed his options. Loki had said not to reveal his capabilities. Dumbledore had said to be cautious about what he shared. Both pieces of advice were sound. But Snape wasn't asking as an adversary. He was asking as a potions master, someone whose entire career was built on understanding how different magical substances interacted, how combinations created effects greater than the sum of their parts. And something in his eyes, that same pain Harry had glimpsed on the first day, buried under layers of cold professionalism, told Harry that this wasn't just academic curiosity. Snape was asking because he cared. In his own twisted, buttoned-up, emotionally constipated way, he actually cared about the child of the woman he'd loved, and the anomalous magic was worrying him. "I combined two magical traditions," Harry said. "Partial truth. Enough to satisfy without revealing too much. My training before Hogwarts was in a different system. Sometimes the two systems interact in my spell work. I'm still learning to control it." Snape was silent for a long time. "Your mother was brilliant," he said abruptly. The word seemed to cost him something, physical effort, like pulling a splinter from deep under the skin. "Lily was the most naturally gifted witch I ever knew. She had an intuitive understanding of magical theory that most adults never achieve. She could look at a spell and understand not just what it did but why it did it, the underlying principles, the magical architecture." His voice dropped. "If she had lived, she would have revolutionized our understanding of magic." Harry's chest ached. Not because of the words, because of the way Snape said them. With a reverence that was almost sacred. "She would have understood what you're doing," Snape continued. "The dual system casting. She would have been fascinated by it. She would have." He stopped. Swallowed. The mask flickered, and for just a moment, Harry saw the grief underneath, vast and raw and undiminished by time. "Professor, you have her eyes," Snape said. "Everyone tells you that, I'm sure. But they don't understand what it means. Lily's eyes were not just a color. They were a window into a mind that saw the world differently than everyone else. A mind that found beauty in the structure of magic the way a musician finds beauty in the structure of sound." He straightened. The mask came back. The cold, professional exterior sealed itself over the wound. Be careful with your hybrid magic, Odinson. Two systems interacting in a single caster is unprecedented. You have no data on the long-term effects. If you experience any anomalies, headaches, magical instability, difficulty controlling your output, you will inform me immediately. Professor Dumbledore, me. Not Dumbledore. Dumbledore will treat you as a strategic asset. I will treat you as a patient. His dark eyes held Harry's. Whatever else is between us, whatever you've been told about me and your father, I will not allow Lily's son to come to harm through ignorance of his own abilities. Harry looked at this complicated, wounded, caustic man and saw what Loki had taught him to see, the truth beneath the performance. Snape didn't like Harry. He probably never would. The ghost of James Potter would always stand between them, a barrier of old hatred and bitter rivalry that neither of them could dismantle. But Snape would protect Harry. Not because of duty or strategy or even basic human decency. Because of Lily. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. Snape's jaw tightened. Get out of my classroom, Odinson. Harry got. November turned to December. The castle grew cold, frost forming on the windows, snow blanketing the grounds. The Black Lake froze over at the edges, and the Quidditch season was in full swing, and the whole school seemed to contract inward, huddling against the winter dark. Harry had been invited to try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. His natural agility and reflexes had caught the eye of the team captain during a flying lesson where Harry had performed a diving catch that professional seekers would have struggled with. He declined. Not because he wasn't interested. Flying on a broomstick was one of the most exhilarating experiences of his Midgardian life, a combination of speed and freedom and three-dimensional movement that was the closest thing to Asgardian combat he'd found on Earth, but because he was spread too thin already. Classes. Training. Hybrid magic experimentation. Communication with Asgard. Learning the social and political landscape of the wizarding world. Searching, with Dumbledore's guidance, for information about the Horcruxes. And underneath it all, the constant, low-level awareness that something was watching him. The scar. It had been quiet since he arrived at Hogwarts. The Asgardian suppression was holding, the dark fragment remained dormant, a muted presence in the back of his consciousness that he could ignore most of the time. But sometimes, especially at night, especially when he was tired, he felt it pulse. A cold flicker of something other behind his eyes. A whisper of alien thought that wasn't quite his own. And whenever he was near Professor Quirrell, it got worse. Harry hadn't mentioned this to anyone except Loki, who had responded with characteristic directness. The fragment is resonating with something in that man. Either he's carrying dark magic, or he's in contact with someone who is. Either way, be on your guard. Harry was on his guard. But being on guard was exhausting, and Hogwarts in December was full of distractions that made vigilance difficult. The castle decorated itself for Christmas with the enthusiasm of a realm that had never heard of restraint, 12 towering Christmas trees in the Great Hall, suits of armor that had been enchanted to sing carols, badly, garlands of holly and ivy and tinsel that draped every surface. Most students went home for the holidays. Ron went back to the Burrow. Hermione went to her parents' house in London. The castle emptied, and Harry found himself alone in Gryffindor Tower with a handful of other students who, for various reasons, weren't going home. Home. The word hit differently now. He could go home. Heimdall could open the Bifrost from Asgard's side if Harry signaled with the communication stone. He could be in Frigga's arms in minutes, back in his own chambers, sleeping under Asgardian stars. He didn't signal. Not because he didn't want to go. He ached for it, for Asgard, for his family, for the golden halls and the training grounds and the quiet of Frigga's study. But something kept him here. Some instinct that told him he wasn't done yet. That if he left now, even temporarily, he'd lose the momentum he'd built, the friendships, the magical progress, the growing understanding of who he was in this world. He needed to stay. He needed to finish this. He needed to find the mirror. The mirror of Erised. Harry found it by accident, the way all the most important discoveries are made. Wandering the castle on Christmas Eve, unable to sleep, wrapped in a cloak that Dumbledore had sent him as a gift, James Potter's invisibility cloak, one of the Deathly Hallows, though Harry didn't know that yet, he'd taken a wrong turn on the 7th floor and ended up in an unused classroom. The mirror stood against the far wall. Tall, ornate, framed in gold, with an inscription carved across the top that Harry, reading it backward, deciphered as, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." He stood in front of it. And what he saw broke him open. Not one family. Two. On his left, James and Lily Potter. His father, tall and bespectacled, with Harry's messy black hair and a grin that crinkled the corners of his eyes. His mother, red-haired and green-eyed, beautiful in a way that photographs couldn't capture because her beauty was kinetic, it lived in the way she moved, the way she tilted her head, the way her eyes sparkled with intelligence and warmth. They were young. So terribly young. Not much older than Sif and Thor, really. Children who'd become parents, who'd become legends, who'd become ghosts. On his right, the Odinsons. Frigga, golden-haired and serene, her hand on Harry's shoulder. Odin, one-eyed and regal, his staff planted beside him. Thor, beaming, one arm around Harry's neck in a headlock that was somehow affectionate. Loki, standing slightly apart, smirking, but his hand reaching toward Harry's, almost touching. Two families. Both real. Both his. Standing together, side by side, as if they belonged together. As if the universe had heard Harry's deepest, most impossible wish and painted it in silver light on the surface of a magical mirror. Harry's vision blurred. He pressed his hand against the glass. This is what I want, he thought. Not one or the other. Both. All of it. Everyone I love in the same room, in the same world, in the same life. The mirror showed it to him. Perfect and impossible and beautiful. And Harry stood there in the dark, in an empty classroom in a castle in Scotland, a world away from where he'd grown up and a lifetime away from where he'd been born, and he wept. He wept for the parents he'd never known. He wept for the family he'd left behind. He wept for the impossible wish that the mirror showed him and the cold knowledge that some wishes don't come true, no matter how much magic you have. He stood there until the tears stopped. Until the ache in his chest settled from sharp to dull. Until the mirror's image blurred and shimmered and was just glass again, reflecting a boy with red eyes and a lightning scar and two worlds pulling at his heart. Then he dried his face, straightened his shoulders, and walked out of the room. He didn't go back to the mirror. Not because it didn't tempt him, it did. God, it did. But Harry had been raised by Odin, who understood the seductive danger of things that showed you what you wanted instead of what you needed. And he'd been raised by Frigga, who had taught him that grief was not weakness, but dwelling in grief was not strength. He carried the image with him. Both families, side by side. Not as a fantasy to retreat into, but as a goal to work toward. He couldn't bring the dead back to life. But he could build a life that honored both of them. A life that bridged the gap between worlds. A life that made both James and Lily Potter and Odin and Frigga proud. A life that was, finally and fully, his own. Christmas morning. Harry sat in the empty Gryffindor common room, surrounded by a small pile of gifts, Weasley sweater from Ron's mum, emerald green, hand-knitted, slightly too large, and the warmest thing he'd ever worn, books from Hermione, candy from the twins, and held the communication stone. Thor. Blue-white light. The distinct crackle of barely contained cosmic energy. Brother. Merry Christmas. Or, what is the Midgardian phrase, Happy Holidays? I never remember which one. Merry Christmas is fine, Thor. Merry Christmas, then. How are you? Are you eating enough? You always forget to eat when you're focused. Mother says, I'm eating, Thor. They have feasts here that would make even you slow down. Impossible. Nothing makes me slow down. Except, well, that one time with the Bilgesnipe meat that had turned, but that was, Thor. Yes. I love you. You know that, right? A pause. For Thor, even a 1-second pause was meaningful. He ran on instinct and emotion, and silence from Thor meant something big was happening inside. I know, brother, Thor said. His voice had dropped from its usual boom to something quieter. Warmer. And I love you. With all my heart. Across every realm and every star. Even if I'm not Asgardian. Especially because you're not Asgardian. Do you know what it means, Harry? To be mortal and yet stand among gods. To train beside warriors who could crush mountains and not only survive but thrive. You are the bravest person I know. Not because you're fearless, you're not. But because you're afraid and you do it anyway. That is the truest courage. And it is why I am proud, so proud, to call you my brother. Harry closed his eyes. Pressed the stone against his heart. When this is over, Harry said. When I've done what I need to do here. I'm coming home. I will be waiting, Thor said. With the biggest feast Asgard has ever seen. And the hardest sparring session of your life. I wouldn't expect anything less. Merry Christmas, Harry. Merry Christmas, Thor. The light faded. Harry sat in the empty common room, wearing his Weasley sweater, holding his communication stone, and the ache in his chest was still there, would probably always be there, the permanent weight of loving people across dimensional barriers, but it was bearable now. Manageable. Almost warm. He was Harry Odinson. Blood of Midgard. Heart of Asgard. Both. Always both. And that was enough. Chapter 3, The Prince of Hogwarts. Chapter 3, The Prince of Hogwarts. January hit Hogwarts like a slap. Not metaphorically, the weather literally slapped you. Scottish Highland winter was a different beast entirely from the eternal temperate glow of Asgard, and Harry, despite 2 months of acclimation, still found himself occasionally stunned by the sheer aggression of Midgardian weather. Wind that cut through cloaks like knives. Rain that fell sideways. Snow that didn't drift gently from the sky like in storybooks but attacked horizontally, stinging every exposed inch of skin. Harry loved it. That probably said something about him psychologically, but he'd sort that out later. Right now, he was standing on the Quidditch pitch at 6 in the morning, alone, running through combat forms with his wand instead of a blade. This had become his routine since the Christmas break. Wake before dawn. Dress in the Asgardian training leathers he'd smuggled in under his Hogwarts robes. Head to the pitch, the only open space in the castle large enough for full-range movement practice, and train. Not Hogwarts training. Asgardian training. He'd adapted the forms over the past few months, translating the sword and shield patterns that Thor had drilled into him into a wand-based combat style that didn't exist in any textbook on either world. The wand replaced the sword as a striking and projecting weapon. His free hand became a shield, Seir channeled through his palm to create barriers of shimmering golden light. His footwork stayed pure Asgardian, low center of gravity, constant motion, never in the same place for more than a second. Step, pivot, slash, a cutting hex carved a line in the frozen earth. Spin, drop, thrust, a concussive blast shattered a conjured practice target into dust. Roll, rise, double tap, 2 stunners fired in rapid succession, so fast they looked like a single beam of red light, hitting 2 separate targets at opposite ends of the pitch. The hybrid magic had become second nature. Sif's insight, channeling Seir through the wand rather than choosing between systems, had been the breakthrough. Once Harry stopped fighting the duality and started embracing it, everything clicked. His wizard spells were powered by Seir, making them 2 or 3 times stronger than a normal caster's. His Seir was focused by the wand, making it more precise than raw channeling. The combination was something new, not quite Asgardian, not quite wizarding, but a third thing that belonged entirely to Harry. He was in the middle of a particularly complex sequence, a spinning shield and strike combination that Loki had suggested and that required maintaining a defensive barrier with his left hand while casting offensive spells with his right, when he realized he wasn't alone. Someone was sitting in the stands. Harry finished the sequence, lowered his wand, and looked up. Professor McGonagall sat in the front row of the Gryffindor section, wrapped in a tartan shawl over her teaching robes, a steaming mug of something in her hands. She was watching him with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read, part admiration, part concern, part the specific look of a teacher who has realized that her student is operating on a level she didn't anticipate. "Good morning, Professor," Harry called. "That was not Hogwarts curriculum," McGonagall said. "No, ma'am. That was not any magical combat tradition I'm familiar with. And I've been teaching defense against the dark arts and transfiguration for nearly 40 years. No, ma'am." McGonagall sipped her drink. "How long have you been doing this?" "The morning training." "Since November." "The combat forms?" "Since I was 6. "Since you were 6. Asgardians start military education early." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. She set her mug down on the bench beside her and folded her hands in her lap, the pose she adopted when she was about to say something serious. "Mr. Odinson." "Harry." It was the first time she'd used his first name. "I have watched you for 4 months now. In my classroom, in the corridors, in the common room. I've read the other professors' reports. I've spoken with the headmaster." She fixed him with those sharp eyes. "You are, without question, the most unusual student I have encountered in my career. And I have encountered some extremely unusual students." "Is that a compliment?" "It is an observation. Compliments will follow if warranted." The ghost of a smile. "Your academic performance is paradoxical. In practical application, you are years ahead of your peers, your power output, your reflexes, your instinctive grasp of magical theory. In technical execution, you are behind, your wand work is improving but still inconsistent, your spell pronunciation is sometimes creative rather than correct, and you have a tendency to treat classroom exercises as combat scenarios, which is effective but alarming. I turned a matchstick into a dagger. You turned a matchstick into a dagger. On the first attempt. Which simultaneously demonstrated extraordinary talent and a concerning default toward weaponry." Harry shrugged. "Where I come from, everything's a weapon. You learn to see the combat application first and the decorative application second. You are not where you come from anymore." "No. But I'm still who I was made there." McGonagall studied him. Something shifted in her expression, the teacher receding slightly, replaced by the woman underneath. The woman who had been an Order of the Phoenix member, who had fought in the First War against Voldemort, who had stood in the ruins of Godric's Hollow the morning after and seen what was left of 2 of her favorite students. "Your mother was one of the finest students I ever taught," McGonagall said. "Lily Evans. Brilliant, principled, fierce when she needed to be and gentle when she could afford to be. She had a gift for transfiguration, an intuitive understanding of how matter could be reshaped that went beyond technique into something like art." Her voice softened. "Your father was one of the most exasperating students I ever taught. James Potter. Talented to the point of laziness, charming to the point of recklessness, and utterly incapable of sitting still for more than 30 seconds without finding something to get himself into trouble." "Sounds familiar," Harry said, thinking of Thor and Loki at the same time. "You have both of them in you. Lily's depth and James's fire. And something else, something that is entirely your own." McGonagall stood, gathering her shawl around her. "I came here this morning to tell you something, Mr. Odinson. You are wasting your time in first-year classes." Harry blinked. "Ma'am. Your power level, your magical knowledge, and your practical abilities are beyond anything the first-year curriculum can offer. The only areas where you need development are wand technique and wizarding-specific theory, and those can be addressed through private tutoring rather than sitting through lessons designed for children who have never held a wand. Are you offering to tutor me? I am offering to accelerate you. With the headmaster's approval, which I have already obtained, I am proposing that you attend second and third year classes in Transfiguration and Charms, continue in first year for subjects where you lack background knowledge, and receive private instruction in advanced defense against the dark arts from Professor Flitwick, who was a dueling champion before he turned to teaching. Harry's heart rate picked up. This was significant. Not just academically. McGonagall was offering to take him seriously. To stop treating him like a normal student and start treating him like what he was, a trained warrior with advanced magical abilities who was attending Hogwarts to fill in the gaps, not to start from scratch. Why? Harry asked. Not because he was suspicious, because he wanted to understand. The headmaster wanted me to have a normal Hogwarts experience. To learn the culture, make friends, be a student. And you have done that. In 4 months, you've made close friends, integrated into your house, and demonstrated to the school that Harry Potter is a real person and not just a legend. The cultural immersion is working. McGonagall's eyes glinted. But pretending you need to learn Wingardium Leviosa when you can blast a mountain troll through a ceiling is not immersion. It's farce. And I refuse to participate in farce. Harry grinned. He couldn't help it. Professor McGonagall, has anyone ever told you that you're brilliant? Frequently. It never goes to my head. She picked up her mug. Report to my second-year Transfiguration class on Monday. And for Merlin's sake, try not to turn anything into a weapon. No promises. I didn't think so. She swept out of the stands, tartan shawl billowing behind her like a Scottish battle standard. Harry stood alone on the frozen Quidditch pitch, grinning at the grey sky, and felt something he hadn't felt since leaving Asgard. Momentum. The news that Harry Odinson was being moved to advanced classes spread through Hogwarts with the speed and subtlety of a forest fire. Reactions varied. The Gryffindors were mostly proud, in the way that a sports team is proud when one of their own gets called up to the big leagues. Fred and George Weasley ambushed Harry in the common room and presented him with a toilet seat they'd stolen from the prefect's bathroom, which was apparently the highest honor they could bestow. Percy Weasley, the prefect, gave a speech about the importance of academic excellence that lasted approximately 45 minutes and caused at least 3 people to fall asleep. The Ravenclaws were intrigued. Several of them started showing up to meals at the Gryffindor table to ask Harry questions about Asgardian magical theory, and a 4th year named Padma Patil engaged him in a debate about the relationship between Seir and Transfiguration that lasted 3 hours and ended only because they both had classes. The Hufflepuffs were supportive in the quietly wholesome way that Hufflepuff supported everything. Several of them sent Harry encouraging notes, and a boy named Cedric Diggory, who was 2 years older and approximately 8 feet of golden retriever-coated niceness, stopped Harry in the corridor to congratulate him and offer to help with anything he needed. The Slytherins were complicated. Draco Malfoy had been circling Harry since the first week of term like a shark that couldn't decide whether to bite or befriend. The Malfoy heir was everything Harry expected from a boy raised in a noble house with centuries of political capital, polished, entitled, sharp-edged, and completely unable to process the fact that Harry had turned down his initial offer of friendship on the train without apparent concern. "You'll find that some wizarding families are better than others," Odinson, Malfoy had said, his pointed face arranged in an expression of generous condescension. "I can help you there. I was raised by the King of Asgard," Harry had replied. "I think I know a thing or two about hierarchy." The rejection had stung Malfoy, and stung pride in a boy like Draco was a wound that festered. He'd spent the first 4 months positioning himself as Harry's primary antagonist, snide comments in the corridors, attempted sabotage in potions, thwarted by Harry's Asgardian-trained awareness and Snape's unwillingness to let anyone damage Lily Potter's son's cauldron. And a steady campaign of social undermining that was sophisticated for an 11-year-old but transparent to someone who'd watched Loki play politics with actual gods. The accelerated classes announcement tipped the balance. "Special treatment," Malfoy announced loudly in the Great Hall, surrounded by his retinue of Crabbe and Goyle, 2 boys whose combined intellectual output could be described as present. Potter, sorry, Odinson, he said the name like it was a joke, gets moved to advanced classes because of his famous scar. Not because of talent. Because Dumbledore wants his pet celebrity to look impressive. Harry, who was sitting at the Gryffindor table eating porridge and reading a letter from Frigga that had arrived by enchanted raven, Hedwig, his snowy owl, had been deeply offended by this, looked up. He could have responded with words. A cutting remark, a political parry, something clever and dismissive that would have put Malfoy in his place without escalating the situation. Instead, Harry did something that Loki would have approved of and Thor would have cheered. He raised his wand, pointed it at his porridge bowl, and without speaking a word, not even a whisper, pure non-verbal casting powered by hybrid magic, transfigured the porridge into a perfect miniature replica of Hogwarts Castle, complete with moving figures in the windows and a tiny dragon circling the tallest tower, rendered in such exquisite detail that it looked like a museum exhibit carved from oatmeal. He didn't look at Malfoy while he did it. He didn't say a word. He just created something beautiful and impossible and casually extraordinary, right there at the breakfast table, and then went back to reading his letter. The great hall went silent. Then the whispers started, not malicious ones, but odd ones. Hermione actually gasped. Ron said, "Bloody hell," at a volume that carried to at least 4 tables. Even the professor's table stirred. Flitwick stood on his chair to get a better look, McGonagall's lips twitched in what was absolutely a suppressed smile, and Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with the brightness of a small supernova. Malfoy stared at the porridge castle. His mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. No words came out. Harry glanced up from his letter, caught Malfoy's eye, and gave him a small, polite smile that communicated more than any insult could have. "I don't need to compete with you. We're not playing the same game." It was, Ron would later declare, the most devastating thing he'd ever witnessed, and he once watched Fred hex George's eyebrows off. The second-year Transfiguration class was a different world. Not because the material was significantly harder, Harry could handle the spell work, especially now that his hybrid technique had matured, but because the students were different. A year older, more settled, more aware of their own abilities and limitations. They looked at Harry with a mix of curiosity and wariness that he recognized from the Asgardian training yards, the look established warriors gave a newcomer who'd been dropped into their ranks by authority. "Prove yourself," that look said. "Show us you belong here." Harry proved himself. In McGonagall's class, he transfigured a beetle into a button so precisely that the button retained the beetle's iridescent shell pattern, creating something that the professor held up to the light and examined for a full minute before declaring it acceptable, which, from McGonagall, was the equivalent of a standing ovation. In Flitwick's advanced charms, he mastered the fire-making charm on the first attempt. After months of exploding candles, the irony was not lost on him, and then, when Flitwick challenged the class to attempt the more difficult flame-freezing charm, Harry produced a ball of fire in his palm that burned cold. A trick he'd learned from Frigga that wasn't technically a flame-freezing charm but achieved the same effect through Seir and looked considerably more impressive. And in his private defense sessions with Flitwick, held twice a week in an empty classroom on the 4th floor, Harry found something he'd been missing since leaving Asgard. A real opponent. Professor Phileas Flitwick was 67 years old, 4 feet tall, and one of the most dangerous people Harry had ever fought. The man had been international dueling champion. Not the Hogwarts school champion, not the British champion, the international champion. He defeated wizards from 30 countries, some of whom had been 2 feet taller and 50 years younger, using a combination of speed, precision, and a creative application of charms that bordered on artistic genius. He was also, Harry discovered in their first session, completely unwilling to go easy on a student. "Defend yourself." Flitwick called cheerfully, and fired a disarming charm that crossed the classroom in approximately 0.2 seconds. Harry barely got his shield up in time. The charm hit the Seir barrier with a crack that rattled the windows and sent a jolt up Harry's arm. "Good." Again. A stunner this time, followed immediately by a tripping jinx aimed at Harry's ankles, a classic 1-2 combination that most people wouldn't even see, let alone react to. Harry saw it. He jumped the tripping Jinx, deflected the stunner with a wand flick, and fired back, a knockback Jinx that Flitwick sidestepped with the casual grace of a dancer avoiding a puddle. Better. But you're telegraphing your offensive spells. Your wand arm pulls back before you cast, it's a warrior's habit, loading power into a strike. In dueling, it gives away your timing. Try. He fired 3 spells in rapid succession. Harry blocked 2, dodged the third, and countered with a combination he developed himself, a disarming charm wrapped in a Seir concussive pulse that turned a simple Expelliarmus into a shockwave of force. Flitwick's wand flew out of his hand. The tiny professor slid backward 3 feet on the polished floor, his robes fluttering, and came to rest against the far wall with a bump that knocked a portrait askew. Silence. Then Flitwick straightened his vest, picked up his wand, and beamed. Marvelous, he squeaked. Absolutely marvelous. What was that? The disarming spell felt like it was wrapped in something, an additional layer of energy. Seir pulse, Harry said, slightly out of breath. I use it to add concussive force to standard spells. It's like, imagine the spell is a fist, and the Seir is the arm behind it. Brilliant. Completely unorthodox and possibly unprecedented, but brilliant. We need to develop this further. If you can layer Seir onto any standard spell, the combat applications are. Flitwick's eyes had gone distant, the way they did when his tactical mind was spinning up. Can you do it with defensive spells as well? A shield charm backed by Seir could potentially block curses that a standard Protego couldn't handle. I've been experimenting. The problem is energy drain. Seir uses a different fuel source than wizard magic, and channeling both simultaneously is like running 2 engines at once. I can sustain it for about 10 minutes of active combat before I start getting diminishing returns. 10 minutes is a long duel. Most real fights are decided in under 2. Flitwick rubbed his chin. We need to work on your efficiency. You're using brute force where finesse would serve better, a common problem in powerful casters. You have the magical equivalent of a greatsword when sometimes a rapier is what's needed. Harry thought of Thor. The greatsword comparison was uncomfortably apartment. Can you teach me the rapier? Harry asked. Flitwick's eyes sparkled. My dear boy, I was hoping you'd ask. February brought rain, a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff that Harry watched from the stands with the analytical detachment of someone evaluating a military exercise. Gryffindor won. The Seeker, a 4th-year named Cormac McLagan, caught the snitch more through luck than skill, and a discovery that changed everything. It started with Hermione. Hermione Granger had, over the course of 5 months, evolved from the intimidatingly smart girl on the train to one of the 2 most important people in Harry's Midgardian life, a position she shared with Ron, though the 2 of them expressed their friendship in completely different ways. Ron was warmth and humor and instinct, the friend who knew when Harry needed to laugh and provided it without being asked. Hermione was depth and challenge and relentless intellectual curiosity, the friend who knew when Harry needed to think and refused to let him stop until he'd reached the right conclusion. She was also, Harry had discovered, an absolutely terrifying researcher. I found something, she said, dropping a stack of books on the common room table with enough force to make the nearby candles jump. It was late, after 11, and the common room was nearly empty. Ron was dozing in an armchair by the fire. Harry was working through a set of advanced transfiguration problems that McGonagall had assigned. You're going to need to narrow that down, Harry said. You find things approximately every 45 minutes. This is different. Hermione's eyes had that look, the focused, slightly feverish intensity that meant she'd latched onto something significant and followed it down a rabbit hole. I've been researching the 3rd-floor corridor. Harry looked up from his homework. The Forbidden One. Yes. The one Dumbledore told everyone to stay away from on the first night, with the extremely suspicious phrasing about dying a most painful death. Because that's a normal thing to tell children. I take it you didn't stay away. Of course I stayed away. I researched it from a distance. There's a big difference. She sat down and started laying out her evidence like a prosecutor building a case. I cross-referenced the date the corridor was sealed, August of this year, with public records of unusual activity in Diagon Alley during the same period. On July 31st, your birthday, coincidentally, and the day you arrived in the wizarding world, there was a break-in at Gringotts Bank. The Wizard Bank? The most secure institution in Britain. Someone tried to steal something from a high-security vault. Vault 713. They failed because the vault had been emptied earlier that same day. She paused for emphasis. By Hagrid. On Dumbledore's orders. Harry sat back. His brain was doing the thing it did when tactical information started forming a pattern, the thing Odin had trained into him through years of sitting in war councils, listening to intelligence reports, connecting dots that other people didn't even realize were there. So Dumbledore moved something from Gringotts to Hogwarts, Harry said slowly. Something valuable enough to steal. Something that needed to be hidden behind enough protections to warrant a painful death warning. Exactly. And Hagrid, I talked to him last week, mentioned something called the Philosopher's Stone. He got flustered and changed the subject immediately, but I looked it up. Hermione pulled a massive book from the bottom of her stack and opened it to a marked page. The Philosopher's Stone. Created by Nicholas Flamel, a real historical alchemist who is, according to this book, still alive at over 600 years old. The stone has two primary properties: it can transform any metal into gold, and it produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. The last word hung in the air. Immortal. Harry's blood went cold. Not from fear, from recognition. The chill of pattern matching, of seeing the shape of a threat emerge from scattered data points. Voldemort, he said. Hermione nodded, her face pale. He's obsessed with immortality. That's why he made the Horcruxes, right? That's why he split his soul. And now there's an artifact in this building that can produce literal immortality, and someone already tried to steal it from Gringotts. The break-in was Voldemort. Or someone working for him. And now whatever agent he's using is inside Hogwarts. Looking for the stone. Silence. Ron, who had woken up during the conversation and was listening with increasingly wide eyes, leaned forward. You think it's Snape, don't you? Ron said. He's been dodgy all year. He hates Harry, he's always lurking around the third-floor corridor, and during the Quidditch match, I saw him muttering something under his breath. It looked like he was cursing McLagan's broom. It's not Snape, Harry said. Both of his friends stared at him. It's not Snape, Harry repeated, more firmly. Snape has his issues with me, and he's not winning any personality awards, but he's not working for Voldemort. I've been trained to read people by some of the best political operators in the 9 realms. Snape is many things: bitter, angry, grieving, difficult. But he's not a traitor. If anything, he's watching the third-floor corridor to protect the stone. Then who? Hermione pressed. Harry closed his eyes. Thought about the scar. About the way it pulsed and throbbed whenever he was near a certain person. About Loki's warning, the fragment is resonating with something in that man. Quirrell, Harry said. Ron actually laughed. Quirrell. The bloke who faints at his own shadow. The guy who stutters so hard it takes him 5 minutes to say, good morning. The stutter is fake, Harry said flatly. I've been listening to it all year. Real speech impediments have consistent patterns. Quirrell's stutter appears and disappears based on his audience. When he thinks no one important is watching, it fades. When he wants to seem harmless, it intensifies. It's a performance. Ron's laughter died. Also, my scar hurts when I'm near him. Not all the time, just when his back is turned. Specifically when the back of his head, where the turban is pointed at me. Harry's voice was steady but his heart was hammering. The dark fragment in my scar resonates with dark magic. Something under that turban is setting it off. And the only dark magic powerful enough to trigger a Horcrux resonance is, Voldemort, Hermione whispered. You think Voldemort is on Quirrell? I think Voldemort is in Quirrell. Possessing him, parasitizing him, something. Voldemort doesn't have a body, the rebounded curse destroyed it. But he didn't die. He's a wraith, a spirit, anchored to life by his Horcruxes. And he's found a host. The common room fire crackled. Outside, wind howled against the tower windows. The three of them sat in a tight circle, the weight of what they'd just assembled pressing down like gravity. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. Dumbledore already knows, Harry said. What? Think about it. Dumbledore hired Quirrell. Dumbledore, who personally interviews every defense against the dark arts candidate and who is, by all accounts, one of the most powerful legilimens in the world, a man who can literally read minds. You think he didn't notice that his new professor had the Dark Lord living on the back of his skull? Hermione's mouth opened. Closed. Her eyes went wide with a realization that Harry could see hitting her like a freight train. He wanted Quirrell here, she breathed. He moved the stone to Hogwarts to lure Voldemort. The protections on the third-floor corridor aren't just defenses, they're a trap. Dumbledore is using the stone as bait. And me as the other piece of bait, Harry added quietly. The stone and the boy who lived, both in the same building. Two things Voldemort can't resist. Ron looked physically ill. That's brilliant and horrifying. Welcome to dealing with powerful old men who think in centuries, Harry said, and the bitterness in his voice surprised even him. He sounded, for a moment, exactly like Loki. They don't see people. They see positions on a board. So what do we do? Ron asked. Harry looked at his friends. These two Midgardian children, mortal, fragile by Asgardian standards, untrained in combat, armed with rudimentary magic and a few months of schooling. They should be worrying about homework and Quidditch and whether the house elves would make treacle tart for dessert. They should not be sitting in a dimly lit common room at midnight, calmly discussing how to deal with the most dangerous dark wizard in modern history. But here they were. And they weren't running. Ron Weasley, the youngest brother, the kid who'd spent his whole life being compared to overachievers, was sitting forward with his jaw set and his freckled face hard with determination. He was scared, Harry could see it in the slight tremor of his hands, but he was here. Hermione Granger, the Muggle-born bookworm, the girl who shouldn't have been in this world at all by the standards of the people who made the rules, was already reaching for another book, already researching, already preparing. Her fear was being channeled directly into productivity, which was the most Hermione response imaginable and also, Harry realized, a form of courage that was entirely her own. Thor would have loved them both. We prepare, Harry said. We don't go looking for trouble, if Dumbledore has a plan, we let it play out. But we prepare for the possibility that his plan fails, or that he's miscalculated, or that the trap gets sprung in a way nobody predicted. I've been trained for exactly this kind of situation. Loki taught me that the best plan is the one that works when every other plan has fallen apart. What kind of preparation? Hermione asked. Research. Everything you can find about the stone, about Flammel, about Voldemort's known abilities and limitations. Ron, you grew up in this world. You understand the culture, the politics, the social dynamics in ways that Hermione and I don't. I need you to be our intelligence analyst. Who's connected to whom? Who benefits if Voldemort returns? Who can we trust and who can't we? Ron blinked. Then straightened. Harry watched it happen in real time, the moment when someone who'd spent their whole life being told they were average realized that their specific skills were not just valuable but essential. I can do that, Ron said. And the tremor in his hands was gone. And me? Hermione asked. You're the researcher. The theorist. You understand magical theory better than anyone I've met on this planet, and I include most of the professors in that statement. I need you to figure out how the stone's protections work, what defenses Voldemort might face, and, most importantly, what happens to a wraith-formed dark wizard who tries to touch an artifact of pure creation while possessing a mortal body. Hermione's eyes lit up. She was already mentally compiling a bibliography. "What about you?" Ron asked. Harry looked at his wand. Felt the dual hum of wizard magic and Seir resonating through the holly wood. "I train," he said. "Because if it comes down to a fight, I need to be ready for one." The weeks that followed were the most intense of Harry's life, and he'd spent his childhood training with gods. He threw himself into preparation with the single-minded intensity that Odin had always admired and Frigga had always worried about. Mornings, combat training on the pitch, pushing his hybrid magic harder, working with Flitwick to refine his dueling technique. Afternoons, accelerated classes, absorbing wizarding knowledge at a pace that impressed even McGonagall. Evenings, research sessions with Ron and Hermione in the library, piecing together information about the stone's protections, Voldemort's history, and the broader political landscape of the wizarding world. And nights, conversations with Asgard. He told Loki everything. The stone. The trap. Quirrell Voldemort. Dumbledore's chess game. Loki listened with the focused silence of a mind processing data at extraordinary speed. "You're being used," Loki said bluntly. "Dumbledore has positioned you as bait. Whether his intentions are protective or manipulative is irrelevant, the functional outcome is the same. You are in the line of fire by design." "I know. And you're not leaving." "No. Because you're stubborn, reckless, and constitutionally incapable of walking away from a fight when innocent people are at risk." "Yes. You're so much like Thor that it physically pains me." "Thank you." That was not a compliment. A pause. Long. The silence of someone wrestling with competing impulses. "Harry. If it comes to a fight, a real fight, not a troll, not a training exercise, you need to remember something." "What?" "You carry a fragment of Voldemort's soul. It is a piece of him, embedded in you, sharing your body and your magic. If Voldemort gets close enough to you, that fragment could activate. It could create a bridge between his consciousness and yours. It could give him access to your mind, your memories, your feelings." Loki's voice dropped. "Do not let him touch you. Do not let him make eye contact. Do not let him inside your head. The fragment is contained by Asgardian magic, but containment is not immunity. If he pushes hard enough, the walls could crack." Harry's hand drifted to his scar. "What happens if the walls crack?" "I don't know. And the fact that I don't know is what frightens me. So for once in your life, Harry, be careful." "I'm always careful." "You fought a troll in a bathroom." "Carefully." "You are impossible." "I learn from the best." Loki made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been a groan. "Good night, Harry. Try not to die before I see you again." "No promises." The stone went dark. Harry sat in his bed, curtains drawn, and touched his scar. Under his fingers, in the deepest recesses of his magical awareness, something stirred. Cold, dark, alien. Watching. Waiting. March. Harry was walking back from Flitwick's private lesson, a particularly grueling session that had left his wand arm aching and his magical reserves depleted, when he turned a corner on the 4th floor and walked directly into a confrontation he hadn't been expecting. Draco Malfoy, backed by Crabbe and Goyle, had cornered Neville Longbottom. Neville was a member of Harry's dormitory, a round-faced, anxious boy with a memory like a sieve and a magical talent so deeply buried under layers of self-doubt that most people assumed he was barely magical at all. He was kind, painfully shy, and constitutionally incapable of standing up for himself, which made him a target for people like Malfoy in the way that a wounded animal was a target for predators. The scene was immediately clear. Neville was pressed against the wall, clutching his remembrall, a small glass sphere that turned red when you'd forgotten something, which in Neville's case meant it was permanently red. Malfoy was holding Neville's bag, the contents of which were scattered across the corridor. Crabbe and Goyle flanked him like matching bookends of malice. "Give it back," Neville was saying, his voice shaking. "Please, Malfoy, just give it, or what, Longbottom? You'll cry. You'll go to a teacher. You'll wet yourself." Malfoy laughed. It was a mean, performative laugh, the kind designed to humiliate rather than express genuine amusement. "You're pathetic. Your parents were famous Aurors and you can't even cast a basic spell without melting your cauldron." Neville flinched. The parents' comment. Harry had learned, from Ron, who knew these things, that Neville's parents had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters after Voldemort's fall. They were alive but permanently hospitalized, unable to recognize their own son. Neville visited them at St. Mungo's during holidays. They didn't know who he was. Using that against him was not just cruel. It was the kind of cruelty that was designed to break something. Harry's blood went hot. Not warm. Hot. The simmering, controlled heat of someone who had been trained to channel anger into action and who had a very specific, Asgardian-flavored opinion about people who picked on the vulnerable. Malfoy. One word. Harry's voice, flat and carrying, echoed down the corridor. All four boys turned. Harry stood at the end of the hall. He hadn't drawn his wand. His hands were at his sides. His face was neutral, the careful blankness that Odin wore in diplomatic negotiations, that Frigga wore when she was about to say something devastating in the gentlest possible voice. "This doesn't concern you, Odinson," Malfoy said, but there was a flicker in his eyes. A slight widening. The unconscious recognition of a predator who has suddenly realized that a bigger predator has entered the territory. "Give Neville his bag. Make me." Two words that 10-year-olds used and 11-year-olds usually outgrew. But Malfoy said them with the confidence of someone who had two large bodyguards and a family name that opened doors across the wizarding world, and who believed, genuinely and completely, that these things made him untouchable. Harry walked forward. He didn't run. He didn't rush. He just walked, each step measured, each footfall deliberate, his green eyes fixed on Malfoy's grey ones. And something about the walk, the absolute certainty of it, the predatory calm, the way the air itself seemed to tighten around him, made Crabbe and Goyle take an involuntary step backward. They were big boys. Strong for their age. In any normal schoolyard confrontation, they were the muscle. The enforcers. The reason people didn't challenge Draco Malfoy. But Harry Odinson had spent his childhood sparring with the son of Odin and dodging magic cast by the god of mischief, and something about the way he carried himself, something older and harder and more real than anything Crabbe and Goyle had ever encountered, tripped every instinctual alarm bell in their underdeveloped brains. They stepped back again. Malfoy noticed. His face tightened. Harry stopped 3 feet from Malfoy. Close enough to act. Far enough to react. "I'm going to give you one chance to walk away from this," Harry said. His voice was quiet. Conversational. The volume of someone discussing the weather. "Give Neville his bag, apologize for what you said about his parents, and leave. That's the option I'm offering." "Or what?" Malfoy sneered, but his voice had gone up half an octave. His body was doing the thing that bodies did when the conscious mind was projecting confidence but the subconscious was screaming danger, slight lean backward, weight shifting to the back foot, hands tightening. "There is no, or what," Harry said. "That's the only option. There's no alternative I'm willing to offer." Malfoy's hand twitched toward his wand. Harry's eyes tracked the movement. In the space between Malfoy's fingers touching the wand handle and the wand leaving the pocket, Harry could have drawn, cast, and ended the confrontation 3 different ways. He knew it. His body knew it. Every hour of training screamed readiness. He didn't move. Instead, he did something Loki had taught him. Something more effective than any spell. He let Malfoy see. Not with magic. Not with seer or illusion or any supernatural technique. He simply dropped the mask, the friendly, approachable, slightly self-deprecating persona he wore at Hogwarts, and let Malfoy see what was underneath. The warrior. The prince. The boy who had been forged in the fires of an Asgardian training ground and tempered by the expectations of a realm of gods. The person who had fought a mountain troll at age 11 and won. The person whose instinct, at this exact moment, was not to hex or jinx or duel but to close the distance and end the fight with his hands, because that was what Asgardians did when someone threatened the people under their protection. Malfoy saw it. Whatever lived behind Harry's eyes in that moment, whatever cold, certain, ancient thing looked out through those green irises, Malfoy saw it, and it terrified him in a way that no spell ever could. Because spells could be countered. What Malfoy saw couldn't. He dropped Neville's bag. "Sorry, Longbottom," Malfoy said, and the words came out in a rush, automated, his eyes still locked on Harry's. He stepped back. Crabbe and Goyle were already retreating. "This isn't worth my time." They left. Quickly. Not running, Malfoys didn't run, but walking with the urgent purposefulness of people who had somewhere else to be, and it was definitely not here. The corridor was quiet. Harry blinked. The mask came back, the easy smile, the relaxed posture, the warm eyes. He bent down, gathered Neville's scattered belongings, and handed the bag back. "You okay?" Harry asked. Neville stared at him. His round face was flushed, his eyes wide, and there was something in his expression that Harry recognized because he'd seen it before, in the mirror, after Odin's revelation. The look of someone whose understanding of the world had just shifted. "You didn't even draw your wand," Neville whispered. "Didn't need to." "He was scared of you." Malfoy was actually scared. Malfoy is a bully. And the thing about bullies, in Asgard, on Earth, everywhere, is that they're performing. The cruelty, the confidence, the swagger, it's a show. And a show only works when the audience plays along. Stop playing along, and the show falls apart. Neville looked at his bag. Then at Harry. Then at his bag again. He was processing something, working through an internal calculation that was clearly unfamiliar and therefore difficult. "Can you teach me?" Neville asked. "Teach you what?" "How to, not play along." Harry looked at this boy, soft, scared, battered by loss and self-doubt, carrying the weight of famous parents he couldn't remember and a magical legacy he couldn't seem to live up to, and saw something that most people missed. Something hidden under the anxiety and the clumsiness and the perpetual look of someone bracing for the next blow. Neville Longbottom was brave. Not the flashy, dramatic bravery of a Thor or a James Potter. The quiet, stubborn, enduring bravery of someone who kept getting knocked down and kept getting up. Who went to school every day knowing he'd be mocked and did it anyway. Who visited parents who didn't recognize him and brought them candy wrappers because his mom liked to collect them, even though she'd never be able to tell him why. That was Gryffindor courage. The real kind. The kind that didn't need a cheering crowd or a dramatic moment to exist. "Yeah," Harry said. "I can teach you." Neville smiled. It was small and tentative and slightly disbelieving, like a plant seeing sunlight for the first time after a long winter. "Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me yet. My training methods are borrowed from Asgardian warriors. You might want to thank me after you survive the first session." That doesn't sound encouraging. It's not supposed to be. Growth never is. April. The communication stone glowed green in the darkness of Harry's four-poster bed. Sif. A pause. Longer than usual. Then her voice, and something in it was different, rawer, less controlled. "Harry. What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. You're a terrible liar. Loki's a great liar and Thor's an obvious liar, but you're a terrible liar." "What happened?" Silence. Breathing. Then, "I miss you." 3 words. The same 3 words she'd said before, months ago, on the night Harry had told her about the hybrid magic breakthrough. But these landed differently. Heavier. With an emotional weight that was new, or maybe not new, maybe just finally unmasked. "I miss you too," Harry said. "Every day. The training grounds aren't the same without, no. That's not, I don't mean I miss having a sparring partner. I mean I miss you. The specific person who is you. Your stupid jokes and your messy hair and the way you get this look on your face when you're figuring out a problem, like the whole world has narrowed down to that one thing and nothing else exists." Her voice cracked. "Just slightly. I've been training for 1200 years. I've had sparring partners before. I've had friends before. This is not that. This is something else and I don't have a word for it and it's making me furious." Harry's heart was doing something extraordinary. Not beating faster, beating differently. Like it had found a new rhythm, a new frequency, one that resonated with the sound of Sif's voice in the dark. "Sif, don't. Don't say something clever or deflecting or self-deprecating. Don't make a joke. Just, tell me the truth. Because I need to know if this is," she stopped. Started again. "I need to know if I'm the only one feeling this." The dormitory was silent. Ron's snores provided a distant, rhythmic counterpoint. The wind pressed against the tower windows. "You're not the only one," Harry said. And his voice was steady, which surprised him, because the inside of his chest felt like it was full of lightning. "You're not even close to the only one. Sif, I have been trying not to think about this for months because I'm on a different planet dealing with a Dark Lord and a prophecy and I thought it would be selfish to." "Selfish," Sif repeated, and her voice had shifted from vulnerable to something sharper. "You think it's selfish to feel things? I think it's selfish to burden someone with feelings when I can't be there. When I don't know when I'm coming back. When every day here could be what? Dangerous? You've been in danger your whole life. I've been in danger my whole life. If we waited for safety before acknowledging what's between us, we'd wait forever." She was right. She was maddeningly, characteristically, Sifishly right. "What's between us?" Harry repeated. The words felt enormous. "What would you call it?" "I don't know. The word in Asgardian is Istviner. It means, it's complicated. It's more than friendship but it's not the dramatic, all-consuming passion that the poets sing about. It's deeper than that. Quieter. It's the person you want beside you in battle and beside you in silence. The person whose presence makes you more. Estviner." Harry rolled the word around in his mind. It resonated. It fit. "I think in English the closest word is." He searched. "Partner. Not in the business sense. In the every sense. The person you build something with. The person you choose, every day, because every day they're still the person you choose. That's the worst definition I've ever heard. I know. I'm terrible with words. You're terrible with emotions. Your words are usually fine." Harry laughed. It came out slightly choked, slightly wet, slightly broken, a laugh that carried more feeling than it had structural capacity for, like a cup overflowing. "When I come back to Asgard," he said, "we should probably talk about this in person." Probably. Preferably not while fighting anything. No promises. Sif. What? Whatever this is between us. Whatever we're going to call it. I want you to know that it's the most real thing I've ever felt. More real than magic. More real than prophecy. More real than 2 worlds pulling me in opposite directions. He paused. You're my fixed point. You always have been. Silence. Long and full and warm despite the dimensional distance. Come home, Harry, Sif said. When you're done saving this messy little planet. Come home. I will. Promise? I promise. On your honor as an Odinson? On my honor as everything I am. The stone dimmed. Harry pressed it against his chest and lay in the dark, heart hammering, eyes burning, a smile on his face that he couldn't have suppressed if he tried. 2 worlds. 2 families. And now, bridging the gap between them, something that felt an awful lot like love. He was so screwed. In the best possible way. The spring brought 2 developments. The first was Neville. Harry had started training him in mid-March, not combat training, nothing that aggressive, but the kind of fundamental confidence building that Sif had given Harry in their first sparring session all those years ago. Physical conditioning. Awareness exercises. Simple defensive drills that emphasized reaction speed and spatial awareness. The transformation was slow but unmistakable. Neville didn't suddenly become a warrior. He didn't develop supernatural reflexes or discover hidden magical talent. What he developed was something more fundamental and ultimately more valuable: self-trust. Within a month, Neville was standing straighter. Walking with his shoulders back instead of hunched forward. Making eye contact during conversations instead of staring at his shoes. His spell work, which had always been hampered by anxiety more than lack of ability, started improving as his confidence rose, not dramatically, not overnight, but in the steady, incremental way that real growth happened. The first time Neville successfully cast a shield charm, a basic protego that held for 3 seconds before collapsing, he stared at his wand like it had just spoken to him. I did it, he said. Wonderingly, almost disbelievingly, like a man who'd been told he couldn't fly suddenly finding himself airborne. You did it, Harry confirmed. But I'm not. People say I'm almost a squib. People are wrong. Your magical ability has never been the problem, Neville. Your belief in your magical ability was the problem. Every time you cast a spell while thinking, this won't work, you were literally telling your magic not to work. Magic responds to intent. And intent is just another word for confidence. Neville looked at his wand. At Harry. At his wand again. You sound like a teacher, he said. I sound like my mother. She said essentially the same thing to me when I couldn't light a candle without detonating it. Your adoptive mother. The Queen. Frigga, yeah. She's the most patient person in the 9 realms. She'd spend 3 hours watching me blow things up, and at the end, she'd just say, again. Like failure was just part of the process. Failure is part of the process. See? You already get it. The second development was more ominous. Quirrell was escalating. Not obviously. Not in any way that a normal student would notice. But Harry wasn't a normal student, and after months of watching Quirrell through the lens of Asgardian threat assessment, he could see the pattern. The stuttering professor was spending more time near the 3rd-floor corridor. His demeanor, already nervous, had acquired a manic edge, dark circles under his eyes, a twitchiness that went beyond his established baseline, and occasional moments when his turban-covered head would jerk to one side as if listening to a voice no one else could hear. Voldemort was pushing. Harry could feel it through the scar, faint pulses of cold, alien intent, like the heartbeat of something ancient and hungry pressing against the walls of its cage. The dark fragment in Harry's forehead responded to these pulses with tiny spikes of pain that Harry had learned to suppress but couldn't entirely ignore. Whatever containment the protections on the stone provided, whatever patience Voldemort had been exercising, it was running out. He's going to make his move soon, Harry told Ron and Hermione during a late-night strategy session in an empty classroom they'd commandeered for the purpose. He'd placed Asgardian warning runes at the door, a trick Loki had taught him, that would alert them if anyone approached. The scar activity is increasing. Quirrell's behavior is deteriorating. Something is changing. Maybe Dumbledore will stop him before it gets that far, Ron said. Maybe. But Dumbledore's plan, as far as I can tell, involves letting Voldemort reveal himself before intervening. The problem with that strategy is that it requires Voldemort to cooperate, and Voldemort is not known for his cooperative spirit. What if Dumbledore isn't here when it happens? Hermione said quietly. They both looked at her. Think about it, she continued. If Dumbledore were sitting in his office every day, Voldemort would never make his move. The trap only works if Voldemort thinks there's an opening. Which means Dumbledore has to leave. He has to create a gap. Or someone creates the gap for him, Harry said slowly. An emergency. A distraction. Something that pulls Dumbledore away from the castle at exactly the right moment. Leaving the stone unguarded. Not unguarded. The protections are still in place. But without Dumbledore's personal presence, Quirrell Voldemort might believe the defenses are beatable. Are they? Ron asked. Harry thought about this. Depends on the protections. We know there's a three-headed dog guarding the trapdoor. Hagrid let that slip weeks ago. Below that, I'd expect traps from multiple professors. But if Dumbledore is the final defense, and Dumbledore's gone, then the stone is vulnerable, Hermione finished. Not completely. Because I'll be here. The statement landed with the weight of a dropped anvil. Ron and Hermione stared at him. Harry, Hermione began, her voice carrying the careful, measured tone of someone about to make a very reasonable argument that she knew would be ignored. You are 11 years old. I'm 11 years old and I've been training with God since I was 6. I fought a mountain troll 5 months ago. I can cast hybrid magic that doesn't exist in any textbook. And I'm the only person in this castle who has a direct connection to Voldemort through the scar, which means I'm the only person who can track his movements in real time. You're also the person he most wants to kill. Which means I'm the person he's least likely to see coming. He thinks I'm a child. A famous scar on a kid who got lucky once as a baby. He has no idea what I can actually do. Harry's voice was calm. Not the artificial calm of someone suppressing fear, the genuine calm of someone who had accepted a situation and was operating within it. The Asgardian calm. The warrior's calm. I'm not going to go looking for a fight. But if the fight comes, I'll be ready. Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then he leaned forward, his jaw set, his blue eyes hard. If you go, Ron said, I go. Ron, no. Don't even try. You think I'm going to let my best friend walk into a death trap alone? My mum would kill me. And then she'd bring me back and kill me again. This isn't your fight. It's my fight because you're my friend and that's how friendship works. You don't get to decide what other people are willing to risk for you, Harry. The words hit Harry in a place he didn't expect. Because Ron was right, and Harry's instinct to protect his friends by excluding them was the same instinct that Odin had when he'd forbidden Thor from coming to Midgard. The urge to shield the people you loved by keeping them out of danger. It was well-intentioned. It was also patronizing. Same, Hermione said quietly. Where you go, I go. And don't you dare try to argue. Harry looked at them. His team. His friends. The word Dumbledore had used for the original Order of the Phoenix came to mind, his allies. Okay, he said. Together, then. May arrived with the thunderous subtlety of a freight train. The scar was getting worse. Not painful, exactly, more like loud. The cold presence behind Harry's forehead had been a whisper all year. Now it was a murmur. A constant, low-level buzz of alien consciousness pressing against the Asgardian containment, testing the walls, probing for weakness. Harry mentioned this to Loki during their nightly check-in. The silence that followed was the longest Loki had ever been quiet. The containment is weakening, Loki said finally. Not failing, not yet. But the dark fragment is growing stronger. Feeding on something. Feeding on what? On Voldemort. On his proximity. The fragment in your scar and the wraith-possessing Quirrell are parts of the same soul. The closer they are, the more they resonate. The more they resonate, the more energy flows between them. It's a feedback loop. Can I stop it? You can strengthen the containment. Seir Mat Ion, the deep kind, the kind mother taught you. Go inside, find the fragment, reinforce the barriers around it. It won't solve the problem permanently, but it should buy time. Harry did it that night. Sat cross-legged on his bed, drew the curtains, and descended into the deepest level of Seir Mat Ion that Frigga had ever taught him. Inside, in the space behind his eyes where consciousness met magic, he found the scar. It was a landscape. Not a physical one, a metaphorical one, painted in the abstract colors of magical energy. His own magic was a vast, warm ocean of gold and green light, pulsing with the rhythm of his heartbeat. The mother's protection, Lily's shield, was a barrier of blazing white, wrapped around a central point like a shell around a pearl. And inside the shell, darkness. The Horcrux. A sliver of Voldemort's soul, black and oily and alive in the worst possible sense of the word. It pressed against the white barrier with the mindless persistence of a parasite, sending tendrils of dark energy probing the shell's surface, looking for cracks. Harry reached out with his seer, golden threads of Asgardian magic, the product of 11 years of immersion in a realm powered by cosmic energy, and wove them around the white shell. Layer after layer, reinforcing the barrier, adding Asgardian strength to Lily's love. The darkness recoiled. Pulled back. The tendrils retracted, the pressure eased. But just before Harry withdrew from the Mat Ion, just before he pulled his consciousness back to the surface, he felt something. The fragment looked at him. Not with eyes. With awareness. For one terrible, frozen moment, a consciousness that was not Harry's pressed against the inside of the barrier and noticed him. And in that notice, there was recognition. I know you, the darkness whispered. I know what you carry. I know what you are. You are mine, boy. Part of me lives in you. And parts of a whole always seek to reunite. Harry slammed out of the Mat Ion so hard he fell off his bed. He sat on the cold stone floor, gasping, his scar burning, his hands shaking, and for the first time since he was 6 years old and facing his first sparring match against a warrior 3 times his size, he was genuinely afraid. Not of dying. He'd made peace with the possibility of death long ago. You couldn't train with Asgardian warriors without confronting mortality. He was afraid of what was inside him. Of what it wanted. Of what it might do if the walls came down. June. The end of term approached. The air grew warm and the castle grounds turned lush and green and the black lake sparkled in the sunlight and everything was beautiful and peaceful and Harry's scar throbbed with the steady, relentless pulse of approaching catastrophe. The trigger came on a Thursday. Dumbledore was called away. An urgent summons from the Ministry of Magic, something about a dragon sighting in Wales that required the chief warlock's personal attention. He left in the early afternoon, his purple robes billowing as he swept through the entrance hall, and Harry felt the moment of his departure like a physical sensation. A shift in the castle's magical field. A gap in the defenses. The trap was sprung. Harry was in the great hall when it happened, eating dinner, outwardly calm, inwardly vibrating at a frequency that would have concerned a seismograph. Ron and Hermione sat on either side of him, their own tension masked under practiced normalcy. Tonight, Harry said quietly, between bites of shepherd's pie that he could barely taste. Quirrell will go for the stone tonight. How do you know? Ron asked. Harry touched his scar. It was throbbing in a slow, rhythmic pulse, not pain, but a pull. A directional force, like a compass needle orienting toward magnetic north. Because I can feel him moving, Harry said. The fragment is activated. Voldemort knows Dumbledore is gone. He's moving. Hermione's face was pale but her jaw was set. What's the plan? We go to the 3rd floor. We get past the protections. We get to the stone before Quirrell does. And if Quirrell's already there? Harry's hand tightened around his wand. Then we improvise. The 3rd floor corridor was exactly as forbidden as advertised. The door was locked, a simple Alohomora from Hermione opened it, and behind it, occupying a chamber that was much too small for it, was the three-headed dog. Fluffy, Hagrid had called it, because Hagrid had the naming sensibilities of a man who called his apocalyptically dangerous pets things like Fluffy and Norbert. The dog was enormous. 3 heads, each one the size of a small car, with teeth that could have been used as fencing posts and eyes that radiated a murderous intelligence far beyond what a dog, even a 3-headed magical one, should have possessed. All 3 heads turned toward the door when it opened, and 3 sets of jaws peeled back in simultaneous snarls that resonated in Harry's chest cavity. "That's a dog," Ron said weakly. "That's a very large dog." "Music," Harry said. "Hagrid mentioned it sleeps when it hears music." Hermione pulled a small wooden flute from her pocket. She'd been carrying it since their last research session, because Hermione Granger believed in preparation the way gravity believed in pulling things down. She put it to her lips and played. The melody was simple. A children's lullaby, wavering slightly because Hermione's hands were shaking. But it worked. Fluffy's 6 eyes drooped. The snarls softened to growls, then to grumbles, then to snores. Within a minute, all 3 heads were resting on enormous paws, and the sound of a 3-headed dog sleeping filled the chamber like a particularly terrifying lullaby. Harry pulled open the trapdoor beneath the dog's paw. Darkness below. Cool air rising. "I'll go first," Harry said, and dropped before anyone could argue. He fell through darkness for approximately 3 seconds, then landed on something soft. Very soft. Suspiciously soft. It wrapped around him immediately, tendrils of something organic, something alive, tightening around his legs and torso and arms with the muscular strength of a constrictor. Devil's Snare. Hermione had briefed them on the likely protections, and this was textbook, a magical plant that constricted when its victim struggled and relaxed in response to light and heat. Harry didn't struggle. He didn't panic. He lay still, let the tendrils tighten around him, uncomfortable but not yet dangerous, and focused. Light. He needed light. A lumos would work, but Harry went bigger. He channeled Seir through his wand and produced a burst of golden fire, Asgardian sunlight, concentrated and compressed, that erupted from the wand's tip and filled the chamber with the heat and brilliance of a summer afternoon. The Devil's Snare recoiled. Tendrils retracted, the plant's entire mass flinching away from the light like a vampire from a cross. Harry dropped through the loosened vegetation and landed on stone. Ron and Hermione followed, Hermione landing gracefully, Ron landing in a heap that he immediately pretended was intentional. "Nice light," Ron said, brushing plant matter off his robes. "Very dramatic. I don't do subtle. We've noticed." They pressed forward. Through a chamber full of flying keys, Harry caught the right one by launching himself off a wall and snatching it from the air with the reflexes of an Asgardian-trained warrior, which was frankly overkill for a key-catching exercise but effective. Through a massive chess board that Ron navigated with the tactical brilliance of someone who'd been playing wizard's chess since he could hold a piece, Ron's strategic mind, finally given a battlefield worthy of its capabilities, was a thing of beauty. He moved them across the board with the calm precision of a general, sacrificing pieces with mathematical clarity, and when he finally sacrificed himself, letting the White Queen take him so Harry and Hermione could advance, Harry had to physically stop himself from rushing to Ron's side. "Go," Ron said from the floor, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead where the chess piece had struck him. "I'm fine. Go." Through a room with a troll, already knocked out, which meant Quirrell had come this way first. Through a chamber with a logic puzzle guarding a row of potions, Hermione solved it in under 4 minutes, her brilliant mind slicing through the problem with the efficiency of a scalpel. But there was only enough potion for one person to advance through the fire. "You go," Hermione said. "I'll go back for Ron, get him to the hospital wing, and send word to Dumbledore." "Hermione, don't argue with me, Harry Odinson. You're the one who has to face him. You've always been the one. Ron and I got you this far. Now finish it." She was crying. Not sobbing, just tears, streaming down her face, her chin set, her brown eyes fierce. "Be careful," she whispered. "Always," Harry said, and drank the potion, and walked through the fire. The final chamber was smaller than Harry expected. A circular room, stone walls, torchlit. At the center, a tall mirror, and Harry's heart lurched, because he recognized it. The mirror of Erised. Dumbledore's final protection: hide the stone inside the mirror, where only someone who wanted to find it but not use it could retrieve it. Clever. Elegant. The kind of defense that a chess player would love. And standing in front of the mirror, his turban unwound and pooled on the floor, was Quirrell. Without the turban, the back of Quirrell's head was visible. And what was on the back of Quirrell's head made Harry's scar erupt in the worst pain he'd ever felt, a white-hot lance of agony that drove through his forehead like a railroad spike and nearly sent him to his knees. A face. On the back of Quirrell's head. Flat, chalk-white, with red eyes that burned like embers and slit nostrils and a mouth that curved into a thin, terrible smile. Voldemort. Not a metaphor. Not a possession. A literal, physical face, merged with Quirrell's skull, parasitizing the man's body, living on the back of his head like the universe's worst conjoined twin. Harry had thought he was prepared for this. He'd trained. He'd planned. He'd mated. He'd reinforced the containment around the Horcrux. Nothing prepared you for looking into the eyes of the thing that murdered your parents. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His voice came from Quirrell's mouth, but it wasn't Quirrell's voice. It was high, cold, and smooth, the voice of something that had shed its humanity the way a snake shed its skin. "We meet at last." Harry's wand was in his hand. His body was in a combat stance, low, balanced, ready. His scar was screaming. The Horcrux inside him was writhing against the containment, pressing against the barriers, reaching toward its master with the desperate yearning of a lost child. "I expected more," Voldemort said, studying Harry through Quirrell's turned body, looking over Quirrell's shoulder, red eyes fixed on Harry's green ones. "The boy who lived. The child who destroyed me. And here you are, small, mortal, trembling." "I'm not trembling," Harry said. His voice was steady. His hands were not. "No. Perhaps not. There is something unusual about you, boy. Your magical signature. It's layered. Deeper than it should be. What have you been hiding behind that scar? Why don't you come over here and find out?" Voldemort's lipless mouth curved. Courage. How very Gryffindor. How very James. The name was spoken with contempt. Your father was brave too. He stood at the bottom of those stairs and didn't even draw his wand. Brave and stupid and dead. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Not because they hurt, because they were meant to. Voldemort was trying to destabilize him. Provoke an emotional reaction. Break his concentration. Loki's voice in his memory, don't let him inside your head. He wasn't stupid, Harry said. He was buying time. And it worked. Voldemort's expression flickered. Just barely. The faintest contraction of those red eyes, the slightest tightening of that thin mouth. He didn't expect that, Harry realized. He expected anger or grief or defiance. He didn't expect analysis. Quirrell, Voldemort said, seize the boy. Quirrell turned. His face was a ruin, pale, sweating, with dark veins visible under his skin, the physical cost of hosting a parasitic dark wizard written in every line and shadow. His eyes were terrified. Not the performance terror of the stuttering professor act, real terror. The terror of a man who had sold his soul and was only now realizing the price. He lunged at Harry. Harry sidestepped. Pure reflex, the kind that came from years of dodging Thor's charges. Quirrell stumbled past him, off balance, and Harry raised his wand, and hesitated. Because Quirrell was a victim. A host. A man being consumed from the inside by something darker than he'd ever imagined. Killing Quirrell wouldn't kill Voldemort, the wraith would simply flee, find a new host, try again. And the man underneath the parasite was suffering. The hesitation cost him. Quirrell spun, faster than he should have been able to, Voldemort's power, pushing the host body beyond its limits, and his hand closed around Harry's wrist. The contact was like touching a live wire connected to the sun. Harry screamed. The scar exploded with pain, not the background throb he'd been managing all year, but a supernova of agony that wiped his vision white and sent every nerve in his body into overload. The Horcrux inside him surged against the containment, reaching, straining, trying to bridge the gap between fragment and master, but something else happened too. Quirrell screamed. His hand, the one gripping Harry's wrist, was burning. Not metaphorically. The skin was blistering, cracking, smoking, turning red and then black as if Harry's flesh was made of acid. Quirrell yanked his hand back and stared at it in horror. "What is this?" Voldemort hissed from the back of Quirrell's skull. "What magic, the protection," Harry gasped, fighting through the pain, his mind racing. "My mother's protection. It's still active. It's in my skin. You can't touch me." Lily's love, condensed into armor. The sacrifice that had saved him as a baby, still shielding him 11 years later. And now, amplified by a decade of Asgardian magic saturation, it wasn't just a shield. It was a weapon. Harry launched himself forward. Not away from Quirrell. At him. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands, pressing his palms against the man's cheeks, and the protective magic erupted through the contact point like lava through a crack in the earth. Quirrell screamed, a high, terrible sound that echoed off the stone walls. His skin was disintegrating under Harry's fingers. The dark veins pulsed and blackened. Voldemort's face on the back of his skull was contorting, howling, red eyes wide with a fury that transcended human emotion. "Fool!" Voldemort shrieked. "Kill him." Use but Quirrell couldn't. Couldn't move, couldn't cast, couldn't do anything but burn under the touch of a mother's love amplified by the power of Asgard. His body was failing, the magical damage cascading through every cell, the parasitic bond with Voldemort turning toxic, the whole system collapsing. Harry held on. The pain in his scar was beyond anything he'd ever experienced. Beyond training injuries, beyond the broken arm, beyond the troll fight. This was pain at the soul level, the Horcrux fragment raging against its containment, screaming for its master, trying to tear free of the barriers and bridge the gap the containment held. Lily's love. Frigga's Seir. Odin's wisdom. Asgard's ambient magic. All of it, layered together, holding the darkness at bay by the combined strength of 2 worlds' worth of protection. Harry held on. Quirrell crumbled. Literally. His body, damaged beyond repair, began to disintegrate under Harry's hands, flesh turning to dust, bones to powder, the man dissolving from the outside in as the protective magic consumed the dark energy that was the only thing keeping him alive. And from the ruins of Quirrell's body, something rose. A dark shape. A wraith. A screaming, formless thing made of shadow and malice, with red eyes that blazed like dying stars. Voldemort, the true Voldemort, the soul fragment that had been parasitizing Quirrell, ripping free of its failing host and rising into the air. It surged toward Harry. Harry raised his wand. One last spell. Everything he had, wizard magic and seer, holly and phoenix feather, the blood of Midgard and the heart of Asgard, channeled through a single point and fired. A beam of golden white light struck the wraith. The wraith shrieked, a sound that existed in frequencies beyond human hearing, that cracked the stone walls and shattered the torches and made the mirror of Erised ring like a bell, and then it was past Harry, through the wall, fleeing into the night. Gone. Not dead. Not destroyed. But gone. Harry stood in the ruins of the chamber, surrounded by dust and darkness, his hands blistered and his scar bleeding and his magical reserves so depleted he could barely stay upright. He looked at the mirror. In its surface, he saw himself. Just himself. Small, battered, trembling now, actually trembling, the adrenaline crashing out of his system and leaving nothing but exhaustion and pain. But also, just for a moment, just at the edges of his reflection, two figures. A man with messy black hair and glasses, standing on his left. A woman with red hair and green eyes, standing on his right. They were smiling at him. "Thank you," Harry whispered. The mirror went dark. Harry's legs buckled. The floor came up to meet him. And the last thing he heard before consciousness left was the boom of the chamber door being blown open and Dumbledore's voice, sharp, urgent, stripped of all twinkle and whimsy, calling his name. He woke up in the hospital wing 3 days later. The first thing he saw was sunlight. Warm, golden, streaming through the tall windows of the infirmary and falling across white sheets and polished floors. The second thing he saw was an obscene quantity of candy piled on his bedside table, chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, something called Drubble's best blowing gum, and approximately 40 other confections that the student body of Hogwarts had apparently deposited as offerings. The third thing he saw was Dumbledore, sitting in a chair beside his bed, looking approximately 100 years older than he had a week ago. "Welcome back, Harry," the headmaster said quietly. Harry's throat felt like sandpaper. His head ached. His hands were bandaged. But he was alive, which was an outcome he hadn't been entirely confident about when the floor had come up to meet him 3 days ago. "The stone," he rasped. "Destroyed. Nicholas and I agreed that it was for the best. The elixir of life will sustain him and his wife for a while yet, but they have chosen to pass on. After 6 centuries, they feel they have earned their rest." Quirrell. Dumbledore's face tightened. Dead. The damage was too severe. Voldemort abandoned him and fled. And Voldemort? Gone. For now. Weakened further by the encounter. But not destroyed. As long as his Horcruxes exist, he will find a way to return. Harry closed his eyes. He'd known this. He'd known, even as he'd held on to Quirrell's disintegrating face, that this wasn't the end. That killing the host wouldn't kill the parasite. That the war was bigger and longer and more complicated than one confrontation in a chamber beneath a school. But he'd hoped. Ron. Hermione. Both fine. Mr. Weasley suffered a concussion from the chess game and is in the bed next to yours, currently asleep. Miss Granger is, she's in the library. Because of course she is. The ghost of a smile crossed Harry's face. "There's something I need to tell you," Dumbledore said. "Something I should have told you at the beginning. The prophecy. You know. Odin told me the basics. But I'd like to hear the full version." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he spoke, and his voice carried the cadence of recitation, words memorized long ago and carried ever since. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The word settled over Harry like a shroud. Either must die at the hand of the other. Power the Dark Lord knows not. The power he doesn't know, Harry said slowly. My mother's protection. The love. That is my belief, yes. Love, the one magic Voldemort has never understood and never will. It is the force that saved you as a baby, that protected you in the chamber, and that I believe will ultimately be his undoing. Dumbledore paused. Though I suspect, given your upbringing, the nature of that power may be more expansive than even I anticipated. 2 worlds worth of love, Harry murmured. Precisely. Harry looked at his bandaged hands. At the sunlight streaming through the windows. At the pile of candy and the sleeping Ron in the next bed and the world outside that was green and warm and alive. He thought about Lily Potter, dying in a nursery, her love becoming a shield. He thought about Frigga, teaching him Seir in her study, patient and loving and always, always there. He thought about Thor, hugging him so hard his ribs creaked. Loki, sitting with him in the dark. Odin, carrying him out of the ruins. He thought about Sif, saying come home. He thought about Ron and Hermione, walking into a death trap because that was what friends did. 2 worlds. 2 families. A lifetime of love, stacked like armor around a boy with a scar. Power the Dark Lord knows not. I need to go home, Harry said. To Asgard. I need to see my family. Of course. The term ends next week. You're welcome to return next year, if you wish. I'll return. There are Horcruxes to find and a Dark Lord to destroy. But I need to go home first. He looked at Dumbledore. I need to remember who I'm fighting for. Dumbledore's eyes glistened. You are remarkable, Harry. Truly. Both your mothers, all your parents, would be extraordinarily proud. Both my mothers, Harry repeated. And smiled. Yeah. They would. The last day of term was chaos. The Great Hall was decorated in Gryffindor red and gold. They'd won the House Cup, thanks in no small part to the last-minute points Dumbledore had awarded for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, Ron, the use of cool logic in the face of fire, Hermione, and outstanding courage in the face of the darkest of dark wizards, demonstrating that heroism transcends the boundaries of worlds, Harry, which was Dumbledore's way of acknowledging the Asgard thing without explicitly saying it in front of the whole school. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by his friends, and tried to memorize the moment. Ron, laughing so hard at Fred and George's latest prank that pumpkin juice came out of his nose. Hermione, simultaneously scolding them and trying not to laugh. Neville, sitting up straight, making eye contact, engaging in conversation without flinching. Dean and Seamus arguing about football. Percy making a speech that nobody was listening to. The twins setting something on fire under the Slytherin table. These people. This place. This messy, chaotic, wonderful world. He'd be back. He'd promised. But first, after the feast, after the goodbyes, after Ron's bone-crushing hug and Hermione's tearful lecture about writing regularly and Neville's quiet, firm handshake that said thank you without words, Harry walked to the Quidditch pitch. Alone. The castle behind him, lit up against the darkening sky. The ground spreading out in every direction, green and vast and smelling like cut grass in summer. He pulled out the communication stone. Heimdall. A pause. Then the sky opened. The Bifrost descended like the finger of God, a column of rainbow light that split the evening clouds and touched down on the Quidditch pitch with a roar that rattled windows across the castle. Students pressed their faces against glass. Teachers gaped. Hagrid, crossing the grounds with a bucket of something that was probably ferrets, dropped the bucket and stared. The light enveloped Harry. Warm, familiar, humming with the cosmic energy of home. It lifted him off the ground, and for one perfect moment he hung suspended between earth and sky, between Midgard and Asgard, between who he'd been and who he was becoming. Below him, Hogwarts glittered. A castle full of magic and friends and homework and mysteries. The first home he'd chosen for himself. Above him, the stars of the Bifrost blazed. A bridge between worlds, leading back to golden towers and warrior halls and a family that loved him across dimensional barriers. Harry Odinson closed his eyes. And went home. Chapter 4, War on Two Fronts. Chapter 4, War on Two Fronts. The Bifrost spat Harry out onto the observatory platform like a cosmic pitching machine, and before his boots had even finished sliding on the crystalline floor, something enormous, golden, and aggressively affectionate slammed into him with the force of a small meteor. Brother! Thor's hug lifted Harry 3 feet off the ground. Literally. The god of thunder, well, future god of thunder, he hadn't quite earned the title yet but everyone knew it was coming, wrapped both arms around Harry's midsection and squeezed with an enthusiasm that suggested he'd been storing up approximately 10 months of missed hugs and was delivering them all at once. Harry's ribs creaked. His spine popped in at least 2 places. His feet dangled uselessly in the air. It was the best feeling in the world. Thor can't breathe, breathing is overrated. You are home. Thor set him down, held him at arm's length, and examined him with the critical eye of a big brother doing a damage assessment. You are taller. Slightly. Your shoulders are wider. Your eyes are. He frowned. Your eyes are different. Different how? Older. Thor said it simply, without judgment, but with a weight that suggested he understood exactly what that word meant. You have seen things. I fought a Dark Lord. What? It's a long story. Involves a troll, a 3-headed dog, a giant chess set, and a man with a face on the back of his head. Thor's expression cycled through approximately 7 emotions in 2 seconds, shock, fury, pride, protective rage, more fury, grudging respect, and something that looked like it might be the early stages of an existential crisis brought on by the realization that his baby brother had been fighting monsters without him. You fought a Dark Lord, Thor repeated slowly. Without me. To be fair, Father specifically forbade you from coming. That is not the point. Thor bellowed, and several of the Bifrost's crystalline panels vibrated sympathetically. The point is that my brother, my little brother, faced a creature of pure evil, and I was not there to stand beside him. This is an outrage. This is a failure of brotherly, I should have been, Thor. What? I'm fine. I won. Thor stared at him. Then a grin split his face, wide and bright and proud and so purely Thor that Harry's chest ached with how much he'd missed it. Of course you won, Thor said, and clapped Harry on the shoulder hard enough to stagger him. You are an Odinson. We do not lose. Technically, I'm a Potter. You are both. And both names are equally formidable. Thor slung an arm around Harry's shoulders, an arm that weighed approximately as much as a compact car, and steered him toward the Rainbow Bridge. Come. Mother has been cooking. Father has been brooding. And Loki has been insufferable, which is his natural state but has intensified in your absence. And Sif? Thor glanced at him. A knowing glance. The kind of glance that suggested Thor might be less oblivious about certain things than people gave him CR for. Sif has been at the training grounds every morning. Alone. Running your drills. He paused. She does not say your name. But the drills she practices are the ones you develop together. Draw your own conclusions. Harry drew them. His heart rate picked up. They walked the Bifrost together. And with every step, Harry felt the weight of Midgard lifting, not disappearing, never that, but shifting. Redistributing. Making room for this other world, this other self, this other set of truths. The golden spires of Asgard rose ahead of them, catching the eternal light, and Harry was home. Frigga didn't say a word when she saw him. She was waiting in the private family quarters, not the throne room, not the public reception halls, but the small, warm sitting room where the royal family gathered when they were just a family and not a dynasty. She was wearing a simple blue gown, her golden hair loose around her shoulders, and she was standing by the window with her hands clasped and her face arranged in the composed expression of a queen who was absolutely not going to cry. Harry walked through the door. Frigga looked at him. Then she crossed the room in 3 strides, pulled him into her arms, and held him so tightly that he could feel her heartbeat against his chest. She was crying. He was crying. Neither of them spoke for a long time. You're hurt, she said finally, pulling back to examine him, her hands on his face, turning it left and right, cataloging the fading bruises and the lingering magical exhaustion with the practiced assessment of a healer and a mother. Your magical reserves are depleted. There's residual dark energy in your aura. And your hands, she took his bandaged hands and held them gently. What happened to your hands? I touched something dark. My mother's protection, Lily's, it activated. The contact burned the person I was fighting, but it also burned me. The healers at Hogwarts said it would heal completely. Frigga's eyes, those deep blue-gray eyes that saw everything and forgave everything and loved everything, were studying his face with an intensity that made Harry feel simultaneously comforted and completely transparent. You fought Voldemort, she said. Not a question. Odin told you. Odin told me you were safe. Heimdall told me you fought Voldemort. A flash of something fierce crossed her face, the mama bear expression that even Odin respected and Loki actively feared. I watched through Heimdall's sight. All of it. The troll. The protections. The chamber. Her hands tightened on his. I have never been so terrified in my life. And I have lived a very, very long life. I'm sorry, don't apologize for surviving. Don't ever apologize for that. She cupped his face in her hands, the gesture she'd been doing since he was small, the one that always made him feel like the most important person in the universe. I am proud of you, Harry. Proud and terrified and furious and grateful and approximately 16 other emotions that I haven't had time to sort through yet. That sounds like a lot. It's motherhood. It's always a lot. Harry leaned into her touch. Closed his eyes. Let himself be small, just for a moment. Let himself be a child in his mother's arms, safe and loved and not responsible for anyone or anything. I missed you, he said. Every single day. I know, darling. I missed you too. She kissed his forehead, carefully, avoiding the scar. Now come. Eat something. And then you and I are going to have a very long conversation about advanced protective Seir, because if you're going back to that school, you're going back with better shields. Yes, mother. And Harry? If you ever fight a mountain troll without telling me first again, I will personally come to Midgard and ground you until the heat death of the universe. Yes, mother. Odin's reaction was different. The All-Father received Harry in his private study, a room that most Asgardians didn't even know existed, hidden behind the throne room, accessible only through a passage that responded to Odin's specific magical signature. It was smaller than Harry expected, intimate, even. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled not with the grand historical tomes of the royal library but with personal journals, letters, maps marked with annotations in Odin's precise handwriting. A fire crackled in a hearth. Hugin and Munin sat on a perch in the corner, watching with their dark, knowing eyes. This was Odin without the throne. Without the crown. Without the performative gravitas of kingship. This was just, his father. Sit, Odin said. Harry sat. Odin poured 2 cups of something warm and golden, mead, Harry realized, or something close to it. Asgardian comfort drink. The kind that healers gave to warriors after battle. Tell me everything, Odin said. So Harry did. He told it all, the arrival in London, the meeting with Dumbledore, the wand, the sorting, the classes and the friendships and the struggles with hybrid magic. The troll. The discovery of the stone. The confrontation with Quirrell Voldemort. The protection activating. The wraith fleeing. He told it with the structured precision of a military debrief, because that was what Odin had trained him to do, present information clearly, honestly, without embellishment or emotional coloring. Save the feelings for after the facts. Odin listened without interrupting. His single eye tracked Harry's face, reading the micro-expressions, the subtle indicators of emotional state that Harry couldn't fully control even after years of practice. When Harry finished, Odin was quiet for a long time. The protection, Odin said finally. Your mother's sacrifice. It activated on contact. Yes. Quirrell couldn't touch me without being burned. And the fragment? During the confrontation, the Horcrux responded. It tried to break containment. The walls held, but it was close. Closer than I want to admit. Odin's eye narrowed. Described the sensation. Like something inside me was trying to get out. Reaching toward Voldemort. The containment, Lily's protection, your Seir barriers, the ambient magic, it all held, but the fragment was pushing harder than it ever has. If the fight had lasted longer, the containment might have failed. Yes. Odin set down his cup. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the fire, and Harry saw something he'd rarely seen on the Allfather's face. Uncertainty. Odin Borson, who had planned and predicted and controlled events across 9 realms for 5,000 years, was uncertain. The expression lasted only a moment before the mask of confidence reasserted itself, but Harry caught it, and it chilled him more than any threat from Voldemort ever had. "There is something I haven't told you," Odin said. "Something I've been deliberating about for years." Harry waited. When Odin used the word deliberating, it meant the stakes were high enough that even the Allfather needed time to think. "When I brought you to Asgard, my primary goal was containment. The dark fragment in your scar was volatile, freshly embedded, unstable, feeding on your infant magical core. By immersing you in Asgardian ambient magic, I could suppress the fragment. Starve it. Keep it dormant while your own power grew. I know this. What you don't know is what I discovered during the process." Odin's voice dropped. "The fragment is not merely attached to you, Harry. It is integrated. When I examined it, deeply, with the full scope of my magical knowledge, I found that the fragment's connection to your magical core goes both ways. It feeds on your energy, yes. But your energy also flows into it. Over 11 years, your magic and the fragment have become entangled." Harry's blood went cold. "What does that mean?" "It means the fragment cannot be removed by conventional means. Not without destroying the connection, and the connection is so deeply woven into your magical core that severing it could be fatal." The word hung in the air. Fatal. So the Horcrux is permanent? Harry's voice was steady but his hands, hidden under the table, were shaking. "Not permanent. But the removal requires extraordinary measures. Measures I have been researching for 11 years. Odin leaned forward. "Harry, listen to me carefully. The fragment can be destroyed. But the process will require you to do something that goes against every survival instinct you possess." "What?" "You will need to die." The room went very quiet. The fire crackled. The ravens shifted on their perch. "Not permanently," Odin added, and the fact that he had to add that qualifier was not reassuring. "The fragment is anchored to your life force. As long as you live, it lives. To destroy it, you must reach a state of death, true death, not near death, not magical stasis, and hold it long enough for the fragment to be severed from your dying magical core. Then you must be brought back." "That's..." Harry searched for the word. "That's insane. It is the only viable method I have identified. The fragment is too deeply integrated for extraction. The only way to remove it is to destroy the host, temporarily, and rely on other anchors to pull you back." "What anchors?" "The Deathly Hallows." Harry blinked. "The what?" Odin's expression shifted, the slight tightening around the eye that indicated he was entering lecture mode. "The Deathly Hallows are 3 magical artifacts created by death, or by 3 exceptionally powerful wizards, depending on which version of the legend you prefer. The Elder Wand, the most powerful wand ever made. The Resurrection Stone, which can recall the shadows of the dead. And the Cloak of Invisibility, which can hide the wearer from death itself." "The Cloak of Invisibility," Harry repeated. "Dumbledore gave me an invisibility cloak. He said it was my father's." "It was. James Potter was the last in a line of descendants of the 3rd Peverell brother, who received the cloak from death. The cloak is one of the 3 Hallows." "And the other 2? The Elder Wand is currently in Dumbledore's possession. He won it in a duel decades ago. The Resurrection Stone. Odin paused. I believe it may be hidden inside one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Harry's mind was racing. 3 artifacts. 3 objects connected to death itself. And together, they could, what? Defeat death. Control it. Navigate it. The legend says that the person who unites all 3 hallows becomes the master of death, Odin said. In my judgment, the legend is not literal. Mastering death doesn't mean becoming immortal, it means being able to move between life and death and back again. To die and return. To cross the threshold and come back. Which is exactly what I need to do to destroy the Horcrux. Yes. Harry sat with this for a long moment. The fire popped. A log shifted, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. You've known this for 11 years, Harry said quietly. I have known the problem for 11 years. The solution has taken time to develop. The Hallows were a theory, one of many. It was only in the last 2 years, as my research narrowed, that I became confident this was the correct path. And you didn't tell me. You were not ready. I'm 11. And you have just fought Voldemort, survived, and returned home to demand answers with the composure of a seasoned warrior. If that doesn't constitute readiness, I don't know what does. Harry wanted to be angry. The old, familiar frustration with Odin's information management, the endless withholding, the strategic reveals, the paternalistic calculation of when and how much truth to dispense, rose in his chest like bile. But anger was a luxury he couldn't afford. And underneath the frustration, he understood. Odin had been carrying this burden, the knowledge that his adopted son would eventually need to die to be free, for over a decade. Every moment of that decade, the All-Father had been working toward a solution. Researching, planning, preparing. Carrying the weight so Harry didn't have to. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't fair. But it was love, expressed in the only language Odin truly spoke, sacrifice and strategy. Thank you for telling me, Harry said. Now. Odin nodded. Something in his eye, relief, maybe, or the closest thing to relief that Odin allowed himself, flickered and was gone. We have time, Odin said. The Hallows must be gathered, the Horcruxes must be found and destroyed, and Voldemort must be weakened before the final confrontation. This will take years, Harry. Not months. Then we'd better get started. After the summer, Odin said firmly. You have been fighting since September. You need rest, recovery, and retraining. This summer, you will work with Frigga on advanced protective Seir. You will work with your brothers on combat readiness. And you will, the faintest hint of warmth in his voice, enjoy being young for a while longer. Youth is the one commodity that even the All-Father cannot create. Even for a mortal. Especially for a mortal. Your years are precious, Harry. Don't spend them all on war. Summer in Asgard was different when you'd been away. Not because Asgard had changed, Asgard never changed, or at least changed so slowly that a 10-month absence was cosmically insignificant. The golden towers still gleamed. The Bifrost still shimmered. The eternal waterfall still poured over the edge of the world into the starlit void with the majestic indifference of a realm that had existed since before most civilizations learned to make fire. No, what was different was Harry. He noticed things he'd never noticed before. The way Asgardians moved, confidently, casually, with the unconscious grace of beings who had never known true vulnerability. The way conversations flowed, languid, unhurried, punctuated by references to events that had happened centuries ago as if they were last week. The way time was experienced here, not as a river flowing toward death, the way Midgardians experienced it, but as an ocean. Vast, directionless, infinite. After 10 months among mortals, Asgard's immortality felt both comforting and alien. The first week was recovery. Sleep, so much sleep, his body had been running on adrenaline and determination for months, and the crash hit him like a wall. Food, Asgardian cuisine, which made even the Hogwarts feasts look modest, roasted meats and golden fruits and bread that practically glowed with ambient magic. Healing sessions with Frigga, who worked on his depleted magical reserves with the patient, expert care of a master healer. The second week was reunions. Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun, the Warriors Three, Thor's closest companions and Harry's de facto uncles, descended on him with the enthusiastic violence of people who expressed affection primarily through physical contact. Volstagg, who was approximately the size and shape of a friendly mountain, lifted Harry off the ground and shook him like a rag doll while bellowing about how much he'd grown. Fandral, who was dashingly handsome in the way that fictional heroes were dashingly handsome and who treated every interaction like a scene from a romance epic, actually teared up. Hogun, who was stoic in the way that certain rocks were stoic, nodded once and said, "Good," which from Hogun was equivalent to a 45-minute emotional speech. Harry trained with each of them. Updated his combat techniques, reacquainted his body with Asgardian-level intensity, pushed his physical limits in ways that Hogwarts simply couldn't accommodate. But the reunion that mattered most happened on the third day. The Northern Training Grounds. Early morning. The sky painted in shades of gold and purple that didn't exist in Midgard's color palette. Sif was there. She was going through sword forms, the advanced ones, the ones that made her look like a living weapon in human shape. Her dark hair was braided tightly against her skull, warrior style, and she wore the lightweight training armor that they'd both grown up in, leather and light mail, flexible enough for full range of motion, sturdy enough to take a glancing blow. She heard him coming. Of course she did. Sif's combat awareness was almost supernatural. She didn't stop. Didn't turn. Just kept flowing through the forms, blade cutting precise arcs through the morning air, each movement a sentence in a language she spoke more fluently than words. Harry walked to the weapons rack. Selected a practice sword. Stepped onto the training floor. He took position across from her. Mirror stance. Ready position. Sif finished her current form. Held the final position for a breath. Then her eyes found his. Green met brown. 10 months of separation, of communication stone conversations and unspoken feelings and a word, Estviner, that they'd acknowledged but never explored. 10 months collapsed into a single look. "You're late," Sif said. "I was busy saving a planet." That's not an excuse. It is objectively an excellent excuse. The corner of her mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. But close. "Your stance is sloppy," she said. "You've been training with amateurs. I've been training with a dueling champion. A mortal dueling champion. Professor Flitwick could give you a run for your money. Prove it." She attacked. No warning. No countdown. Just pure, explosive, Sif-style aggression, a forward lunge that covered 6 feet in half a second, blade leading, body rotating to maximize the cutting arc. It was faster than Harry remembered. Stronger. 10 months of solo training had sharpened her already formidable technique into something approaching perfection. Harry parried. Barely. The impact traveled up his arms and into his shoulders, and he was reminded, viscerally, immediately, that sparring with Sif was fundamentally different from sparring with anyone on Midgard. This was Asgardian intensity. Asgardian speed. Asgardian strength. He'd missed it so much. They fought. Not a formal sparring match. Not a training exercise. Something wilder and more honest, a conversation conducted in steel and motion, each strike and counter carrying the weight of everything they'd been too careful to say out loud. Sif pressed forward with attacks that demanded Harry's full attention, his full effort, his full self. Harry responded with the hybrid of Asgardian and Midgardian technique that 10 months of development had refined, Flitwick's precision married to Sif's aggression, woven together into something that made Sif's eyes widen with surprise and then narrow with competitive intensity. He was better. She could feel it. Not just technically, his fundamentals had always been solid, but tactically. He was reading her movements differently. Anticipating with a sophistication that hadn't been there before. She feinted left, he didn't take the bait. She set a trap with her footwork, he recognized it and reversed it. She switched styles mid-exchange, he adapted in real time, flowing from defense to counter-offense without the half-second hesitation that used to be his weakness. Midgard had made him dangerous. But Sif was Sif, and Sif did not lose on her own training ground. She escalated. Faster, harder, more creative. Attacks from angles that shouldn't have been possible. Combinations that required centuries of muscle memory. A disarming technique that she'd invented specifically for opponents who relied on reflexes over strength, a wrist rotation that used leverage to strip the weapon from the grip without requiring superior force. It worked. Harry's practice sword went spinning across the floor. Sif's blade stopped at his throat. 1 inch from the skin. Perfect control. They were both breathing hard. Both sweating. Both grinning. "You're better," Sif said. "You're still better than me. Obviously. But the gap is smaller." She lowered her blade. "Show me the hybrid technique. The one you used against the troll. That was wand-based. So use your wand." Harry drew his holly wand. The familiar hum of the phoenix feather core resonated through his fingers, and he dropped into the combat stance he'd developed with Flitwick, wand forward, free hand raised for shield work, weight balanced. "This feels very strange," Sif observed, eyeing the wand. "You're going to fight me with a stick." "It's not a stick. It's a precisely engineered magical focus instrument made from holly wood and phoenix feather. It's a stick. It's a really nice stick." Sif attacked. Harry responded with magic. What followed was unlike any sparring session either of them had ever experienced. Sif fought with steel, Harry fought with spells. Shield charms met sword strikes with showers of golden sparks. Stunning spells forced Sif to dodge and weave like she was fighting an opponent who could attack from any direction simultaneously, which was essentially what she was doing. Harry's knockback jinxes, amplified with Seir, the way he'd learned against the troll, pushed her back with concussive force that she had to brace against, digging her boots into the ground. But Sif adapted. Because Sif always adapted. Within 2 minutes, she was reading his casting patterns, recognizing the wand movements that preceded specific spells, timing her attacks to exploit the split-second gap between incantation and effect. She learned his magical rhythm the way she'd once learned his physical rhythm, and she started countering. A lunge that arrived at the exact moment Harry's shield dropped between spell transitions. A feint that drew a defensive spell, leaving his offensive lane open and exploitable. A close-quarters rush that brought her inside his effective casting range, where a wand became less useful and physical combat training became essential. They ended up grappling. Hand to hand. Harry's wand pressed between them, useless at contact range, and Sif's sword abandoned on the ground. Arm locks and hip throws and the scrambling, unglamorous, absolutely real combat that happened when two skilled fighters got too close for elegant technique. Sif hooked his ankle. Harry caught her arm. They went down together, rolling across the training floor in a tangle of limbs and leather, and ended up with Sif on top, her forearm across his chest, her face inches from his. They were both breathing hard. Both flushed. Both very, very aware of the proximity. Sif's hair had come loose from its braid. Dark strands fell across her face, framing brown eyes that had gold flecks that Harry could see from this distance, which was approximately 3 inches. "I win," Sif said. Her voice was slightly breathless. "You always win. Remember that." Neither of them moved. The moment stretched. Expanded. Filled with 10 months of phone calls across dimensions and unspoken feelings and a word, Estviner, that lived in the space between them like a held breath. Harry reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The gesture was small. Impossibly small, in the context of two warriors who hit each other with swords for fun. But Sif's breath caught. Just barely. A hitch in her breathing that most people wouldn't have noticed, but Harry noticed everything about Sif, always had, and this tiny involuntary response told him more than 1,000 words. "Hi," he said. "Hi," she said. "I'm home. I noticed. I said some things. On the communication stone. About fixed points and missing you and, I remember." "Did you mean what you said? About the Istviner thing?" Sif looked at him. Directly, unflinchingly, the way she looked at everything, with complete honesty and zero tolerance for pretense. "I've meant it since we were 9, she said. "I just didn't have a word for it until recently." Harry's heart did something that was probably medically significant. "Since we were 9. You took a hit from Thor that should have knocked you unconscious. You got up, spit blood, and said, 'Is that all you've got?' And I thought, this one. This ridiculous, reckless, impossible mortal boy. This one is mine." "You were 9. Asgardian 9, which is like, the exact emotional equivalent of a human 9-year-old, yes. I was 9 and I had a crush on the mortal prince who wouldn't stay down. It's grown since then." "Into what?" "Into something that terrifies me. Which, given that I fight frost giants for recreation, should give you some idea of its magnitude." Harry laughed. It came out slightly choked, slightly wild, the laugh of someone who had spent months telling himself that the thing he felt was inconvenient and poorly timed and probably one-sided, only to discover that it was none of those things. Sif was still on top of him. Still close. Still looking at him with those honest, gold-flecked eyes. "I should probably kiss you," Harry said. "This feels like a kissing moment." "It absolutely is a kissing moment. I've never actually kissed anyone before." "Neither have I. So this could be terrible." "Probably." "Good. I'd hate to set unrealistic expectations." Sif's lips twitched. The almost smile that Harry loved, the one he'd earned through years of friendship and combat and late-night conversations and the slow, steady accumulation of trust that couldn't be rushed or faked. He kissed her. It was not terrible. It was clumsy and slightly off-center and their noses bumped and neither of them quite knew what to do with their hands, and it lasted approximately 4 seconds before they both started laughing, breathless, giddy, ridiculous laughter that echoed across the empty training grounds. "That was," Harry started. "Adequate," Sif said. "We'll need to practice." "I'm very committed to practice." "I know you are. It's one of your better qualities." She stood, extending a hand to pull him up. "But first, you owe me 10 more rounds. You've been fighting mortals for a year and your hand-to-hand is getting lazy." Harry took her hand. Let himself be pulled to his feet. Stood there, holding her hand, grinning like an idiot, in the golden light of an Asgardian morning. "Whatever you say," he said. And meant it in ways that went far beyond sparring. Loki found out approximately 17 minutes later. This was because Loki had a network of information sources that would have made MI6 weep with envy. Servants, guards, even the ravens, Loki had spent centuries cultivating a web of intelligence assets throughout Asgard, and the idea that something as significant as his brother kissing Lady Sif on the training grounds could happen without Loki knowing about it within the hour was, frankly, insulting. He cornered Harry in the corridor outside the armory. "So," Loki said, materializing out of a shadow with the silent precision of a predator. "You and Sif. News travels fast. News doesn't travel. I acquire it." Loki fell into step beside Harry, hands clasped behind his back, expression carefully neutral. "Should I offer congratulations or condolences?" "Congratulations would be normal. Normalcy has never been my strong suit." A pause. "Are you happy?" The question, stripped of Loki's usual irony and deflection, was so direct that it caught Harry off guard. He looked at his brother, really looked. Past the smirk, past the cool green eyes, past the armor of wit and superiority that Loki wore like a second skin. Loki was asking genuinely. Yeah, Harry said. I am. Good. Loki's jaw tightened slightly. Then relaxed. Sif is acceptable. She is loyal, formidable, and she will not tolerate your more self-destructive tendencies, which you have in abundance. That's almost a ringing endorsement. It is a ringing endorsement. By my standards. Loki stopped walking. Harry stopped too. Harry. Be careful with her. Not because she's fragile, Sif is the least fragile person I've ever met. But because love is a vulnerability. And vulnerabilities can be exploited. By enemies. By anyone. Something dark flickered across Loki's face. Something that lived deeper than his usual sardonic exterior, a pain that he kept buried under layers of cleverness and control. I have watched father use mother's love as a tool. I have watched Thor's love for glory be manipulated into recklessness. Love is power, Harry, but it is also a weapon, and the person wielding it isn't always the person who holds it. Harry heard what Loki wasn't saying. The subtext beneath the warning, I have been hurt by love. Not romantic love, familial love. The love of a father who keeps secrets, a brother who outshines me, a world that sees me as second best. I know what love costs, and I don't want you to pay that price. Loki, Harry said gently. Who hurt you? Loki's mask snapped back into place so fast that Harry almost heard it click. The sardonic smirk returned. The cool, detached ease reasserted itself. Nobody. I'm being melodramatic. It's a character flaw. It's not a flaw. And you're deflecting. I'm a god. We don't deflect. We redirect. Loki, leave it, Harry. The words were quiet but final. A door closing. Some wounds are mine to carry. Your job is to be happy, fight dark lords, and not get killed. My job is to worry about you and scheme about everything else. Harry wanted to push. Every instinct told him that Loki was carrying something heavy, something that had been growing heavier for years, something that connected to the identity questions that had always haunted his brother, the feeling of not quite belonging that they shared but experienced differently. But Loki wasn't ready. And pushing Loki before he was ready was like pushing a loaded spring. You got hurt, he got hurt, and nothing productive came of it. Okay, Harry said. But you know where I am. When you're ready. When I'm ready for what? For whatever it is you're not telling me. Loki stared at him. Something cracked in the mask, just for a second, just a hairline fracture, and underneath it, Harry saw fear. Not the kind of fear you felt before a battle. The deeper kind. The kind you felt when the thing you were most afraid of was the truth about yourself. Then the crack sealed. The smirk returned. You're projecting, brother. I'm fine. Now go back to kissing Sif before she finds a new sparring partner. He dissolved into shadow and was gone. Harry stood in the empty corridor, heart heavy, and made himself a promise. I will be there for you, Loki. When the truth comes. Whatever it is. I will be there. The summer passed. It was, against all logic and strategic considerations, one of the best periods of Harry's life. Training consumed most of his waking hours, Frigga's advanced Seir sessions, Thor's combat drills, Loki's tactical exercises, Flitwick's dueling techniques practiced with wand-conjured opponents, but the time between training sessions was filled with something he hadn't realized he'd been starving for. Peace. He ate meals with his family. He explored parts of Asgard he'd been too young to appreciate before, the archives, where the realm's entire history was recorded in magical crystals that you could experience as immersive memories, the forge, where master smiths created weapons using techniques that made Midgardian metallurgy look like finger painting, the gardens of Iden, where the golden apples of immortality grew on trees that hummed with cosmic energy. He spent time with Sif. Not dramatic, storybook time. Not grand gestures or sweeping romantic declarations. Just, time. Walking the palace grounds after dinner, talking about nothing and everything. Sparring in the mornings, pushing each other harder than anyone else dared push them. Sitting on the edge of the Bifrost Observatory at night, legs dangling over the cosmic void, watching the stars and sharing a silence that was more intimate than any conversation. They were learning each other. Not the versions they showed the world, the warrior prince and the fierce shield maiden, but the real versions. The ones that existed underneath. Harry learned that Sif sang when she thought no one was listening. Old Asgardian ballads, in a voice that was surprisingly gentle for someone who could break bones with her bare hands. She sang while cleaning her weapons, while braiding her hair, while walking the corridors alone. Harry heard her once, coming around a corner, and stopped. Listened. The melody was beautiful, haunting and strong and slightly sad, like all the best songs, and the expression on Sif's face as she sang was one Harry had never seen before. Unguarded. Soft. Vulnerable in a way she never allowed herself to be in daylight. He backed away before she saw him. Not because he was embarrassed, but because that moment belonged to her, and witnessing it without her consent felt like trespassing. Sif learned that Harry talked in his sleep. Not words, usually, just mumbling, fragments of sentences, occasional declarations in languages that ranged from English to Old Norse to what sounded suspiciously like Parseltongue, which was going to be a conversation for later. On the nights when the dreams were bad, the green light, the cold laugh, the scar burning, he thrashed and whimpered and once, memorably, set his pillow on fire with accidental sear. Sif found this out because, after a particularly intense training session that had gone late, she'd fallen asleep in the window seat of Harry's chambers while he went to wash up. She'd woken to find him in the grip of a nightmare, his face twisted with pain, his scar glowing faintly red in the darkness. She didn't wake him. She didn't call for help. She sat on the edge of his bed, took his hand, and held it until the nightmare passed and his breathing settled and the scar's glow faded. In the morning, neither of them mentioned it. They didn't need to. The news from Midgard arrived in August. Dumbledore's letter came by enchanted raven, the same communication method that Frigga used, which meant Dumbledore had either figured out Asgardian messaging on his own or someone had given him the technique. Either way, the letter arrived at breakfast, and its contents wiped the peace of the summer away like a wave erasing footprints. Dear Harry, I write with urgency. Disturbing intelligence has reached me regarding Voldemort's movements. While the Wraith remains bodiless, his followers are mobilizing. Several known Death Eaters who escaped prosecution after the First War have been observed meeting in secret. More concerning, 2 magical disturbances have been detected that are consistent with Horcrux activity, resonance patterns suggesting that the soul anchors are being disturbed, possibly intentionally, possibly by parties seeking to restore Voldemort to physical form. The Horcrux hunt cannot wait. I have identified, with reasonable confidence, the locations of 2 additional Horcruxes, a locket belonging to Salazar Slytherin and a cup belonging to Helga Hufflepuff. Both are hidden behind formidable protections. I require your assistance. Not only because the prophecy binds you to this conflict, but because your unique abilities, the hybrid magic, the scar connection, the training that no other wizard possesses, make you an invaluable ally in the search. The situation is escalating, Harry. Voldemort is not idle. He is working toward restoration, and his timeline may be shorter than we anticipated. Please return to Hogwarts at the start of term. We have work to do. Yours, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter twice. Then he passed it to Odin, who read it once, because Odin only ever needed once, and set it on the table. It's happening faster than I projected, Odin said. He's getting desperate, Harry replied. Or someone's helping him get less desperate. Both, likely. The Death Eaters are not fools. They know their master's return is possible and they're working to facilitate it. Odin's single eye met Harry's. You need to go back. I know. But this time, you will not go alone. Harry looked at his father. Something in Odin's tone, a heaviness, a finality, suggested that this was not a spontaneous decision. What do you mean? The situation on Midgard is escalating beyond what a single operative, even one as capable as you, can manage. The Horcrux hunt requires resources, protection. And the dark forces drawn to the Scar's energy are creating disturbances that extend beyond Midgard. What kind of disturbances? Odin rose from the table and walked to the window. The eternal view of Asgard spread before him, golden and perfect and unchanging. The Horcrux energy in your scar doesn't just leak into Midgard, Odin said slowly. It leaks into the spaces between realms. The dimensional barriers near your location show increased instability. Dark creatures, beings from the spaces between Yggdrasil's branches, are being drawn to the energy like moths to flame. Thus far, Heimdall has been intercepting them before they breach Midgard's dimensional walls. But the frequency is increasing. How often? Twice last month. 3 times the month before. Harry's blood chilled. He'd been going about his summer, training, eating, kissing Sif on the training grounds, while interdimensional dark creatures were trying to break through to Earth because of the thing living in his skull. Why didn't you tell me? Harry asked, and his voice was harder than he intended. Because you needed rest. Because the information would not have changed anything you could do. And because, Odin turned from the window, and his face was the face of a king about to make a decision he'd been dreading, because I needed time to prepare. Prepare for what? For sending Thor. The dining room went very still. Thor, Harry repeated. The dimensional disturbances require Asgardian-level intervention. Your brother's power, his connection to the storm, his combat abilities, his sheer presence, is needed on Midgard. Both to address the interdimensional threats and to support your mission. You forbade him from coming before. Before, the situation was manageable. It is no longer manageable. Odin's jaw tightened. I do not enjoy reversing my own decisions, Harry. But I enjoy losing sons even less. Thor's reaction to being told he was going to Midgard was approximately what everyone expected. Yes. The word, delivered at Thor's full volume in the middle of the great hall, caused 2 wine goblets to shatter, a decorative tapestry to fall off the wall, and Loki to flinch so hard he almost fell off his chair. Finally. Thor roared, leaping to his feet with such force that his chair slid backward 20 feet. I have waited, I have been patient, I have endured, you have been unbearable, Loki corrected from the floor, having abandoned the pretense of sitting and relocated to a safer distance. But do continue. Your enthusiasm is only mildly deafening. Brother. Thor seized Harry by the shoulders. His blue eyes blazed with an intensity that could have powered a small city. We ride together. Into battle. On Midgard. Fighting dark wizards and interdimensional creatures. This is the greatest day of my life. Greater than the time you single-handedly defeated the Bilgesnipe herd? Harry asked. Infinitely greater. Bilgesnipes do not have evil wizards leading them. This will be, Thor cast about for a word sufficient to contain his excitement. Glorious. We're not going for glory, Thor. We're going to find and destroy pieces of a dark wizard's soul. Gloriously. Harry looked at Loki. Loki looked at Harry. They shared a moment of perfect, exhausted understanding. He's going to be like this the entire time, isn't he? Harry said. He's going to be like this for the rest of recorded history, Loki replied. We should prepare Midgard. The infrastructure may not survive. The return to Hogwarts was different this time. For one thing, Harry arrived via Bifrost, which, despite Heimdall's best efforts at discretion, deposited a column of rainbow light in the middle of the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch that was visible from approximately every window in the castle and also from Hogsmeade Village and also possibly from Edinburgh. For another thing, he didn't arrive alone. Thor Odinson stepped onto the pitch in full Asgardian armor, golden breastplate, crimson cape, winged helm, the works. He looked like a recruitment poster for a divine military academy. He was also carrying Mjolnir, because of course he was. Odin had gifted his eldest son the legendary hammer before they left, judging Thor finally ready to wield it, and Thor had immediately demonstrated this readiness by spinning the hammer so fast he created a small tornado in the throne room. The effect on Hogwarts was immediate and comprehensive. Students pressed against every window. Teachers emerged from doorways. Hagrid came running across the grounds with the enthusiasm of a man whose entire life had been building toward the moment when he could meet an actual Norse god in person. "Blimey," Hagrid breathed, staring up at Thor. "You're a big lad. And you are a big, whatever you are." Thor replied, beaming. "I like you already." They shook hands. The handshake lasted approximately 30 seconds and involved enough force to register on seismographic equipment. Both participants grinned throughout. Dumbledore appeared at the entrance to the castle, purple robes billowing, eyes twinkling so hard they were practically strobing. "Thor Odinson," Dumbledore said. "God of Thunder. It is an honor." "The honor is mine, Headmaster." Thor could do formal when he wanted to. He'd been raised in a court, after all. "My father sends his regards and his assurance that Asgard stands with you against the darkness threatening your world." A most welcome assurance. And most welcome timing. Dumbledore's expression shifted, the twinkle dimming, the statesman emerging. "We have much to discuss." "We do," Harry agreed. "But first, Thor needs a room. And probably a reinforced one." "I am not that destructive," Thor protested. "You created a tornado in the throne room 12 hours ago. That was an accident. The third accident this week." Thor grinned sheepishly. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled again. "And Hogwarts, for better or worse, had a new resident." Thor at Hogwarts was exactly as magnificent and catastrophic as Harry had predicted. Within 24 hours, the God of Thunder had accidentally destroyed the entrance hall's chandelier by tossing Mjolnir upward as a greeting to the ghosts. "I was being friendly," consumed enough food at a single meal to concern the house elves, who had never previously been out-eaten by anyone including Hagrid, attempted to befriend the giant squid in the Black Lake by diving in and wrestling it, a worthy opponent. And made Professor McGonagall laugh out loud for the first time in living memory by complimenting her warrior's bearing and asking if she'd ever considered a career in the Einherjar. He was also, Harry noted with grudging admiration, an instant hit with the students. Thor had a gift that Harry had always envied, the ability to make everyone around him feel like they were part of something grand. When Thor walked into a room, the room changed. People stood straighter. Talked louder. Laughed more easily. His enthusiasm was a gravitational force, pulling people into his orbit and filling them with an energy that was partly magical and partly just the raw charisma of someone who believed, with every atom of his being, that the universe was a wonderful place and every day was an adventure. Ron was starstruck. He's an actual god," Ron kept saying, in the tone of someone who was processing this information for the 15th time and still failing. "Your brother is an actual, literal, honest-to-Merlin god." "He's an Asgardian," Harry corrected. "They're not technically gods." He lifted the Gryffindor table with one hand, while eating a turkey leg with the other. "That's a god, Harry." Hermione's reaction was more measured but no less intense. She spent the first 3 days compiling a list of questions about Asgardian science, magic, culture, dimensional travel, and the comparative properties of URU metal versus goblin silver. Thor, to his eternal CR, answered every question with genuine enthusiasm and only got confused twice. "Your friend Hermione is extraordinary," Thor told Harry one evening. "She asked me about the molecular composition of Mjolnir. No one has ever asked me about the molecular composition of Mjolnir. I do not know the molecular composition of Mjolnir. I may need to find out. She has that effect on people." But beneath the comedy and the chaos, serious work was being done. Dumbledore, Thor, and Harry met in the headmaster's office, a circular room at the top of a tower, filled with spinning silver instruments and portraits of former headmasters who pretended to sleep but were clearly eavesdropping. They planned the Horcrux hunt. 2 targets identified, Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup. Both hidden behind dark protections. Dumbledore had intelligence on the locket's location, a cave on the coast, protected by layers of dark magic that required specific sacrifices to penetrate. "I'll go with Dumbledore for the locket," Harry said. "Thor, you stay here and handle security. If the dimensional disturbances Odin mentioned are increasing, we need someone at Hogwarts who can deal with anything that breaks through." "I would rather fight beside you," Thor said, and his tone carried the quiet stubbornness of someone who was about to dig in and refuse to budge. "I know. But this is the tactical play. Dumbledore and I can handle the cave. What we can't handle is an interdimensional breach at a school full of children while we're away." Thor wrestled with this for a visible moment. Harry watched the conflict play out across his brother's expressive face, the warrior's desire to be in the fight versus the protector's understanding that guarding the vulnerable was equally important. "Very well," Thor said finally. "But if you are not back by sunrise, I am coming to find you." "Deal." The cave expiation happened on a Tuesday in late October. Harry would remember it for the rest of his life. Not because of the danger, though the danger was extreme. Not because of the dark magic, though the dark magic was some of the most concentrated and malicious he'd ever encountered. Not even because of the Horcrux. He'd remember it because of Dumbledore. The cave was hidden in a cliff face on the English coast, a dark, sea-carved hollow accessible only by a narrow passage that required blood sacrifice to open. Dumbledore cut his own hand without hesitation, pressing it against the stone, and the wall parted. Inside, a vast underground lake, black and still, stretching into darkness. An island at the center, barely visible, with a faint green glow emanating from a stone basin. And in the lake, the dead. Inferi. Reanimated corpses, dozens, maybe hundreds, of them, lying beneath the surface like a carpet of pale, bloated flesh, waiting to be disturbed. Harry could feel them through his magical senses, cold, empty, animated by dark magic that mimicked life without containing it. "Do not touch the water," Dumbledore said quietly. "They will pull you under." They crossed the lake in a small boat that Voldemort had enchanted to carry a single wizard, but Harry was light enough, and Dumbledore thin enough, that it held them both. Barely. The basin on the island contained a potion, liquid emerald, radiating dark magic so concentrated that Harry's scar throbbed in sympathy. At the bottom of the basin, barely visible through the potion, the locket glinted. "The potion must be drunk," Dumbledore said. "It cannot be vanished, scooped, or bypassed. It must be consumed. Then I'll drink it." "No." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "I will drink it. This is my burden, Harry. Professor, the potion will cause agony. Hallucinations. Perhaps worse. You must force me to continue drinking, no matter what I say or do. You must not stop, regardless of how much I beg. I can't do that. You can, and you must. Because the Horcrux must be destroyed, and I am the more expendable of the two of us in the long term." Harry wanted to argue. Everything in him screamed against it, the Asgardian training that said you never let a comrade suffer when you could take the blow yourself, the human instinct that said you didn't force-feed poison to a man who trusted you. But Dumbledore was right. And Harry, trained by Odin to make hard choices and live with them, recognized the calculus. "Okay," he said. His voice was steady. His hands were not. Dumbledore drank. What followed was the worst 30 minutes of Harry's life. The potion was designed to inflict maximum psychological torment. Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, the man who had defeated Grindelwald, the leader of the Order of the Phoenix, the headmaster of Hogwarts, was reduced to screaming, sobbing agony within 5 goblets. He begged Harry to stop. He begged for water. He begged for death. Harry kept pouring. He poured with tears streaming down his face and his hands shaking and his heart breaking and his scar burning and every atom of his being screaming, "Stop, stop, stop, you're hurting him, stop." He didn't stop. Because the mission mattered. Because the Horcrux had to be destroyed. Because Dumbledore had asked him to do this, trusted him to do this, and Harry Odinson kept his promises even when keeping them felt like dying. The last goblet emptied. Dumbledore collapsed. The basin was empty. The locket lay at the bottom. Harry grabbed it, the metal was cold against his burned, scarred fingers, and the dark magic radiating from it made his scar scream, and shoved it into his pocket. "Water," Dumbledore gasped. "Please, water." Harry looked at the lake. The Inferi. The only water available. He had no choice. He filled the goblet from the lake. The moment the water's surface broke, the dead began to rise. They came up slowly at first, pale hands breaking the surface, blank eyes emerging from the depths, mouths opening in silent moans. Then faster. More of them. Dozens, climbing out of the lake, crawling across the stone, reaching with cold, dead fingers. Harry's wand was in his hand before the first Inferius reached the island's edge. Fire. He remembered Dumbledore's teaching, Inferi feared fire above all else. He remembered Frigga's Seir lessons, fire was one of the primal elements, responsive to emotion, amplified by will. He remembered the training, the practice, the months of learning to channel both systems through a single point. Harry raised his wand and became a sun. The fire that erupted from the holy wand was not the contained, careful flame of an incendio spell. It was a wall of golden fire, Seir-enhanced, Asgardian in its power and wizarding in its precision, that exploded outward in every direction, creating a barrier between the Inferi and the island that burned so hot the lake itself began to steam. The dead recoiled. The fire advanced. Harry pushed more power through the wand, more Seir, more intention, more raw magical force, and the fire expanded until it filled the entire cavern, a dome of protective flame that turned the darkness into daylight. Every Inferius in the lake stopped. Retreated. Sank back beneath the surface, driven down by heat and light and the sheer, overwhelming force of a boy who had been raised in the realm eternal and refused to die in a cave. Harry stood in the center of the inferno, wand raised, fire blazing, and felt the world narrow to a single point of purpose. Protect. Survive. Complete the mission. He grabbed Dumbledore. Hauled the barely conscious wizard over his shoulder, the old man weighed almost nothing, which was both helpful and heartbreaking, and carried him to the boat. The fire held until they reached the passage. Then Harry released it, and darkness reclaimed the cave, and the Inferi settled back to their eternal rest, and Harry carried Dumbledore out into the cold sea air and the moonlight and collapsed on the rocks. They were alive. The locket was in his pocket. And Harry Odinson, sitting on a cliff in the middle of nowhere with a half-dead headmaster draped across his lap and the scar on his forehead burning with the cold, certain knowledge that this was only the beginning, looked up at the stars and thought about home. Both of them. Hogwarts, when they returned, was under attack. Not the subtle, insidious attack of Voldemort possessing a professor. Not a political attack or a social attack or any of the sophisticated threats that Dumbledore's chessboard strategies were designed to counter. A real attack. Physical. Violent. Now. Harry saw it from the air, he and Dumbledore had apparat to Hogsmeade, and from the village, the castle was visible on its cliff, and what Harry saw made his blood crystallize in his veins. Dark shapes. Moving between the trees of the forbidden forest and the castle grounds. Dozens of them, cloaked figures casting curses at the castle's defensive wards, which were flaring and crackling like a force field under bombardment. Green and red spelllight strobed against the night sky. Somewhere, someone was screaming. Death Eaters. Go, Dumbledore gasped. He was still weak from the potion, barely able to stand, but his eyes burned with a fury that Harry had never seen before, the cold, righteous anger of a man who had devoted his entire life to protecting this school and these children. Go, Harry. I'll follow. Harry ran. Not with his legs. With Seir. He channeled Asgardian energy into his body, the way Frigga had taught him that summer, the enhancement technique that temporarily boosted his physical capabilities to near Asgardian levels. His muscles screamed, his tendons strained, and he covered the distance between Hogsmeade and the castle grounds in under 2 minutes. He arrived in chaos. The castle's wards were holding, barely. Professors were stationed at the entry points, casting defensive spells, their faces grim. Students had been herded to their common rooms, but some of the older ones, the seventh years, the members of Dumbledore's army, an extracurricular defense group that Harry had helped organize at the start of the term, were at the windows, firing hexes at the attackers below. And in the middle of it all, on the castle's front lawn, Thor was fighting. Actually fighting. Harry had seen Thor train. He'd seen Thor spar. He'd even seen Thor in controlled combat situations, measured and deliberate, pulling his punches because the opponent was mortal or the environment was fragile. This was none of those things. This was Thor unleashed. Mjolnir was a blur of silver and lightning, spinning through the air with a speed that made it nearly invisible, striking Death Eaters and sending them flying, not in the dramatic, injury-free way of movie fights, but in the ugly, real way of a weapon designed to break things. The ground around Thor was scarred and cratered. The air crackled with ozone. Lightning, real lightning, summoned from the sky, channeled through the hammer and the god who wielded it, struck the ground in blinding flashes that sent shockwaves rippling across the lawn. 3 Death Eaters attacked him simultaneously. Thor caught the first one's curse on Mjolnir's head, the spell bounced, reflecting back at its caster with doubled force. He sidestepped the second curse and threw the hammer. Mjolnir covered 30 feet in under a second, hit the second Death Eater in the chest, and sent the man ragdolling backward into the tree-line. Thor extended his hand. The hammer reversed course, returning to his grip as if pulled by an invisible chain, and on the return trajectory, it clipped the third Death Eater's wand arm hard enough to dislocate the shoulder. 3 opponents. 4 seconds. Thor turned. Saw Harry. Grinned. Brother. You're late for the battle. I was busy in a cave full of zombies. What happened? They came from the forest. 30, maybe 40. Wearing masks and robes. Very dramatic. Very stupid. Thor ducked a curse without looking, pure instinct, 1,000 years of battlefield reflexes, and returned fire with a bolt of lightning that scorched a line across the lawn and sent 2 more Death Eaters diving for cover. I have been enjoying myself immensely. Harry wanted to laugh. He wanted to cry. He wanted to hug his insane, magnificent, lightning-throwing brother and never let go. Instead, he raised his wand and joined the fight. What happened next was the first time the wizarding world truly understood what Harry Odinson was. Not Harry Potter. Not the boy who lived. Not the famous scar and the tragic backstory and the legend that had been growing in his absence for 11 years. Harry Odinson. Son of Asgard. Hybrid warrior. The bridge between worlds. He fought like nothing they'd ever seen. The wand was his focus, Holly and Phoenix Feather, brother to Voldemort's own weapon, but what came through it was not standard wizarding magic. Golden green light erupted from the tip in patterns that no spell encyclopedia could explain. Shield charms that didn't just block curses but reflected them, amplified, back at the caster. Stunning spells that hit with concussive force capable of shattering stone walls. A disarming charm that stripped 6 Death Eaters of their wands simultaneously, the spell arcing between targets like chain lightning. And the Seir. For the first time in public, on Midgard, in front of witnesses, Harry used pure, unfiltered Asgardian Seir alongside his wizarding magic. Golden barriers materialized around groups of students, shimmering domes of protective energy that Death Eater curses splashed against like water on stone. Tendrils of light swept across the battlefield, disrupting enemy formations, breaking concentrations, creating confusion. The ground itself responded to Harry's will, Seir flowing into the earth and erupting in walls of stone and root that blocked attackers and channeled defenders. He moved through the battle like a conductor through an orchestra. Not just fighting, orchestrating. Directing defenders, supporting weak points, reinforcing wards, all while personally engaging any Death Eater who got close enough to target students. And beside him, matching him step for step, covering his blind spots, fighting with the precision and fury of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment, Sif. She'd come through the Bifrost. Later, Harry would learn the details. That Heimdall had detected the attack. That Sif had been the first to reach the observatory. That she'd demanded passage to Midgard with a forcefulness that made even Heimdall blink. That she'd arrived on the Quidditch pitch approximately 3 minutes after the battle started and had been fighting ever since. Right now, all Harry knew was that Sif was beside him, sword in hand, armor gleaming, dark hair flying, and she was magnificent. She fought Death Eaters the way she fought everything, directly, efficiently, without hesitation or mercy. Wizard magic posed a unique challenge. She had no wand, no spells, no counter to ranged magical attacks. But Sif was Asgardian, and Asgardians were resistant to most mortal magic in the same way that armored vehicles were resistant to small arms fire. Death Eater curses struck her and bounced. Stunners splashed against her skin like raindrops. Even stronger hexes only staggered her, and the stagger lasted exactly as long as it took her to close the distance and introduce the caster to the business end of her sword. She didn't kill them. She was careful about that. Harry had briefed his family on Midgardian law and the importance of non-lethal resolution. But she incapacitated them with a ruthless efficiency that left a trail of unconscious, disarmed, and deeply confused Death Eaters in her wake. At one point, 3 masked figures surrounded her. 3 wands, 3 curses, fired simultaneously. Sif didn't dodge. She charged. Through the curses, the magic broke against her like waves against a cliff, and into the center of the group with a spinning slash that disarmed 2 of them and knocked the third out with the flat of her blade before they could fire again. She turned. Found Harry's eyes across 20 feet of battlefield chaos. He found hers. And despite everything, the fire, the curses, the screaming, the Death Eaters, the dark night and the darker purpose, something passed between them. A look. A moment. The specific, wordless communication of 2 people who had found each other in the middle of a war and discovered that fighting back to back was exactly where they belonged. "I'm here," the look said. "I'm always here." Harry smiled. It was small. It was fierce. It was the most honest expression he'd worn all year. Then a curse flew past his ear and the moment ended, and they were fighting again. The battle lasted 47 minutes. By the end, 11 Death Eaters were unconscious, 9 had fled, and the rest had been captured by a combination of Harry's binding spells, Thor's overwhelming force, and the Hogwarts professor's defensive magic. No students were killed. No professors were killed. A handful of injuries, broken bones, hex burns, one particularly nasty case of a 7th year who'd been hit by a bat bogey hex so powerful that even the Death Eater who cast it looked impressed, but nothing that Madame Pomfrey's hospital wing couldn't handle. The castle's wards held. The children were safe. Thor stood in the middle of the front lawn, Mjolnir crackling with residual electricity, surrounded by craters and unconscious dark wizards, and he was barely breathing hard. A good battle, he declared to no one in particular. Short, but satisfying. "You're insane," Ron said from a window 30 feet above, where he'd been firing hexes for the last half hour and was now slumped against the stone frame with the exhausted satisfaction of someone who just discovered a talent they didn't know they had. "Thank you." Thor bellowed upward, interpreting this as a compliment. Harry was sitting on the steps of the castle entrance. His magical reserves were depleted again, the hybrid casting took a toll, always, the dual engines burning fuel at twice the normal rate. His wand arm trembled. His scar ached. Sif sat down beside him. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The battle's aftermath filled the silence, groans from captured Death Eaters, the crackle of damaged wards being repaired, the distant sound of McGonagall organizing the cleanup with the crisp efficiency of someone who had probably organized the Battle of Hastings in a previous life. Then, quietly, without ceremony or drama, Sif reached over and took Harry's hand. His fingers closed around hers. Automatically. Naturally. The way a key turns in a lock. They sat on the steps of Hogwarts, hand in hand, bruised and exhausted and alive. No words. No dramatic confession. Just contact. Just presence. The warmth of another person's skin against yours after a battle that could have gone differently. The silent promise of I'm here and I'm staying and you don't have to carry this alone. It was, Harry thought, the most romantic moment of his life. And it involved absolutely zero romance. Just two warriors sitting on some steps, holding hands, too tired for anything else. He leaned his shoulder against hers. She leaned back. The stars wheeled overhead. The castle hummed with magic. The night settled into the quiet that comes after violence, fragile, uncertain, grateful. We need to talk about the Horcrux, Harry said eventually. I know. There's one inside me. In the scar. It has to be destroyed. I know. The only way to destroy it is, I know. Sif's hand tightened on his. Just slightly. The barest increase in pressure. Loki told me. Of course he had. Loki, who hoarded information like a dragon hoarded gold, who trusted almost no one with anything real, Loki had told Sif. Because Loki understood, in his complicated, shadow-wrapped way, that Sif needed to know. That the person who was going to stand beside Harry at the end needed to understand what the end might cost. I'm going to survive it, Harry said. Odin has a plan. The Deathly Hallows, there's a way to die and come back. It's insane. Ambitious. Insane. Those things are not mutually exclusive. Sif turned to look at him. Her face was dirty, streaked with sweat and someone else's blood, her hair tangled, her armor dented from a curse impact she'd barely noticed. She was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. If you die, Sif said, and her voice was steady but her eyes were not, I will find you. In whatever afterlife, whatever realm, whatever space between the branches of Yggdrasil you end up in. I will find you and I will drag you back. Do you understand me? You can't, I can and I will. I am Lady Sif of Asgard, and I have never in 1200 years failed to bring home what's mine. Her jaw was set. Her eyes burned. And you are mine, Harry Odinson. Don't you dare forget it. Harry looked at her. At this fierce, brave, impossible woman who had crashed through a dimensional barrier to fight beside him and was now sitting on the steps of a magical school in Scotland, holding his hand, and threatening to literally invade the afterlife if he died. I love you, he said. The words came out before he could think about them, weigh them, calculate their impact. They just arrived. Simple and true and inevitable, the way sunrise was inevitable, the way gravity was inevitable. Sif's eyes widened. Just for a moment. Just the briefest flash of surprise, because Sif, for all her courage, had not been expecting that. Not yet. Not here, on these steps, covered in battle grime, exhausted and shaking and human in ways that Asgardians rarely allowed themselves to be. Then her eyes softened. The gold flecks caught the torchlight. I know, she said. I've known for a long time. She squeezed his hand. I love you too, you ridiculous, reckless, impossible boy. They sat on the steps. Hand in hand. The castle behind them, the stars above them, the war ahead of them. Together. Chapter 5, The Odinsons' Last Stand. Chapter 5, The Odinsons' Last Stand, the finale. Harry must destroy the Horcruxes, face Voldemort, and deal with the piece of soul inside himself. Odin reveals he always knew about the Horcrux, it's why he took Harry. He believed Asgardian energy could contain and eventually weaken it. He was partially right. Harry's plan, use a combination of Asgardian magic and the Deathly Hallows, which he's been unknowingly connected to purge the Horcrux without dying. Loki's redemption moment, he returns to help Harry, providing crucial magical knowledge about soul manipulation. Their reconciliation is earned and emotional. Final battle, Voldemort, empowered by the fear of facing a god-raised wizard, has pulled out every stop. Death Eaters, dark creatures, forbidden magic. But Harry has the wizarding world and Asgard at his back. Climactic duel, Harry versus Voldemort. Not just spells, Harry fights with everything. Asgardian combat, Seir, wizard magic, raw magical willpower. Voldemort can't comprehend what Harry has become. The sacrifice play, Harry must die to destroy the Horcrux. He goes willingly, not to King's Cross, but to the space between Yggdrasil's branches, where he meets both Lily Potter and Frigga's spiritual echo. The two mothers, from two worlds, both telling him the same thing, he is loved, and love is the one magic that transcends all realms. Harry returns. Destroys Voldemort for good. The combined force of Asgardian and wizard magic unravels Voldemort completely, no ghost, no echo, just gone. Epilogue, Harry doesn't choose one world over the other. He becomes the bridge, the guardian between realms, protecting Midgard with the power of Asgard. He and Sif are together, partners in every sense. Thor is the proudest brother. Loki is Loki, but he's family. And Harry finally knows who he is, not Harry Potter, not entirely Harry Odinson, but something new. Something both. Something his own. Tone and style notes energetic, conversational narration, like an excited friend telling you the most epic bedtime story ever, heavy on action choreography. Fights should feel cinematic and visceral, humor woven throughout, especially in fish-out-of-water moments. Thor at Hogwarts, Harry in Diagon Alley, emotional beats hit hard because they're earned through build-up, not just stated. Each chapter should feel like a mini-movie with its own arc while serving the larger story. That's the blueprint. Ready to dive into Chapter 1, The Boy Between Worlds, whenever you give the word. This is gonna be epic. Fire now.